A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Wait, is this happening now or in the future? Long before the rise of the Galactic Republic, during the blood-soaked chaos of the Mandalorian Wars, the Force stirred with unease. Jedi Master Cornelia, deep in meditative trance, received a vision, one that would ripple across the eons. She saw a man draped in black armor, a being wrapped in shadows, corrupted utterly by the dark side of the Force. Around him, 3 more figures loomed, lesser in presence, but still important. All were bound by a terrible relic, the Mirror Talisman, an ancient Sith artifact that twisted life itself. And elsewhere, at an unknown point in time, the obscure and feared Heinsnake cult, wielders of a dark, ancient magic strong enough to blind even Sith Lords, foretold a prophecy. A prophecy that heralded the end of both the Jedi Order and the Sith Empire, and the galaxy's descent into eternal chaos. Millennia later, the Age of Schemes. In a secret chamber deep within the heart of the galaxy, 2 Sith plotted to bend reality itself. Darth Plagueis, the Master. Darth Sidius, the Apprentice. Everything done here, Plagueis whispered, is for one goal, to extend our dominion forever. In violation of the rule of 2, Plagueis had repeatedly tortured and killed Darth Venamis, rival apprentice of his own master, Darth Tenebris. Venamis had taken the title of Darth without true claim, and paid the ultimate price. Plagueis, ever the experimenter, sought to conquer not only the Jedi and the Senate but the Force itself. There are no mysteries, he told Sidious. Only problems we have yet to solve. Together, they entered a meditative trance. Their dark will reached across the stars, whispering commands to the Force, twisting it, trying to impose their design. In their minds, a singular goal, to create life. A being born not from natural conception, but through pure Sith will. A violation of the Force's natural balance. Their efforts seemed to go unanswered. Plagueis' test subjects began to die from inexplicable illnesses. His experiments failed, and the Force, once a roaring current, grew silent. He suspected the Force itself was resisting. And then, the silence broke. A soul in orbit, floating above a desolate slave ship near the backwater world of Tatooine, a gray orb pulsed faintly in the void of space. Neither light nor matter, something in between. A soul waiting for a body, waiting for rebirth. It drifted closer, pulled by destiny, or perhaps manipulated by it. Its target, a human woman named Shmi Skywalker, a slave in the Outer Rim. Unknown to her, her body had already begun a process no one could explain. A conception without cause. The birth of a legend. Tatooine. Year unknown. The day was hot, dry, and ordinary. And yet, the galaxy quietly shifted. Inside a dimly lit med bay, sterile and humming with machinery, a woman screamed. Shmi Skywalker gritted her teeth as the medical droids rushed to deliver her child. Anakin Skywalker. No one cheered. No friends. No family. Only the clanking limbs of indifferent droids and the soft moans of a mother too exhausted to question the impossible. For the child did not cry. He merely blinked. Quiet. Alert. Aware. What? Where am I? Wasn't I just dead? Memories blurred. 1,000 images rushed into a newborn mind. Voices light, laughter, pain. The last thing he remembered was silence. And then this. Did she just say? Anakin. Panic and confusion flared. That name. That world. This place. He was Anakin Skywalker. The Anakin Skywalker. The chosen one. And yet, he was someone else too. Trapped in flesh, fueled by purpose. The days that followed were quiet. Anakin, now both more and less than a newborn, remained under medical care. Slaver droids examined him like livestock. Charts, scans, tests. No one suspected the truth. I've been reincarnated, and into this body of all people. The very one meant to bring balance to the Force or destroy it. Though still weak, he began meditating, trying to feel the Force. It was distant like a breeze behind a closed window, but it was there, I need to grow stronger, smarter, faster. If I'm truly him, then I won't repeat his mistakes. He made a list. Master the Force early. Learn languages, cultures, and tech. Protect himself, body, mind, and soul. And above all, stay alive. The Star Wars I knew may not be the same year. But knowledge is power, and I've got a head start. A mother's hope. Shmi Skywalker lay quietly, her body aching from labor. She had long accepted her life as a slave, passed from one master to the next. But when she learned she was pregnant, with no partner, no explanation, she didn't question it. Something in her heart told her this child was special. "Ani," she whispered, placing a hand on her belly. "I'll protect you, no matter what." No one believed her when she said the child had no father. Most assumed she was lying, or worse, delusional. But Shmi knew. The child in her arms was a miracle, a mystery, and no master, no system, no cruelty would take that from her. A new force in the galaxy. The medical droid entered her room. "Excuse me, will I be able to see my child?" she asked softly. "Soon," it replied in a calm, synthetic tone. Outside, the galaxy turned. Wars raged in hidden corners. Sith Lords schemed in shadow. Jedi meditated in temples, unaware of the storm gathering on a sand-covered world. And in a small, unremarkable med bay on Tatooine, a soul once lost to time stared at a flickering ceiling light. This time, I choose my own destiny. Coruscant, the shining jewel of the galaxy, the city that never sleeps. Once the cradle of the ancient galactic republic, the entire planet had long since transformed into a titanic metropolis, an ecumenopolis, a world completely covered in sprawling skyscrapers, durasteel highways, and endless lights. Known as Imperial City during the Empire's reign, Coruscant still pulsed as the political and cultural heartbeat of the galaxy. Historians still debated its origins. Some even claimed it was the original homeworld of humanity, but that mattered little now. Coruscant was a symbol of power, prosperity, and influence. Trillions of beings, humanoid and alien alike, called it home. And at the heart of it all, towering over the layers of neon-lit civilization, stood the most sacred site of the Jedi Temple. From the windows of the High Council chamber, the view was breathtaking. Monument Plaza glimmered in the distance. Transports and speeders painted streaks of light across the night sky. But the atmosphere within the chamber was anything but peaceful. A disturbance had been felt, one powerful enough to summon the full Jedi High Council. Master Yoda sat in his traditional spot, quiet, contemplative, but alert. Beside him sat Masters Mace Windu, Plo Koon, Yaddle, Sabotage, Adi Gallia, even Peel, and the rest, some present in person, others projected as shimmering holograms. Despite their calm demeanor, tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. "This disturbance fell that you all have," Yoda said, breaking the silence. Mace Windu nodded, his expression stoic but troubled. It wasn't just a ripple. It was a spike, a pulse that surged through the Force itself. Plo Koon, his filtered voice even more mechanical in the echo of the chamber, asked, "Does anyone have a location?" "I've meditated," Yaddle said, her voice soft but clear. "I've searched the futures. But this vergence, it is neither light nor dark. It is cloaked, hidden, troubling," Wyndham muttered. "If we can't sense its origin, we can't prepare for what it may become." Yoda closed his eyes. "Unbalanced, the Force has become. Watchful we must be. Tatooine, the boy who shouldn't exist." Weeks passed. Anakin Skywalker's body was growing. Tiny tufts of blonde hair now covered his head, and his piercing blue eyes began to focus more sharply. But the true growth was internal. He remembered who he once was, and he now knew who he had become. Reborn as Anakin, the Chosen One, a being with limitless potential, a key to balance, or destruction. But more importantly, he retained the greatest advantage anyone in this galaxy could ask for: knowledge. If I'm going to change my fate, it begins now. Even as an infant, Anakin's connection to the Force was unusually strong. He could already feel the emotions of others, sense fleeting thoughts from his mother, and the droids around them. It wasn't precise, but it was real and growing stronger by the day. The first skill I need to master is mental shielding, he thought. I need to protect my thoughts, hide my identity, and control my emotions. The last thing I need is a Jedi or a Sith sensing something unnatural in me. Meditation became his daily routine, even if crude. Through focus, he began to understand the aura of the Force, the warmth of his mother, the cold sterility of droids, the distant whispers of other presences in the ship. But it wasn't enough. He needed more. Shmi Skywalker, a mother's hope. Ani, Shmi cooed softly as she entered their dimly lit quarters. She picked him up, holding him close. Her tired eyes shimmered with love and sorrow. My sweet boy, are you hungry? She had developed the habit of speaking to him constantly, as if hoping to pass on hope through her words. She didn't know it, but every word was a lesson. Anakin absorbed her language, tone, and knowledge like a sponge. She smiled, then quietly sobbed. Anakin listened in silence. I've seen her cry more times than I can count already. She hides it well, but I see it. I feel it. When night fell, she laid him gently in a makeshift cradle beside her bed. Sleep now, Ani. Tomorrow's another day. He closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come. His mind was racing. Freedom, real freedom, only comes to those with power. And power, he would have. The first step toward power. An idea took shape. An ancient Sith technique, Mechidaru, the ability to communicate with and control technology through the Force. In the lore of his previous life, it was aligned with the dark side, but now it might be his greatest asset. Can I learn it? Can I recreate it from theory? As if in response, the Force surged within him. It was a subtle affirmation, a nudge. He had already shown technical affinity, understanding schematics, interpreting machines, even the structure of the ship they lived on. All of it came naturally. If I can control a single droid, just one, I'll know it's possible. The opportunity would come soon. In the slave communal areas, droids patrolled regularly. No one would suspect a baby staring too long or focusing too hard. They'd never know he was probing the circuits. That is what was brushing against cold programming, whispering, obey. In the shadows of power, Darth Sidious. Elsewhere across the galaxy, Darth Sidious stood overlooking the skyline of Naboo. A senator in the public eye, a Sith in the shadows. Trained by Darth Plagueis, Sidious had spent years working within the Senate, manipulating events, preparing to claim the title of Emperor. But something had unsettled him. A disturbance. A vergence. He and his master had both felt it. A massive shift in the Force. Brief, but undeniable. Plagueis, obsessed with eternal life, had assigned Sidious to investigate. The Jedi were already stirring. Their High Council had met. Sidious, too, had dispatched assassins and informants. And yet, the source eluded him. Still, the Sith had learned patience. Whatever it is, I'll find it, he thought, eyes narrowing. Unbeknownst to him, the very being born of Plagueis' own failed experiment had already begun to shift the fate of the galaxy. And he was just learning to crawl.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Tatooine. The desolate desert sands of Tatooine howl, and the cold, arid air of the planet causes freezing temperatures as half of the planet cools because of the setting of the suns. The three moons, Gomrasin, Germessa, and Shanani slowly orbit and illuminate the starry night sky, leaving no room for darker shadows. Within the de facto capital, Mos Espa, was the muffled sounds of activity echoing from every building in the main district. In contrast, was in the slave distract where slaves were placed was entirely quiet, a haven for smugglers and criminal activity. Every so often one could spot the disembodied brains of those who belonged to the Bomar order floating in jars that hung below their spider-like droid bodies. At night, when most deals made through the black market created on the planet of Tatooine was taking place, Most wealth eventually found its way into the city of Mos Espa, with most of it procured from gambling and off-world trade, especially through the lucrative black market. The influx of commercial ventures fueled Mos Espa's growth, eventually securing its regional importance as a hub of economic and financial activity. Most of the primary economic exported goods traded out of Tatooine was delirium oil, silicax oxalate, and of course slaves. What was imported was various technology, consumables because of the planetary conditions, and water. With high tariffs imposed by the Hutts, some believed themselves able to escape paying them by doing business in the planet's de facto capital, however often found themselves scammed and broke if not through gambling, through simple bad luck. Within a building where many a noise was being produced, where the more economically wealthy of patrons come to gamble away their credits or other own things, including slaves. At a table, a game was taking place by 4 individuals of very distinct alien features, and one that is of human origins. One of the alien individuals was a Toydarian, a sentient, winged species capable of flight. Male features, blue skin color, orange eyes. A diminutive, small height of 1.37 meters, webbed duck-like feet, 3 fingers and toes. His face was shaped in a weird way with facial hair and a hooked long snout resembling a trunk and crooked teeth and facial tusks. His looks not too dissimilar from a hybridized, overblown fly. A unique feature to note is that Toydarians were known to be strong-willed and resistant to mental manipulation with the Force. His name is Watto. No last name, as Toydarians were only allowed to have a last name if they came from a noble or royal family. Most of his life was spent in the army of the Toydarian government as a soldier serving a monarchy. However, he left Toydaria after he suffered an injury and went to Tatooine, where he watched the native Jawa sell used goods and decided to start his own business. This resulted in him starting a junkyard, aptly named Watto's Junk Shop. Today is the day he would be winning some new slaves, or would have been but may very well be his last time he would see the light of day or the sands of Tatooine. Gambling was the betting of credits or possessions in wagers or games like Sabacc, and had been a popular form of entertainment in the galaxy for millennia. Gambling was rampant on Tatooine, propagated by criminal activity and the developing culture overruled by the Hutts. Gambling, in fact, proved quite influential in and throughout galactic history, and would continue to influence the years to come. One common game played on Tatooine between avid gamblers was Sabacc. Sabacc is a popular card game that was often played for high stakes. When played professionally, the game was overseen by a dealer, either organic, as in Coruscant's Outlander Club, where 4-armed Kufid dealers passed out the cards and took up money for the house, or mechanical, as in other locales, where automated Sabacc dealer droids oversaw proceedings. The Ren claimed to have invented the Sabacc deck and cards as a means of fortune-telling. The game of Sabacc used a deck of 76 cards featuring 60 numbered cards divided into 4 suits, and 2 copies of 8 special cards. Each player is dealt 2 cards, sometimes 5, depending on the set of rules in play at the table, which make up their hand. There are 4 phases within each hand: betting, calling, shifting, and drawing. Within the current setting, 4 players, an automated dealer droid surrounds a table. A human, a Toydarian, a Senatine, and a Hutt is currently engaged in a game of Sabacc. Only 2 out of this group is left to play out the current match, and the biddings is at a high price. If one were to look closely, you would be able to identify the Hutt as Gardulla the Elder. Through an intermediary, Gardulla the Elder is using to make a gamble. This gamble includes 2 of her slaves, and if she were to lose, she would have to transfer the ownership of her slaves. These 2 would be identified as Shmi Skywalker and her young toddler 3 years of age, Anakin Skywalker. Spoken through the Huttese language, Titaki But Malia. Chuba, Atima Yuba Wan Ma, Minki Jas. No bargain. Time to bet. Hey you. This time you will pay, little fly. No bargain. Speaks the gargantuan in size Hutt. The translator assistant speaks basic galactic, so those at the table might understand. My mistress said, it is time to bet. You Toydarian will pay, and there will be no bargaining. The translator omits some details and changes some words to better convey and hide some insults. Che, stupid fat Hutts, and their even fatter ego. Thinks the Toydarian on the inside, but further expresses his utmost desire to please the female crime lord. Yes, yes, thank you. If only I could be as great as you. The other players can obviously tell what the Toydarian is trying to do, garner favor, and it seems to work a little. Grancha, Minky Joss. Boss Pshada. Very good, little fly. Let's move on. My mistress says, very good, and to continue with the game. The slave translator translates, obviously omitting certain details again. So, the last high-intensity match begins to decide whether Watto will finally get some slaves for himself, or will Gardulla the Elder win back the losses incurred. As the planet slowly rotates and continues its 34-hour, 17-hour to 17-hour day-night cycle, time slowly passes by. As in the illumination from the moons of the night, one building in particular is louder than most. Inside the intense game taking place between Gardulla the Elder and Watto, the new-in-town junk dealer. So far the game between the two had not progressed very far. Leeway was made on Gardulla's side, but Watto had something up his sleeve. The Hutt's deep laughter rings out across the gambler's den. Ho 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 hou. Atima dalpi kunadanu. One you ban and a bikinu, pshada. This time I'm going to win, and you'll never win, little fly, says the Hutt crime lord in an arrogant tone. The translator, of course, keeps the translation cordial. The mistress says, I am going to win, and you will not. Adding his own 2 cents, the translator also adds, to put it simply, with a straight poker face, Watto does not give away his inner thoughts, while the audience is also quiet in fear of potentially incurring the wrath of an infamous Hutt crime lord. The crowd, in anticipation of the endgame results, draws silence. Game set. The winner is Watto. The automated dealer droid announces as the crowd starts to disperse for 2 reasons: not wanting to be around an angry Hutt crime lord, and because the excitement of the game is now over. Choi. What? Outraged that she has lost, she lets out a few curses in her native language. Hee. Watto does a small twirl in the air, flapping his tiny fly-like wings, like a princess, while quietly mumbling to himself in a drunken stupor. Gardulla the Elder, in a huff, briskly starts to leave the casino, but not before giving an important piece of documentation over to her slave assistant translator. Gardulla speaks briefly at the fly-like alien, Bumalia tu tuna, and ba wapului bedsheet me kimi shags. The bed is done, and you have managed to cheat me of my slaves. After raging a bit, she then, further elaborating on her instructions, speaks to her slave translator, Kalia bu bshada, bu chimaliquiaqui, and bu shags nibakawan. Roboska, give the little fly the documentation and the slave's controller. Then let's go. The translator doesn't even bother translating before throwing the documentation and placing the slave controller on the casino's table before promptly following his mistress. Watto slowly comes down from his state of elation. Not only has he won a generous amount of credits, but has also now been able to get his very own slaves. Human slaves, but slaves nonetheless, enabling to probably take some of his workload off. What he doesn't know is not only will his new slaves free themselves, but even if he did, he would come to that the slaves would be useless to him in being able to help him. Where one would be but a toddler and the other a weak woman, especially the human species, barely capable in manual labor and of minimal education. Tatooine. It had been 3 years since his rebirth. Anakin and Shmi were sold to the Hutt Gargula Besadii on the desert planet of Tatooine, and the two were brought to the planet by a freighter, though they were not permitted to know their destination, and the ship's single refresher backed up during the flight, making the crowded ship's passengers extremely uncomfortable. During the flight, he had premonitions of pod racing, and he saw a vision of himself as an older man, racing across the flats of Tatooine. Strangely enough, I have been receiving more than just dreams of pod racing. Awoken from his dream by his mother, who carried him out of the ship when they landed, they were lined up before Gardulla and her aides. What a ugly species, at least ugly to my normal human sensibilities. Anakin was correct in saying that the Hutts did not look too appealing to the eye, especially to the people who did not have attraction to them. More time passed, and Anakin had grown accustomed to living here on Tatooine. While he was a slave of Gardulla, he became friends with fellow slaves Kitster Shanchani Benai and Palaqui Texa, a human and Twi'lek. Though the three were eventually sold to other masters, they remained friends, as they all lived in Mos Espa. Anakin had decided to stick to the plot for now, as it would be easier to escape from slavery if it was Watto and not the Hutts. Several months after his arrival on Tatooine, while repairing a vaporator outside Gardulla's residence, Anakin decided to take the initiative and modify the device. His handiwork was observed by Watto, a Toydarian junk dealer who frequently gambled with Gardulla on pod races or on gambling games within the local area. Impressed, the Toydarian gambled for custody of the Skywalkers and won, becoming the pair's owners 2 days later. Only that Watto will be in for some pain later on. Anakin had enough time to secretly steal some droids away from his previous slave owners. Then when being moved over to Gardulla, he also stole some from her as well. Carefully but stealthily, he had hid the droids here on the planet Tatooine after arrival. Metrodaru sure was a piece of work. He had to give it that, and he wasn't too surprised that he was able to learn it so quickly given the original's talent. But now that he is 3, he had developed along to be able enough to use a weapon. Not that he would need it considering his droids would become weapons, but that doesn't mean he would not train himself to use one. The top-of-the-line weapon in mind was a gun. With some assistance through the Force, it would be made possible to properly hold and aim correctly at where he would need a shot. For now, though, that will be left to later. He has a fly to deal with now. Tatooine. Watto slowly made his way out of the casino, with dulled senses, stumbling around up and down with his winnings. Despite his drunken stupor, Watto is clearly still aware of his surroundings, keeping a clear lookout for potential problems on his way out of the casino. Senses still dulled, but not to the point he is unaware, thankfully in part to his training and experience as a soldier of his home planet. The shifty eyes of smugglers and other criminals eyeing him up and down are noted at the back of his mind. TCH, I should have brought some standard protection. What was I thinking? While the planet is still considered a part of its night cycle, and as the atmosphere begins to heat up as dawn rapidly approaches, the night is receding and the noise of the day is becoming more prominent. At the entrance and exit of the casino, the Toydarian Watto shiftily exits the casino while trying to be on high alert. Unfortunately, his capacity to think a few steps ahead into the future and then get drunk has limited his chances of escaping the casino unharmed, at the least, and at worst robbed completely and possibly dead. Fortunately, depending on one's perspective, none of these events will happen by any of the criminals or smugglers that was watching him, partly because of Gardulla, but mainly because of what is about to happen next. Continuing on his way down the sparsely populated streets with negligible activity, he appears at the front of his shop. As the double suns of Tatooine rise, on the outside of his junkyard, nothing has seemingly changed, but within holds a surprise. Slowly turning the keys to the entrance and opening the doors, Watto lets out a grunt of pain before being able to register what had happened and promptly falls flat on the floor of his establishment. Knocked unconscious by a taser of some kind, a toddler with blonde hair and blue eyes steps out of the shadows. Well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. The unidentified toddler remarks in a high-pitched voice. Various other beings make themselves known. Droids built of nature to be combative, non-lethal blasters at the ready to shot at the downed veteran Toydarian soldier. My mother certainly wouldn't like me doing these kinds of things. A droid steps up and reports the situation. Master, we have secured the premises. Vocalize the combat droid currently in front of child. Good. Search the Toydarian. Then let me see what he has, and I would also like the rest to help secure the shop itself. After searching, the Toydarian, place his belongings on the counter, then throw him into one of the prison ships. Roger, Roger. Metrodaru sure works wonders. And finally, I do not have to worry about the implant detonating and instantly killing me or my mother. Despite making sure to use Metrodaru on the implant to take control of it, I finally have freedom. This child, no more than 3 years of age, is none other than Anakin Skywalker. Around him was bits and pieces that most would consider junk, a counter, and other mechanic parts. The current state of Watto's junkyard business is not that good. Average at best, but that's what you get for trying to start a business in a system owned by the Hutts, also a planet that is immersed in slavery, criminal activity galore, and much more. Poor decision-making on his part, but it is exactly this junkyard which would fuel and fund the beginnings of his own faction of sorts. First things first, get Watto to transfer everything he owns under his name to my mother's name, because it would be weird for a toddler to have access to a business, wealth, and be able to control the money in junkyard. It is time to get this implant out of me, then out of my mother. Master, the junkyard currently does not have many parts to construct more droids. Approaches a droid. Okay, no problem. For now, I need a few medical droids to start the operation I have been planning. Also escort my mother once she awakens to the shop. I wish to surprise her. Woken up by the sound of mechanical parts entering her home, Shmi Skywalker is confused and slightly concerned about the noise. Getting up from her bedroom, she swiftly approaches the door to Anakin's room to make sure he is okay. Before she could enter Anakin's room from the front door, the sound of multiple knocks was heard. Tapping against the door is heard. Metallic in texture against the stony material surface. I'll check on Anakin first, then see what is going on, thought the concerned and overly protective mother. Opening the door, she is surprised and frightened at the same time at the absence of her little Ani. Panicking a bit, the guest at the door starts to try lightly knock on the door very patiently. Despite this, it only increases the panic Shmi is feeling at the moment, with many thoughts going through her mind. In spite of the panic, her facial expression does nothing to show her internal feelings, a trait learnt to help her survive her indentured slavery. Rapidly approaching the main living room of the sparse-tight living quarters, which show the living conditions a slave has, she hesitates to open the door. No, I'm sure it is fine. It might not even have to do with anything about Ani. In a semi-delirious state because of protective motherly emotions reacting to the situation, she opens the front door and is surprised but the droid in front of her. Mistress, I have been ordered by Master Anakin to come get and then escort you to your destination. Vocalized the droid. And Master Anakin? Shmi asks in surprise. Affirmative, repeating orders. Master Anakin wants you to be escorted to your destination. Repeating itself. In disbelief, but in a much calmer state than before, Shmi questions the droid. My Ani asked you to escort me? Where is he? Is he safe, okay? He is unhurt, right? A flurry of questions was directed at the droid. Affirmative, the master is okay. I was only told to bring you. No other directives was given. Once again repeating its orders, the droid replies. Okay. In a quieter tone, she finishes. Deciding to ask questions later and only thinking of her child and his whereabouts, Shmi follows the droid to her destined destination with no hesitation, not thinking if this were a trap because of the value placed on slaves and partially because of the desire to see her child safe and sound. Right, take me to Anakin. While the droid is escorting his mother, little Anakin has decided the shop is in need of some interior redecoration and redesign, at the same time simultaneously taking control of and upgrading the security measures within the shop. The shop will extensively also go through a rebranding, so instead of a junkyard, it will be turned into a proper business venture. Mainstay products will include a variety on droids, weaponry, armory, and parts, and upgraded parts needed for various spacecrafts currently in circulation, slowly becoming an intergalactic enterprise. But that's for the future. Right now, the transfer of ownership rights is being processed. Then right after that, once his mother arrives and he surprises her with newfound freedom, he can vacate the bomb implant from within his head and from within his mother's Oswell. Taking stock and going over current inventory was easy, made much easier with the help of the Force technique Mecharu, easily knowing everything stored within the computerized systems. Spreading out his senses through the Force, he is quickly able to determine surroundings completely, and then gets to work in using telekinesis to move and clean the surrounding area. While he does some menial labor being lazy and using the Force, lazy because of his current physical capabilities due to age, the droids had successfully gone around the compound and was able to collect anything of interest. From leftover relics and memorabilia that most definitely originated from Watto's days as a soldier and various other blasters of various types, particularly modified for the form of a Toydarian. Other droids start search even more from within the junkyard's compound and invade Watto's living space and various quarters. By the time everything is packed away neatly and separated into piles from what is valuable and what is trash and should be scraped for parts, enough time has passed for Anakin to leave his state of meditation and his mother to arrive. "Ani, are you in there?" The voice of a woman comes from outside the store entrance. "Mother, I am inside." Anakin replies, "I must not act too much like an adult, otherwise it would seem weird. It is safe to show advanced intelligence and great innate talent for basically everything, but I should not overexpose myself, even towards my own mother. Come inside, mother. I will explain everything." "Okay, Ani." The mother of Anakin Skywalker, otherwise known as Shmi Skywalker, is a woman in her mid-20s in age, with dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, and lightly tanned skin, distinctly different from the coloring of her child Anakin. Shmi Skywalker is a peaceful, selfless, and kind person. To put emphasis on the point that she is as peaceful, selfless, and kind as the line, the biggest problem in this universe is that no one helps each other. Certainly that's true with how cruel the galaxy and the people within could be. She very much loves her son Anakin and is willing to sacrifice herself in order to let Anakin have the possibility of a better life. During her time under Gardulla, Shmi still held out hope that she would eventually be free, but she eventually accepted her lot in life and had joy in raising her child with positive relationship with Anakin, cherishing their modest life in the slave quarters row. Her hope to escape and be free of her status as a slave was reignited with the birth of Anakin. But 3 years had passed, and there is not much, if anything at all, that could be done. Living in the communal quarters during their time, as slaves of the female, Hut Crime, Lord Gardulla Besadii, the elder, did not serve to embolden her. "Ani, are you okay? Unharmed and safe? You didn't get into any trouble, did you?" Shmi questioned her son in a tone slightly reprimanding and concerned. "I am fine. I have a surprise for you, that's all. I just had my droid bring you over so I could share the really good, no great, and exiting news." Of course, Anakin reassures his mother, but further goes in to convince her to listen to what he wants to say, putting some emphasis on its importance. "What is it, Ani?" Obviously relieved that her child is safe, but at the same time curious at the excitement evident in her baby's voice, she gets him to continue. "We are free," Anakin states. "Free. Freedom. Free from being slaves. We can live a life where we no longer are shackled, enslaved, and forced to do things for entertainment of our owners. We are not owned anymore." "What are you saying, Ani?" "It's okay. We could go back to the slave quarters." In a defeated tone, not realizing the situation, she tries to convince him into leaving. Just so happens she also conveniently forgets the events leading up to her being here. Looks like she needs proof. Let me get that newly created documentation and show it to her on the digital device here, so she can see we have been released from slavery. "Look here, mother. This is the proof." Hesitantly approaching the device, she slowly goes over the text, barely being able to read basic galactic due to being poorly, if at all, educated, but she is able to make out the important parts. This is, I can't believe, I am no. We are free, my child and myself, free. No more did she have to dream and have a deep longing for freedom. Becoming sentimental and overly emotional and slightly fatigued from the entire morning's proceedings was no doubt something that has caught her off guard. All of a sudden, she had been granted freedom, and all she wanted to do was take a seat and process the emotions and possibility of such an event to take place. After a few minutes, Shmi comes out of her stupor and questions her son. "Ow! Tatooine." Within a ship at an undisclosed location, a Toydarian figure slowly awakens within its prison cell. Watto is confused, has a pounding and headache, and overall feels like he has been through war all over again. He feels cold, or at least he is making contact with something that's cold. He also feels constricted, where most of his movement and mobility is weakened, if not completely come to a halt. Trying to get a sense of his surroundings, he slowly tries to sit up, and as he does, so he further notices difficulty in trying to move any of his limbs. Thankfully, his vision and ability to hear has not been impaired, so he could regather and gain an understanding of his current predicament. What has been impaired, however, is his ability to create sound, the ability to speak. Looking around himself, Watto is met with 4 walls of bland metallic black and gray coloring and a one-way door reinforced steel-plated walls with a small dual reinforced glass window at the top of the door. Viewing himself, he has been captured or kidnapped by someone unknown to him and subsequently imprisoned. And going by the technology used to trap him, the person should be of some kind of criminal of low wealth. Obviously, there aren't that many people on Tatooine that wouldn't be considered a criminal or slave of some kind. But at least knowing of a person's amount of wealth could help him discern if he's going to be enslaved, killed, harvested of organs, or experimented on helps him. The master will be arriving soon. Continue to stay guard and make sure the prisoner is secure. Those are your directives. Vocalize the synthesized robotic voice of a droid from outside his prison cell. Affirmative. Another responds before the tapping of metal could be heard resounding and getting smaller before being unable to hear anything else. The master? That doesn't sound ominous at all, but tells me despite the conditions I've been kept in, the person who has imprisoned me has some help from droids. Hopefully I can negotiate my way out of this, offer something up to my captor. Play on their greed, it does seem like they need it. Deciding to be productive about his situation, Watto tries to find any flaw within the entrapment he is within and the items used to restrict his mobility. Unfortunately, nothing that could be immediately done to help his situation. None of his experience as a soldier would help him here, where his training only taught how to be capable in a gunfight, and even then, he was not the good at it. Time passes by, seconds turn into minutes, and minutes turn into hours. And the outside, every so often some noise would happen to indicate the shift in the positioning of the droid outside, time to time moving around seemingly doing something. Eventually, a slightly larger commotion is taking place outside his cell, and from the sound it could either be his captor or savior. At this point he would take either, with preference of savior, but he doubts anyone would willingly risk their life for him. And hopefully if it was a savior, it was not an enemy coming after him for some of his debt from his home planet. When thinking about it, my captor could be a debt collector or some law enforcer to bring me back to Toydaria. Muffled sound is heard from outside, a voice, but unlike those of the droids, it is clearly of a real person. Something's wrong, though. The voice is a bit too high-pitched to be an adult, but I may just be hallucinating from lack of hydration and remnants of my hangover. Why, hello there. A few minutes before with Anakin, trying to convince one's own mother of something seemingly impossible, keep her calm, and explain to things that she would not have had to think about before is exhausting mentally. Emotionally, Oswell. After a long, through, and carefully edited explanation of events that led up to myself and Shmi, I had finally settled her emotions. After settling everything and giving the droids their directives and orders about what and what not to do, then a further help Shmi in learning how to in general operate or command the droids. In the future, I myself do not plan on running the business, and would hopefully be able to fully automate it through the use of various robots and artificial intelligence that has been through a thorough and extensive conditioning process, both through Mechidaru and advanced programming, to keep them loyal. For now, the basic intelligence the current droid collection has is enough, especially if I create or redesign a few to be optimized in areas of economics, marketing, accounting, and much more. Briskly walking along the sandy dunes of Tatooine, the young toddler known as Anakin comes across a well-hidden ship while being escorted by a few combat droids armed at the ready for anything to go wrong. Can't be too careful with my own security. Approaching the lowered entrance bay, 2 droids are alert and are standing at the ready. These droids stand at attention as their young master approaches. Report. Anakin commands. Master, the prisoner has been kept under the conditions you have wanted. The Toydarian is currently severely dehydrated and seems to be in a state of shock, and by monitoring his vital signs, nothing of significance has been found. One of 2 droids state, I will go in myself. The rest of you stay around and do whatever guarding, or something while I take care of some business?" Anakin says in a playful tone. Entering the ship at the hangar bay, Anakin orders the droids to stay outside as he goes down the passageway to his captive. Upon entering the containment bay of this low-end ship stolen from some low-tier smugglers, the pitiful sight of a dying fly is brought into sight. Quite pitiful. Okay, maybe not. I do not care too much. The droid standing just outside the cell of Watto moves aside, swiftly, already knowing what its master is here for. The door automatically opens as if the ship is alive and shows the Toydarian in full form. "Why, hello there," exclaims Anakin in a playful tone befitting of his current age. Anakin approaches and rips the multiple strips of tape covering the entirety of Watto's mouth, allowing to finally breathe a bit better and having access to the ability to speak again. After taking a few mouthfuls of air, but clearly unable to let out a proper sentence yet, lets out a barely able to get any words out. Watto is taken aback as what approaches him is not full-grown being, but a human child no more than a few years of age. This is where the fun begins. Anakin pulls off a rather creepy smile that is disconcerting toward Watto. Still confused and muddle-headed about the situation he is in, Watto tries to demand for some answers, talking down to the child. "Listen here, kid. What is going on here? Who has imprisoned me here and get me out of these bindings?" "Well, that's no way to talk to your warden." Still being playful, Anakin antagonizes the fly. "Shut up, kid. I got no time for your games. Let me out, or at least give me some adult that's in charge here," Watto says in a much more heated tone. Getting a sense of Watto's emotions, even though he should be protected, Anakin starts to unravel his thoughts through looking into his eyes. A few errant thoughts pass through Watto's mind, but most of his emotions of fear has dissipated at the sight of child, helping to lower any mental guards put up. I thought it would be harder to enter his mind, considering Toydarians and other species that have the same trait are able to remain unaffected by some force techniques related to the mind, like the Jedi's infamous mind trick. Interesting nonetheless, as this tells me I do not have to worry about not being able to enter the minds of others. It would still be a challenge to breach the minds on force-sensitive individuals, and would be much harder if they learn my force technique based off of reading another's memories. Another creation Anakin created for himself to make his life easier. Still going through the mind of Watto, as most of his internal mind defenses have come down because of the combination of the pounding headache caused by the hangover, dehydration, the shock, confusion, and emotional turmoil of his situation made it all the much easier to dive into his memories. Doing this, though, will cause a large amount of damage, as he has not reached a proficient level yet in being able to view another's memories with harm. Thoroughly searching and extracting what is important to him, like information and passcodes, to various stashes and accounts filled with various amounts of different currency types along with documentation. While this is happening, in real time, only 3 seconds had passed, displaying the incredible mental abilities Anakin has developed through practice. All that practice does pay off, 40 hours every day. Ling Ling would be proud. There are a few things in his memory displaying just how cowardly and disgusting this fly is, and it seems the galaxy, if not the universe at large, would do better without him. Technically, he wouldn't have much impact overall on anything given his current state, and even previous before I've taken everything from him. Unfortunately, I need to get rid of all witnesses of my current state of being. "Kid, are you even hearing me? You no good brat. Useless." Watto grows impatient, as Anakin only takes a few seconds until he is finished with doing what he wants. Watto's words come to a crawl as he says this, and starts to dribble at the same time, due to the mental damage inflicted. "My business here is done. I have no need for you anymore. You're luckier than most would be, partially because I've gotten everything I need, and I do not need you for experimentation anymore." "What does that mean?" Exasperated Watto asks. "It means you are disposable." Anakin finishes, and the droid just outside the cell steps in with the blaster at the ready. Wait. I can give you everything I have. Everything." Watto pleads in a last desperate attempt to live whilst in a state where his mind is slowly degrading. "No need. Do it. Outside the ship, the various droids are having small conversations among each other, waiting for their master to return and give directives when from within the sound of a blaster is heard. The noise instantly silences the droids, and they stand ready and at attention as they know their master is done with his business. A minute later, Anakin walks back outside, exiting from the docking bay. Right, now to move on with my life and experience some freedom and put a lot of my plans into action. Moving in line with their master, they depart, while another droid from within drags out the lifeless corpse of Watto to dispose of and set in course for their next direction. You guys will go ahead of me and set up at the point of contact and make sure not to cause much trouble. I need things to go peacefully. Wouldn't want to ruin my chances of gaining more power now. Affirmative, Master. The group of droids respond in unison, and in swift haste board the ship to depart for their location. The ship starts up, and with careful precision shots up into the skies above, while Anakin and the leftover droids move along the sandy dunes of Tatooine underneath the blazing twin suns. I know Ani said everything is all right and all, but I still worry for his safety. He is smart, and I trust in his decisions, but something feels slightly off at the same time. Shmi Skywalker's thoughts scramble, try and come to terms with her new feelings. Why do I trust him so much? Anakin had used a bit of the mid-reading techniques he had grown accustomed to increase the level of trust Shmi feels towards him. But what can you do? A 3-year-old child tells you he has grand, ambitious plans and desires while also at the same being your child. He wants to set off into the stars doing who knows what, but still expect her to be complicit and accepting of his choices. More than likely not. Thankfully, his created force techniques, even though a scummy move against his mother, he needs, or does not need her permission for what's to come next, and he most certainly will not pass up every opportunity he can get in a universe he currently resides in. The presence of space magic would have been more than enough to convince him. Never mind, I will just stop thinking on this subject anymore. I should have faith in the capabilities of my son, despite his age. Tatooine. The great thing about droids is the lack of necessities most living creatures need, like sleep, food, drink, morale, and other things used to keep an individual well-kept and happy with their employer. Droids don't need any of that. The disadvantage, though, is the lack of flexibility the droids have when it comes to their programming. Their level of intelligence is lacking, but good enough to perform a few tasks that is pre-programmed into them, and they have some limited adaptability in those tasks given. Simple, but efficient and highly cost-effective, especially when I can use Mechadaru and directly usurp control of them from any of their owners previous. It has been a few months since his own freedom had been gained, which now allows him to put more of his plans into action. To not be looked over by someone above had felt liberating. What happened to Watto was that he had died. He was to live a fate worse than death if he had lived simply because Anakin's created techniques could mentally hurt the person it was used on, which was what had happened to Watto. His mental health would have deteriorated until brain death. So it was either a quick death after his usefulness was over or let him be tortured, and Anakin is not so sadistic to get pleasure out of the torture, especially since Watto didn't even have a chance to do anything to him or his mother. The junkyard business previously owned and developed by Watto has now come along nicely and reformed to better suit Anakin's tastes in style and economic value. A simple junk dealer-based business has become something a little more standardized, as in the products now being sold have started to vary from trash. Droids are currently not being sold or put up for any auction simply because he needs every droid he could get his hands on, but what he has acquired and been selling is various stolen or acquired weaponry sold to the public. Most of the customers that come by are those of shady backgrounds, more than likely meaning they were criminals. No doubt suppling criminals with weapons can be seen as dangerous to the public, but he could not make much wealth, at least not in the position he is in right now, without taking those risks. Thankfully, he has plans in this regard in particular, and will within another month or two be able to gain a connection to someone who is the CEO of a technology-based company. He has other plans to expand his business and make himself legitimate within the Republic in the future, but for now he can start to take over other minor businesses located on Tatooine, build up some more wealth and prestige in the economical sense, Then try automating his business so it does not heavily rely on his input all the time. This would help not only himself, but also his mother in the future when it comes to management, because he plans to have her involved in some way. This would help give her purpose in life, and she could use the leftover wealth she has to help by then free slaves. Of course, this isn't a permanent solution or good one. Either way, it would help her and others, and those whom are freed could technically become a part of the developing branches of the company. Anakin does not want to stop at being a simple international company, but wants to expand into the state of being these large traders become. He wants it to become galactic in scale, and what is known to reach levels as high, as that was the Trade Federation, a corporate organization that is one of the wealthiest, and they gained most of their wealth by controlling interstellar shipping that passed through the rim-based territories. That is the state he wants his own to reach. Too bad in the future it had dissolved and had come under the control of Palpatine for his newly formed galactic empire. Now, I can't allow that, now can I? It would only be ever so gracious of me to take them under my willing command. Plans aside to overtake and fully control the Trade Federation, their operations and primary roles in interstellar trade and shipping as a conglomerate. What needs to be done to slowly dominate the economy of Tatooine is to specifically target what is need. First, when taking a look into the expanse of land and terrain in general on Tatooine, not much can be done to revitalize the planet. This is not taking into account the atmospheric conditions making the planet near unlivable. The modern-day land is not in any condition to house a large population. This is why Anakin had set his eyes on Datamir and its large amount of fertile lands, because despite its potential threats and dangers, there is much left to exploit and harvest or control on that planet. Thinking of Tatooine, what the planet could become, there are only two natural resources, not including their slaves on this planet, that is considered major exports. While the major imports that Tatooine is in frequent demand of was technology, consumables, and water. I have already started the beginnings of creating a business based off of various technologies. Even if for now it is only weaponry, into the future technology won't be of too much for the general population of Tatooine. The main industries Anakin will want to target is food and water production. Given how important water is to Tatooine, creating farms or technology that could produce more water on this barren planet would be profitable, if only in the future. In the beginning, it would cost a lot of investment-based funding, time, and effort, but in the end, it should be worth it. The major exports of Tatooine, delirium oil, and silicax oxalate were only found on Tatooine. Delirium oil, as the name suggested, was an oil used in fueling most of anything, and given the untapped riches of Tatooine, a lot of it could still be found or extracted. While silicax oxalate was a mineral that could be found in various mining locations, both old and new, on the planet, and were generally only considered something of worth in terms of jewelry. A type of crystal where its value is compared with other materials like diamonds, rubies, and other materials. By taking over the various mines and bringing them under his control, Anakin could profit and help acquire more funding to reinvest into his developing business. This is easier said than done, as the process is much more complicated than that because of the nature of the planet. The Hutts are in control, or more specifically Jabba, whom is a Hutt crime lord, is in charge. The Hutts were well known as galactic gangsters whose Grand Hutt Council controlled the Hutt clan crime syndicate. One famous Hutt was the crime lord Jabba, who ruled a massive criminal empire from his palace on Tatooine. The Hutts were not only a clan-based criminal syndicate with massive criminal empires, but also a species. One way to start laying a stake or claiming the lands of Tatooine is by becoming the leader of the native sentient species, the Jawa and Tusken Raiders. It would not be all that hard to control them through both respect and fear, as they are very responsive to both violence, but also acts of mercy. It also doesn't hurt that fact that I could manipulate their emotions through his recently created technique, but that would only be there to reinforce absolute loyalty and make sure they would follow my law and order. We don't want to repeat the same event that originally happened to the original Anakin's mother. Tatooine. Tatooine was a pleasant world of grasslands, rivers, and lakes. The planet was located in the Rayo Balos sector of the Outer Rim, an endpoint of Mito's arrow, the other endpoint of which was in the Obtrexta sector, though Tatooine itself was still far removed from most galactic traffic. It hosted a small population spread amongst single-family settlements and small communities with large land holdings. Its sentient population consisted primarily of simple human farmers, though Tatooine was also home to the primitive Dantari race. What was truly important, though, was the person known as Naro Senar. Naro Senar is a not-so-common man of the human species, while at the same time just so happens to be the CEO of Senar Technologies. Despite being the owner of one of the Corellian Engineering Corporation's primary competitors, Senar helped the corporation design the successful YT-1300 light freighter. He being the businessman that he was had come to the remote planet of Tatooine for some trade agreements. He had come on his top-of-the-line starship and had gone down to the planet briefly as they were just passing by, and he just had the opportunity in trying to see if there was anything of value. Maybe he could hit the jackpot in finding some valuable material of some kind, even if it would not help him in his business. He could always find ways to profit. He had been on the planet for a few days now, and he had not come across anything he would take advantage of. Neither the locals or other passerbys could offer up anything more to him. There was a strange occurrence, though, that had led to him waiting a little longer before continuing on his way. Multiple combat droids escorting another more advanced droid that would be classified as the translator or communication-based prototype droid approached me. It had simply come up to him and proposed to him a partnership that would involve the benefits of upgraded droid production, where they would be smarter and have a higher degree of advanced artificial intelligence design. It further went on to explain its creator also wanted to talk to him about other things as well as this proposal, believing they would generate huge income. It was suspicious, but at the same time the degree at which the messenger droid and the combative types around it were much better or attentive and seemed to process and learn better than other examples despite the clearly lacking in quality parts. He suspected it may very well be a scam that was done very well, but only time would tell. While waiting even more for the arrival of this figurehead that would or has created some type of new technology, the droid with their signature markings addressed him in a formal greeting. Greeting CEO of Sanna, or otherwise known as Senar Technologies, Naro Senar. I have come again to inform you of some important information passed into me from my master. The droid currently spoke in Intergalactic Basic Standard. Oh, I was expecting to meet him personally. Does he not have the time of day? Sarcastically and a bit arrogantly, Naro perceives this as a potential scam. Negative. The master is not obstructed from meeting you, but has decided that the dealings between the parties are to be kept anonymous. Is that so? Well, go on and tell me this important information. Untrusting, he still speaks in a sarcastic tone. The droid seemingly shrugs off the tone of Naro and fulfills its task. The master wants to inform you of an assassination attempt on the life of your son. Is that really the way you are going? A threat of some kind against my family? Really? I can assure you, this is no joke, and that the attempt on your child's life will be a failure, because they have instead implanted a device on your Starliner. It was planted there by Shi'Char, led by their prelate, is a fanatic polytheistic religious order of the Shi'Charians. The droid tries to explain. I'm sure you have heard of them. This organization has devoted itself to high-precision manufacturing. To that end, they founded the Heirs Engineering Company. Further elaboration from the droid is given. Ridiculous. Why would they target me, let alone my son? Obviously wound up, Naro questions in a demanding tone. For what the master has said, this would be the second attempt on your son's life. 9 years ago, Wraith Senar, your son infiltrated the Shi'Char, stealing valuable information from them while posing as a convert to the Order. When he was exposed for what he truly was, the Shi'Char attempted to assassinate him. Why have I not heard of this then? Your child did not inform you of his escapades? The droid vocalized, answering back with a question of its own. Stumped for a bit, rather believing this to be a farce. But before Naro could do anything else, recordings were given and showed of his son's own deceit against the Shi'Char. The master said you would be more compliant to listening when given all the information. Standing there just outside his shuttle used to descend onto Tatooine, the man known as Naro Senar is speechless. Naro Sinar's starliner above Tatooine. Within the starliner's docking bay area, a small ship had been let in for inspection before it would be parked properly. This ship let through was a sent by the Shi'Char, sent under the guise of another trade partner coming in to deliver some supplies and other relevant information. Really, the Shi'Char and its religious leader, known as the Prelate, had wanted to claim their revenge against Wraith Sinar, for they had failed at their first attempt. The Prelate had come to believe Wraith could be found on the same starliner his father Naro was on. Why? Because it wouldn't try to protect their child, and what child would not go to their father for some help to avoid danger, especially when it concerns their lives? On the personal starliner of Naro, the Prelate had sent some of their people to infiltrate and implant an explosive device to make sure Wraith would die, infiltrating and stealing their technological secrets. Naro and his son Wraith was among the wealthy and secretive Sinar clan, which had a history of starship design stretching back thousands of years. Wraith, ever since he was young, was raised and had a wealthy but secretive upbringing, and when going into his teenage years, attended the Regovian Technical University, and the young man's mind quickly turned to engineering, developing an outlook that saw life as a series of engineering puzzles. Quick to learn and with an overriding desire for intellectual stimulation, Sinar grew restless within the upper-class confines of his family, seeking to distinguish himself and be unpredictable and innovative. In his teens, he struck off on his own to make his mark independently. Sinar took his own personal funds and created his own scouting firm. The youth took to the star lanes, mapping new hyperspace routes and probing the unknown regions to find habitable and exploitable worlds. Some of his discoveries, such as one uncharted black hole that he found, Sinar kept to himself, seeing a possible future advantage in such personal knowledge. Others he shared and sold, turning a tidy profit and becoming independently wealthy by the age of 20. He had built a personal fortune without the aid of his family and untouchable by them. Wraith assumed a series of false identities and took work with competing firms, moving through the management of the Corellian Engineering Corporation, Bactoid Armor Workshop, Income Corporation, and even the Trade Federation. There he gained first-hand experience undercover, without the distraction of his family name, and picked up various techniques from his competitors. Of course, he later had a false identity created for his infiltration into the Shi'Char. With his corporate studies, where some would say espionage, concluded, Wraith returned to Sinar, where his father, Naro, created an internal workshop for Wraith to head. Sinar Design Systems was to specialize in unique, personally contracted work for the ultra-wealthy, and its clandestine advanced projects laboratory worked on experimental, cutting-edge designs with a specialty in ion drive technology. The Shi'Char had rightly assumed and predicted the location of Wraith, aboard the family yacht with his father for a pleasure cruise. A few hours had passed, and Naro had returned to the starliner visibly upset and slightly pale. This trip was meant to be a pleasurable cruise, but it had to be ruined when he had taken a trip down to that remote planet. No one wanted to question why he had become upset, for they feared losing their jobs. So too did his close family members not to question it either, especially because this trip was meant to be enjoyed. Naro may become even more upset than he was, and most did not want that to happen. He is a strict man, and this was one of the aspects that led to his son doing things behind his back, like espionage, which would very soon get Naro himself and his son Wraith in trouble. Father, welcome back. How was your small escapade down to that backwards planet? The young, currently 22-year-old Wraith came up to his father, dismissing his father's current emotional state. Despite Wraith's experience in espionage and genius intellect, he had made mistakes when it came to his infiltration of the Shi'Char. What Wraith did not know of was someone had managed to capture what he had done in perfect clarity through a recording device that had been planted into the Shi'Char Institute. The one to do this was the mysterious master of that droid whom had approached him that very day. Naro was not happy with his son, given that he had helped him be reintroduced into his company and had given him his very own department. At least he was capable enough to create new advancements in their primary role as a shipbuilding company. If his son had made mistakes, though, he would come under punishment from the clan because their company was a subsidiary of the parent company Sanda Corporation, headed by another family known as the Sanda. If what that droid had said was correct and the evidence was fabricated, it could spell doom for his position within the company. His title as CEO gone. Naro's scowl increased the closer he drew to his son, and further became worse as the youth spoke to him with a harmless smile. "What's with that look on your face, father? Did something untoward you happen?" Of course, Wraith does not know why his father is upset, and who is specifically upset with. "Shut up, boy. You have gone and done something behind my back that I can't ignore." Naro was undecided about how to take the death threat. Was it serious or some sort of twisted sick joke? If it was true, then he and his family and his subordinates, as well helping him on his leisure trip, are in danger. It is true he is a part of a wealthy and secretive clan that sometimes sees themselves above the public, but he has always had a soft spot. Hell, he had even helped his competitors, the Corellian Engineering Corporation, and had helped the corporation design the successful YT 1300 light freighter. Unintentionally or not, he had helped them come up with something that may have benefited himself if he stole some of their design plans. Being the better man that he was, he did not resort to that, but his child, his only son, and done something he himself would never do despite the corporate world based off of wealthy higher-ups and leaders' corruption. Most of the time stuff like this would happen. He did not agree with their methods. Is this how I had raised my son? Despite his inner worry, he cared for his son, like any parent would, and he believed himself to have raised him correctly. But it seems he was wrong in that assumption. Seeing his son's young face and features, he could see his wife within him, within his eyes. For the safety of his child, he would do anything, and it seems that he has been caught with his pants down. Unsure with how to deal with the situation presented itself to him, he could only proceed with caution. "Boy, get the attention of the crew and inform them of a possible implanted bomb placed on the Starliner." Naro orders his son. "Bomb?" Wraith questions. "Yes, there is possibly an explosive device somewhere on this ship. I want to evacuate not only myself and you, but if possible the crew as well, but that is unlikely to happen. So I want you to take the smaller ship and escape down onto the planet." "Father, you can't be serious? A bomb? With our level of security?" Wraith being so sure of the security they have and safe in the knowledge that the Shi'Char assigned mercenaries would not be able to track him here, he does not worry about another assassination attempt. "This is an order. Get onto a smaller ship and leave while I try to help out in the search for the explosive device." Naro near outright shouts at his son. "In the event there is a device implanted here, and I am unable to find it in time, I want you to know that I love you. Now go." Naro continues after calming down. Wraith, confused and slightly concerned at the tone of his father, decides to listen and escorts himself out the restroom area with no one else listening or hearing what had gone on between the two. Now to figure out if what that droid master said was true. I guess I will find out either way. What Naro does not know is that the mercenaries have already boarded his ship, but have not planted the explosive device yet. The mercenaries that had successfully infiltrated Naro's Starliner were now quietly trying to move around the various aqueducts and ventilations of the ship. They were a rather high price band, and because of this, they have a high quality level of skill. This particular commission that had come to them came at a very high profit, but just like everything else in the galaxy, it had also come at a high level of risk. No different from a gamble, and if they were successful, they would become rich. A small thud was heard within the small and tight spaces. One of the mercenary members had accidentally made a sound. "SHHH, keep quiet, don't stuff this up for the rest of us. If you want to be caught, go and do so, but do not test my patience." The commanding officer in the ranks quietly berated a member through the communication device. "Yes, sir, sorry." A short reply, also spoken quietly, was given. The initial start of the mission was going quite well, where the pressure and danger level was actually overestimated. But what would one expect when the crew of the Starliner were relaxed due to the nature of the cruise was to leisurely. Of course, there was still a certain level of security kept to make sure nothing that could cause problems for the owner or his son. Usually most problems of a lower level would never reach their level, because it would be deemed as incompetence had they not be able to fix the problem themselves without someone higher up getting involved. Not many situations would occur for something like that to happen, though. The mercenaries a few hours ago were having quite the time of their lives, and stimulated over the idea of such a high-paying customer caused their own level of skill to go down a bit. This wouldn't have been a problem if everything was going accordingly to plan, but very recently the security measures were increased. The personnel of the ship were frantic and had begun a wide-scale search of everywhere, starting with the docking bay where their very own escape ship had been placed. This increased the difficulty of the mission at hand, where now their escape route had not been completely cut off, but had become heavily monitored. The personnel also in a panicky search had also been bad to their cause as well. Various droids were also patrolling multiple areas of the ship, but most importantly the engines where it was the important and their intended target. If the explosive device they had brought on board was planted in the designated engine areas, an explosion large enough to destroy the ship would be produced. Checking in on his team and mapping out the path from himself and his crew, he had decided that they would need to leave this area soon, especially since there was activity indicating that the passageways they were hiding in may be checked. Briefly turning on his communicator, he speaks, "Okay, we need to move and move quickly." Short and simple commands were given. "Righto." "Okay." "Affirmative." Various replies were given. They quietly and skillfully made their way through the dark and claustrophobic spaces, winding themselves through the tunnels, slowly but surely making themselves get to an area that had been checked already and cleared by the personnel of the ship. This was confirmed through using specialized technologies and programmed a virus to hack into the ship's database so that they could map out the ship originally. Now it is being used to redirect them to safer areas. We should be safe for now. What they didn't know was they were not as safe as they would assume, but for now they were in the clear. For now. Tatooine. A small ship departs from the cruiser-type Starliner above Tatooine, headed for the planet. Going at a fast pace, the ship hastily lands in an area covered and hidden away from the locals and anyone potentially looking for a landing ship. The ship was akin to an escape pod only meant to be used in emergencies, and within the ship contained a passenger of some importance. Wraith, the young, intelligent, and independently wealthy child, and next in line to lead the shipbuilding corporation known as SAN or Sinar Technologies. Wraith is a human male born on the planet, and is his homeworld of Coruscant. He stood at 1.8 meters tall, black hair, blue eyes, and has a fair and pale skin complexion, and he is also quite being only 22 years of age. Born into a wealthy, long-standing core worlds family, and grew up as a member of the core aristocracy, with all the expectations of luxury and culture that came attached to such a background. He was a highly competitive youth, but over time he began to concentrate his efforts only in those areas for which he knew he was suited, minimizing his chances of disappointment. He developed a highly inquisitive mind that quickly turned to engineering. He had a constant wish to innovate and fine-tune, and constantly thought up new designs. Wraith followed no moral code, instead approaching issues dispassionately. He considered excessive emotion a weakness. He considered all life's challenges engineering problems, and worked to solve them for his own benefit. His goal was power, the ability to do and build as he wished, which is what most people desire, true freedom to do what one wants to their heart's desires, but his desire may very well corrupt him, and he worries as such, worries that he would become complacent, lack the ability to change and adapt to anything, but his worries may just be excessive. Not tempted by physical luxuries such as food, drink, or sex, only those of the mind appealed to him. Wraith also approached friendship merely as another tool. He preferred friends he could manipulate and turn to his own advantage, rather than companions. In fact, he preferred his own company and spent much of his time alone with only droid systems around him. Wraith preferred a more elegant and aristocratic design philosophy, in which ships were designed for maximum performance and beauty, pushing the envelope and delivering force with precision and finesse. He also preferred small, customized orders rather than mass-produced ships, and in his first decade with the company, he devoted his energies to that ideal and argued for it, complaining of what he perceived to be a coarsening of design ideals and, most importantly, lack of imagination. He was not entirely averse to mass production, however, but merely left that aspect of the business to others as he innovated and produced custom work, or more specifically, currently left that to his father. Often he drew inspiration from the mistakes of others and would invest heavily in the failed schemes of competitors, particularly in projects that were unsuccessful due to simple reasons, so that he could fix any design flaws and then use the failed projects for purposes of his own. Despite his nature of no morals with little care in the world, he knew that keeping one's subordinates happy was productive for his plans and future, especially when it came to his line of work, where espionage was commonplace. He made sure his engineers were kept comfortable and happy and paid all his employees well. It was only the bureaucrats and accountants working for him that he disdained and did not pamper. While professional products created by him consisted mostly of spaceships, his personal engineering skills were versatile, and he designed many products, from droids and droid-neutralizing systems to security systems to chairs, both for personal and corporate use. Overall, he could be considered a somewhat normal person with an extraordinary background and set of skills that would be beneficial to any whom would employ him, but it would also be prudent to keep an eye out because of his disposition and history. The small vessel housing Wraith finally makes a landing on the remote planet of Tatooine in a sparse, lush, forested terrain below. It was currently the night cycle of the planet he was on, and Wraith could view the two moons with the setting sun as a backdrop. A terrestrial planet in the Rayo Balo sector's Tatooine system of the Northern New Territories region of the Outer Rim Territories, located near both the Sinsang and Angor systems. Tatooine was the fourth planet in orbit of its star Dina and was orbited by two moons. The principal moon shone a light purple, while the lesser had a greenish cast. What really was the main points of interest on this remote planet was its Jedi temple that had very recently been abandoned, with little no operations still taking place. Just outside the view of Tatooine's major city, simply known as Dantu Town, Wraith had settled down. Unsure of what his next course of action, he ponders. If he wanted to escape and get off of this planet and head to the core worlds, possibly Coruscant, he would need to take the hyperspace lanes, but he does not know whether or not the threat of the explosive device was even real. It could all be faked, and his father was taking it too seriously. Considering his options, though, he remembers the basic information from this sector, in particular Tatooine's hyperspace lanes. Two hyperspace lanes ran near Denton, the long, winding Viragi trade route, and the smaller Mitos Arrow, a backwater route from Tatooine to Gemus, offered a faster trip. Despite being close to both lanes, Tatooine was not easily accessible. From what species mainly lived on Tatooine were humans. Even if they were not native, they were the only known inhabitants, with no other sentient species originating from this planet, and no others wishing to settle here. I may need to wait out the results of what my father had informed of me. Only then will I know truly if the Shi'Char have successfully pinpointed the coordinates of where I am. If this is true, I may need to consider the possibility of someone betraying me from the inside. Most of my researchers were selected through official selection on merit-based process, but that does not mean that the testing period is infallible, and it is entirely possible one of the members of my division gave up the information, or more likely is a part of the Shi'Char. Going from that line of thought, Wraith decides to at least get a better idea of his surrounding area while remaining hidden to make sure he was not followed. So he puts on display his amazing intellect and talent in regards to mechanics and programming, and uses a small droid he personally designed and be used in scout-type missions. Ahead of its time, most would say, but he believes it could still be improved upon, especially since he did not originally design it, and was currently within its prototype phase, but he had modified it to work better. Obviously, what he means by not by his design is that it was not originally created by him, where he had acquired most of his ideas by commandeering it through his otherwise gray moral jobs through espionage. He gets to work, and not 20 minutes later, he has completed enough to where it could function and allow him to view the area through a limited function. What he did not know was that this little droid would be what was needed work another party to make itself known and give him a deal him could not refuse. Tatooine. Throughout the past 2 months, nothing much has changed or developed all too much. The business was going nicely. His mother had become more accepting of his mature attitude and outlook despite his actual age. giving him more freedoms, and his army of droids were coming along nicely. Even if they had thoughts of going against our verbal agreement, in the end it wouldn't matter much since I had direct control over all of their current droids and weaponry through the use of Mechadaru. Progress has been slow on the front of developing my force powers and/or abilities. It would seem Anakin would need to take on a master or several, and he could do that by going to the Jedi. It is a part of his plan, anyway, to infiltrate and take as much valuable information from the Jedi archives on Coruscant within their sacred temple. With my creative force techniques, I had hit a plateau with my telepathic-based abilities and couldn't develop it further, and with mental intrusions I suspect will take some time, a lot of people and harder mental barriers to either break or sneak through. Mechadaru has also slowly started to come to a halt. It seems, unfortunately, that without proper guidance, I would not be able to make it too far. Despite the seemingly limitless supply of space junk, he could reassemble into something somewhat of a standing army the droid he currently has, or the quality of the parts for his droids are quite low and old going by galactic standards. Watto's junkyard really was a junkyard. Repurposing medic and communication-based droids into working proper combat droids was tough work, at least at first. It had gotten better over time as his Mechadaru skill increased in combination with his talent and mechanics inherited from the original Anakin. Another factor to take into account was my mother's well-being, how she had been doing, and what she was doing, and for now she had been and is content with what she has now, leaving most decision-making to me. That's right, Shmi Skywalker, his mother, has left most decisions, whether they be major, on him. He wouldn't have it any other way, as it give him all freedoms and liberties needed with her as a stand-in for him until he is old enough to legitimately take control of the business. Talking about the development of the business, some interesting things have come to Anakin's attention. A message that had a holographic recording sent to him from his droid team set up on Tatooine. He wanted a rope in the Cinar before Sidius did, and he knows the Sith Lord did not gain access or persuade them yet, and would do it sometime during the Clone Wars. If they could be made his, it would not only cripple Sidious and whatever machinations he has for the future, but would also benefit me greatly, either as some form of financial support or otherwise through some blackmailing and persuasive seduction. Not of the sexual kind, as Wraith Cinar is not swayed by that. I mean the sway of power. I would gain an ally that would help me build up my technology. The reason as to why I did not meet either Wraith or Naro was because I am one, a child, and two, have no backing whatsoever, meaning there is little chance they would take me seriously or see me as any kind of threat to them. So through droid proxy, I am able to get my point across whilst at the same time maintain my anonymity. What I had coerced out of saving their assess was not something petty, but would be of major help to my cause. My cause being the freedom of the slaves on my homeworld planet, Tatooine. Of course, I have more reasons other than this, but I also dislike the idea of slavery, and it wouldn't do well for my character and psyche if I just ignored it. Overthrowing the ruling power will take some time, and will most likely not happen until around the Clone Wars is in progress. Through Anakin's anonymity, he bypasses a lot of the hassle most would go through when trying to execute some shady deal, as intimidation factor is key, and if the heavily modified droids, despite their age, did not work, he would have to find another route to explore. Through the Cinar father-son duo, it would be easier and much more possibly to register the business currently Shadow, owned by himself, to become legitimate. There was another task that would be worthwhile investigating, but for now, it could be put on hold. The potential behind the dark side magics of the Datamirian Zabrak on Datamir. Datamir, nicknamed the Rancor planet, is a remote, neutral, and obscure planet in the Quelly sector and the home of the Night Sisters, Night Brothers' Blue Coral Divers clan, Singing Mountain, and the Howling Crag. The planet, bathed in blood-red light by its central star, had numerous continents that were overrun with vegetation, forests, and swamplands. The dark side of the Force had an immensely strong presence on Datamir, which allowed for the nurturing of many malevolent Force wielders native to the planet. The Night Sisters, also known as the Datamir Witches, made their home in the swamps and wielded magics fueled by Datamir's own power. Datamir was also home to the Night Brothers, Zabraks who were ruled by the Night Sisters. It was also the homeworld of the semi-sentient rancor species. Datamir was a remote and uninviting world, although it was temperate and verdant, with a comfortable atmosphere despite its challenging ecosystem and dangerous predators. Perpetually bathed in a red mist, its terrain was one of contrasts, ranging from the murky swamps the Night Sisters lived in to the harsh, barren rocks where the Night Brothers found residence. Datamir's natural inhabitants were well adapted to the planet's harsh conditions, and some, such as the Rancor, were famed for their combative skill. Other native creatures included baneback spiders, large and aggressive arachnids that spat corrosive acid, and Nidax, bipedal predators with powerful arms that allowed them to easily traverse the landscape. Among the most distinctive creatures native to Datamir, however, was the Chirodactyl, a gargantuan bat-like creature that used its massive wings to fly to dizzying heights and swoop down on unwary prey. Datamir also had aquatic life, such as the burra fish. Fishing families on the planet Batuu cooked and cultivated the foreign burra fish for consumption. Another aquatic creature, the sleeper, was an ancient mollusk with 2 large lavender eyes, a carapace-covered body, antennae, and 4 appendages, and lived deep in the murky blue water within the Night Sister lair. The sleeper was very important in Night Sister tradition as it had an ingredient vital in the water of life. Datamir, 2 years after freeing himself, Anakin had boarded one of his many acquired ships and had taken with him and leaving some droids behind. Ahead of time, he had also sent many other droids to arrive at the planet before he did, to give himself an easier time once he got there. I have taken a calculated risk coming here to Datamir, what with its many dangers and the strong influence of the dark side on this planet. One of the main risks was the possibility of Sidius coming here, even after he had taken everything he had wanted from the planet. I doubt that would happen, though. Prior to the Battle of Naboo, the Sith Lord Darth Sidius went to Datamir, who was at the time plotting his rise to galactic supremacy. Then he traded secrets of the dark side of the Force with the Night Sisters' leader, Mother Talzin. He took Talzin's son, the Night Brother Maul, as his apprentice. Talzin's relevance here is that she is the current shaman and the clan mother of the Night Sisters, a coven of Force-sensitive witches who used magics to manipulate the wilderness around them and rule their male counterparts, the Night Brothers. Talzin's expertise in magics was significant enough to attract the attention of the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Sidius, whom when he came to Datamir ostensibly and wanted to trade dark side Force teachings with Talzin and take her as his own Sith apprentice. Their relationship brought Sidius to proclaim that he would make Talzin his Sith apprentice and right hand, but was ultimately unfulfilled. Instead, the Dark Lord sensed the potential of the young Maul and abducted him from Talzin, taking the child away from his kinsmen and heritage on Datamir. Years later, Maul would be presumed dead at the Battle of Naboo after sustaining mortal injuries, but his strength in the dark side allowed him to remain just barely alive. In canon, she would be aware of Maul's incredible survival. She was unable to rescue him, and thus remained on Datamir to plot her revenge against Sidious and his Sith, with her ultimate goal being galactic domination. I could use these facts to my advantage and the multiple other factors to persuade her into doing the special ritual, the Datamir Zabrak, that get to become a member of either the Dark Sisters or Dark Brothers on myself. At the same time, I realize the difficulty in trying to convince her because of the multiple betrayals she has experienced. So one of the methods to make sure everything is within my control is to leverage my position with the ability to overpower them. The droid army I have been accumulating has grown significantly with control of Cinar technologies. Mother Talzin's main loyalties laid with the Night Sisters and with her son Maul, and her primary goals were to exact revenge against Darth Sidious and eventually rule the galaxy alongside her son. In service to these grander aims, she was duplicitous and manipulative, able to control various different factions in a puppet master-like fashion to achieve her goals, all while maintaining a facade of loyalty to her various underlings who were none the wiser to her true intentions. Being a powerful Force-sensitive in her own right and having delved deep into the dark side, it was not enough, and she was ultimately overcome and defeated by Sidious, She possessed a shrewd and tactical mind and was able to go toe-to-toe with the Sith Lord for a time, accurately predicting his movements and adjusting her own strategies accordingly. Despite the dark side used predominantly by this group, the Dark Sisters and Dark Brothers would not consider themselves a part of the Sith despite similarities in powers and teachings. They had their own culture and background influencing what is important and not important for them. As the leader of her Night Sisters, Talzin taught them to be loyal to nobody, accept each other, and to only focus on themselves and their sisters. As their leader and shaman, the Night Sisters obeyed her orders without question, as did her other followers, such as the Frangal cult. While she did care for the Night Sisters, Talzin's greatest attachment was to her beloved son, Maul, which ran contrary to her culture that viewed males as expendable tools for breeding. After losing Maul to her former partner Darth Sidius, Talzin wished to rescue him. Yet another fact that could be used to manipulate her, as when the original plot of the story begins, I could have a hand in saving Maul from having his body cut in two by Obi-Wan. Talzin's regard for Night Brothers other than Maul seemed more in line with the Night Sisters' matriarchal tendencies. Despite this, males under her command respected her leadership and showed concern for her well-being, and were trusted with guarding the heart of her power at the Night Brother village. The most important aspect of her importance was her knowledge in the Force in general, the knowledge in the special rituals using Sith magics, and her position as the leader of her people. Roping her into my side will be difficult, as she has her own ambitions which include an favorite child. Anyway, the primary reason and objective being on such a dangerous planet is to take advantage of the dark side rituals and magics for myself. Talzin, a Datamirian female with white-colored skin and silver eyes, stood at 2.23 meters tall. Given that the average height of Datamirians vary greatly, it is not weird seeing one so tall. Even so, among her pairs and various subordinates, not many would reach her height, both within the females and males of her species, and of those Dark Sisters and Dark Brothers, enhanced by the ritual. What is going on outside? Thought the shaman, as some noises are heard from outside her living quarters. On the planet of Datamir, at a specific location within a cave-like structure, was what is known as the Night Sisters' Fortress. The Night Sisters' Fortress is the settlement of which the Night Sisters, led by Talzin, makes their home. Hidden away from most visitors and inhabitants, the cave provide warmth and appropriate spots to make home, with building built into grand pillars extending upwards and holding the roof of the cave. Various constructed stone pathways spiraling around and across the lake at the bottom of the cave. Currently, a commotion was happening from within, and the residents are unsettled by the approaching small army of droids just outside the periphery of the encampment. Most Night Sisters located here are warriors and are housed here from their birth and into the foreseeable future as well. What could be documented was the lack of males within, pointing towards this settlement being a matriarchy. While the droids set up outside the Night Sisters are confused, slightly distraught, and panicked about the situation, but ever the semi-trained combatants, they quickly arm themselves ready for combat. Those who live on Datamir know to stay away from the Night Sisters, and most residents and frequent visitors on the planet try not to associate with them. Going outside, Talzin assesses the situation, while her personal escorts are just outside ready to report what's going on. Some may be confused as to why no one had just entered her house. But without her permission, one simply cannot enter without her say, and one must wait until she is done with whatever she is doing. Most of the time, she would be using her unnatural connection to the Force, through her magics and special enchanted crystal orb that allows her to peer into the future, but she didn't foresee this incoming invasion. Mother Shaman, there appears to be intruders upon our sacred home. There are no other beings in sight, but multiple metal constructs, replies one of the many sisters. Something within the Force was telling her that this intruder was not as simple as they seem, but employing cannon fodder instead of oneself at risk on the battlefield is a very smart move against multiple semi-trained Force-sensitive individuals. Spread out on my command, I will announce myself to this threat and see what they have come here for. The planet and the Force is warning me of something, and it is unsettling. Talzin speaks, and sends out multiple commands throughout her ranks, while making sure she would be safe, for she still has not completed her ambition. At your command, Mother Shaman. Spoke in unison the several armed Datamirian females around her, slowly approaching, while at the same time proactively trying to sense the outcome of the situation and keeping an eye out for anything resembling a presence within the Force, whether one she is familiar with or not. She speaks out looking for a response. Intruders, you have come into our sacred home. I demand you make yourself known. Amplifying her voice through the Force to get her point across. I demand you make yourself known. A distance away from the main buildings of the Dark Sisters' fortress is the young human boy known as Anakin. I was not expecting such a welcoming, or maybe I was. Anakin thought as he was surrounded in a formation by several modified combat droids whom were prepared to defend their master. Getting ready to respond, Anakin, instead of amplifying his voice through the voice, does not have the proper technique or training in being able to pull off such a trick. Uses a device instead to not only slightly mask his voice, but make sure he is heard. My name is Anakin Skywalker, a human child that has come in search for the infamous power gifted by the special rituals of your people. His voice resounds throughout and echoes within the cave. Anakin Skywalker, a human child, has come to seek us out for our power, to use our traditional rituals for himself. This sounds like a trick of the Sith. Talzin speaks, but she cannot help but respond with some venom in her tone, vocalizing some of her thoughts. I am aware of your hostile attitude with the Sith Lord known as Darth Sidius. I also wish to discuss about some revenge I would like to take against the Sith and would like to destroy them. Still talking, Anakin uses some basic alignment tactics in his speech to have the Dark Sisters as a whole regard him as an ally, if only a temporary one. Oh, and what can you provide in helping me? My clan and the people I lead. Revenge for what? Talzin not falling into the temptation, while maintaining she is unconcerned by the kidnapping of her child. I only ask we speak on peaceful terms, as my main goal for coming here is to participate in the ritual that I have heard is to begin soon. Anakin replies, leaving the earlier topic of revenge, knowing Talzin would not speak about it in the open. I had come here before, and have lost faith in like-minded individuals from outside my people. Tell me why we should not engage in combat right now. Of course this is but a bluff, especially since the Force is warning her to not engage in combat. That ominous feeling is something she would trust given the nature of her powers. I wish to gain power myself, but I am also willing to trade some things in exchange. I also will say I will leave myself at your mercy with no protection if that will mollify your intent for battle. But be aware, if I am unable to return safely, it will come at a cost to yourself. A minute passes by, but eventually trusting in her powers, Talzin decides to agree and take this chance to see what the human child has to offer while at the same time ordering her members around to take some precaution. Can't be having a similar instance as with Sidious. Okay, your conditions are acceptable. Okay, your conditions are acceptable. Datamir, one might think, giving myself up and putting myself in potential harm's way is dangerous, but it may be the only possible way to alleviate the worries of the Dark Sisters. The Dark Sisters themselves are more aligned with the dark side of the Force, and would be better to make sure my intentions are known from the start, otherwise distrust will be present, and distrust will lead them into being cautious. There is also their own culture that works against me at the current moment. Their distaste of any male of their species, and it extends even past their species and onto others. That is their culture based around a matriarch, and the current matriarch is Talzin, who is considered both their spiritual leader, otherwise culturally known as their shaman, and serves as the general leader as well, also known as the mother. Despite their view of males to be used as breeding stock, I should be able to reform them given enough time and transform them into reasonable subordinates. For now, they would be acceptable allies until I start to turn them into my own army of Force-sensitive soldiers. Being led to another built-in spire-like structure that is also a supporting pillar for the cave's roof. Talzin is walking in front of Anakin with multiple other female Datamirian flanking Anakin on either side with a few more behind. What an escort! Are they that afraid of child? I shouldn't be that imposing, but possibly it could be a multitude of things, considering Talzin is supposed to be some kind of psychic that can see into the future. Deciding to speak up, Anakin starts to see if they would talk to him before any negotiations start. What a nice place you girls live in. Silence is given in reply, as no one wants to speak to the outsider. Upon entering the building, Anakin can see a few additions that he previously could not view before from a distance. The structure and the people. The Night Sisters, also known as the Witches of Datamir or Daughters of Datamir, were a clan and order of magic-wielding females. These dark side users were able to perform their arcane magics by tapping into the magical ichor that flowed from the depths of their planet. From what I remember of the history for the Dark Sisters came to be, according to a commonly told story, the first Night Sisters were trained in the ways of the Force by Alia, a female Jedi whom the Jedi Council had sent into exile on the mysterious planet of Datamir. However, the Jedi Council had no records of an exile named Alia, and the Night Sisters themselves had other contradicting tales about their origins. Even if she was not the founder of the Sisters, Alia also wrote the Book of Law that taught the Sisters to dislike the Jedi. The dislike for the Sith has only been developed very recently because of Sidius. When the Fromprath, a sentient, snake-like, six-armed species that came to Datamir and exploited the natural resources of the planet. The Night Sisters opposed this technological invasion, forming a symbiotic alliance with the Rankers in order to drive out the colonizers. They mounted them in combat and succeeded in driving the colonizers out of the soil of Datamir. Knowing that technologically advanced aliens posed a threat to Coven, the Night Sisters modernized some of their weapons, such as their energy bows. This is why today, even if the current Night Sisters aren't up to standards with the rest of the galaxy at large, they have remnants of their own advancements when it comes to their culture. This can be seen in their weaponry, overall in their clothing and armor as well. I happened to overhear some stories that was being passed around, legends to be specific about the feats different members of the Night Sisters supposedly achieved. Most stories were told to some children, of course mostly female, and the stories are based off of other female members. According to legend, the Night Sister Zeldin went after the Sith Darth Kaldoth after he stole a burial pod from Datamir. Zeldin attempted to manipulate Kaldoth into causing his own death out of revenge, but Kaldoth was aware of Zeldin's presence, exploiting their connection before trapping her consciousness within his mind. One of the Night Sisters' weaponry, though a weapon used more commonly by Jedi, the Night Sisters had adopted light whips by the High Republic era. Another weakness of the clans was their over-reliance on the planet's abilities, as they do get their powers from the planet. At least that was mostly during height of the Galactic Republic right now. Since their power was at its most potent on their home planet, the Night Sisters rarely ventured off-world. However, this changed when a sister named Talzin became the clan's mother. That is right, the very same Talzin leading me now to a location I am unsure of. Soon enough, within a few years, Talzin would turn the Night Sisters here into a mercenary group to the galaxy's wealthy citizens, and this would happen during the Clone Wars. Another instance, or semi-major event, was when the clan was forced to give up the young Asajj Ventress to the Sinatine criminal Halstead as insurance for protection. But it would seem just as a member could be stolen from them, they could others to make up for their losses. A couple years before the Clone Wars, Talzin would come to tell the witch of No Clan Falta to give up her daughter, Yenna. After Falta declined, Yenna slowly became frustrated with her mother's teachings, and one day left to join the Night Sisters in hopes of different teaching. As one could see, their culture has been influenced from the start from the person who supposedly created the Night Sisters, to the continued conflicts that reinforced their cultural development. This spoke Talzin, breaking me from my thoughts. Of course, I responded, as we have now come across a room not too dissimilar to a negotiations table. It seems they would like to talk a little more first. Please, child, take a seat. Thank you. You have been most accommodating. Good manners should count for something. I do not want to lower my position in their eyes, but I also shouldn't speak as if I am some superior. Good. Now tell me again, just so I know why you are here. Well, I too would be confused if a child starts a small Cold War. Anakin then starts to speak. I'm going to supply you with droids, whether they be used for protocols, combat, or for educative reasons. We do not need droids. Talzin says, I doubt that considering these droids could be used to improve the quality of life for you people, but I do have more things to offer. Like what? Talzin questions curious. I am aware that here on this backwater planet, that as powerful as you guys are, you lack the necessary technological advancements to help build yourselves up. The lack of a proper economy to the lack in population. Talzin thinks on his words and agrees. That is true, so I wish to exchange with you ships. Starships capable of transporting you and your people throughout the galaxy, along with droids. Anakin then continues. In exchange, I would like to participate in the ritual you have, but before that be briefed on what could happen. The advantages and possible disadvantages I could gain. Anakin thinks, I do have a general idea, but it is better to ask directly from the source. I do like your conditions, but you take so little compared to what we gain. I also wish to use Datamir as a planet to harbor my droid army. Thinking it over, Talzin comes to a decision. I agree. After the lengthy discussion, I was finally able to at least my primary goal of coming here. We'll get them to at least come to an agreement with myself in allowing me to go through their ritual. Immediately after that meeting took place, I was taken away and hurriedly shooed from the inside of the building. I guess they do not want me taking up too much of their time. They also inform me of when the ritual will take place, so I guess there is that, and I've been told I'm allowed to stay within, but I must allow surveillance on me for the entirety of my stay. Information other than when the ritual would take place and the location was what would happen in general, and the consequences if I were to fail in completing or getting to the end of it. Of course, there are also the projected benefits of partaking in the ritual. Death. Death is the absolute worst thing that would happen, and considering that the population has experienced a massive increase despite the many years that has passed since the creation of the settlement, one could presume most of this can be attributed to the ritual. In the end, only the strongest of the strong survive, whether that be in the ritual, which is quite unfortunate given most species do not just survive in through pure strength alone. Luck, mutations, and adaptations for different environments. From what I understand, the ritual is conducted by the spiritual leader, their shaman, and the participants are those who are younger, preferably before the age of 5. As if the ritual is done later in life, there are no benefits to be had other than it being a ceremony of sorts. This luxury would only be afforded to the females as well. Most of the practices of what the Night Sisters do is recorded in the Book of Law, a tome of moral and ethical teachings kept and modified by each clan based on an original created by Alia for her daughters. Then there was another form of magics practiced originating from Gethzerian, called shadow magic, was the provenance of the Night Sisters that did not require chanting or other primitive rituals. After the ritual is complete, it would be used to enhance one's features, increasing bodily capacity in areas like strength, speed, reaction, and other things which would result in the increase of their height, the rapidly development of their bodies, and growth and prominence in features like hair, horns, and larger, taller physiques. This was specifically done by Talzin on Savage Opress at some point in the future. The downside to the ritual, though, was the increase in sensitivity and becoming much more influenced by the dark side of the Force. Opress was especially transformed and made him into an avatar of primal anger. This is exactly what I was looking for. Why? Because I want to experience growth at an accelerated rate, because I dislike being a child again, but also the power increase I would get. Yes, the potential downsides does bring my expectations down, but I believe I would be able to mitigate, if not downright negate this negative through the use of my created mental defenses. All of this along with my hypothesis that it also somehow increased the force sensitivity of an individual, which I think would lead to an increase in your midichlorians per cell. Being able to grow faster with increased physical capabilities to speed up my progress will definitely help me. A few days had passed, and the time had come to participate in the grand ritual conducted by Talzin, with the use of dark side magics. Again, being somewhat confined and heavily monitored us, certainly annoying, it is a worthwhile sacrifice of freedom for what I will get in return. No doubt I am also of the same mind. I could be misled, but the feeling I get through the Force is definitely positive and I'll get what I want, so either way I win. I would go to my backup plan and just try and learn the ritual myself by stealing the Book of Law. Interrupted by being led into a deeper part of the cave. The entrance gives way to a ceremonial center or podium, and all around the center was Datamirian children, specifically the gender of male. Standing on the podium and all around the edges of the shallow, glowing water the children have been put into as Talzin. Anakin quickly hops into the special water along with the others, ages ranging around 3 to 5 years of age. Poor sods. There is barely anything I can do about, and I do not really want to help too much, either given a ritual like this is something I have next to no experience with. Children and my sisters, we are gathered here today to help further strengthen the members of our people. Talzin does not have to speak very loud for her words to be heard. We will begin the ritual shortly. Talzin starts to weird symbolic gestures, and the water slightly increases in brightness. The accompanying Night Sisters at the edges of the shallow pool also start to use weird chants in a language I have only briefly overheard the women doing in the epicenter of the fortress. The little boys are otherwise terrified, either because they're aware enough of the situation they have been forced into, or simply because they do not what is about to happen, and fear of the unknown is powerful. I'm starting to feel something within this water, similar to the Force, but unnaturally connected. The energy is converted from Talzin and the other participants into the water, then started to fuse into the boys one by one. The process seems painful enough for multiple to start falling unconscious. Anakin lets out a gasp as he too starts to feel pain spread throughout his body. Instinctively, he passively and actively pulls up his control of the Force and tries to cut off, or at least ease the pain by dulling his senses. It was no lie when she told me it would be painful, struggling for dear life, trying to make sure he not only survives the process, but is also able to maintain consciousness, but just like every other member, he is thrown to his knees and passes out. Let's just hope nobody will do anything to me. At least I have Survey Dash before he could finish that thought behead first falls into the water. Coruscant. On the planet of Coruscant, within the Galactic City, Senate District, the Jedi Temple built by the founding Four Masters is an iconic point of interest. The Jedi's knowledge, history, and other facilities including the housing of the Jedi Masters, Knights, Padawans, and younglings. Within one of the many small rooms used for the Jedi, sparse in decoration with next to nothing at all distinctly lacking color, but of high value and cleanliness, one would see a distinct diminutive, wrinkly, and old green alien. The Grand Master of the Jedi High Council and the Jedi overall, Yoda, floating above the ground in a meditative state. Jedi Master Yoda is practicing his use of the Force and trying to see into the future or at least feel the Force around himself. Despite the peace with the Galactic Republic, a storm has been brewing for a long time now, and it doesn't help the senses of the Jedi are clouded. Most, if not all, of the Order have been coming across a problem, the lack of foresight reliable enough for their future and the future of the galaxy. Troubled times have already begun to spread. When the Jedi truly noticed their inability to see and peer into the Force that could not identify the problem, the cause of such a disturbance. There was only one point in time with which they could feel a major event happen, and that was 5 years ago. That strong presence in the Force that seemed to cut through the haze and enter the minds of those truly attuned. Yoda himself and other masters, including all of those on the Jedi Council, felt it, and probably other Force-sensitive individuals whom have a strong connection. After that incident, a few younglings and Padawans who had high midi-chlorian counts had asked their masters or teachers what the feeling was themselves. This event of even younglings being affected further increased the possibility of the event being real and not orchestrated by any dark side powers. It happened again, just once more, right at this instance while Yoda meditated, but this time it was stronger, clearer, and much more pronounced, resounding with much more emphasis and power, no doubt, meaning more than just the most talented or powerful within the Force can feel this push. Unfortunately, he has the feeling that not himself or anyone would be able to locate the source just like the last time. A reason to avoid the call this time is the different in the feeling. Whereas this time it feels darker and not in line with the ideals or teachings of the Jedi. But also in spite of this, you want to investigate simply because the Jedi are the natural enemies of the dark side of the Force and their users. A small humming noise made in contemplation is made from Yoda. I wonder what would be best in the investigation. Should I? Or should it be someone experienced in the identification of the dark powers? Master Windu, perhaps. Yoda thought to himself. While Yoda isn't a meditative that had just been interrupted, various other Force-sensitive individuals within the temple also felt the pulse through the Force. All masters, most knights, and many talented Padawans, and younglings eager to question upon what they had felt. The curiosity only grew within both the adults and children alike, especially in those who had felt the first pulse 5 years ago. And despite the passage of time, it was a memorable event. I think Master Windu would do fine in the exploration of this presence. He is most experienced. Yoda, making his decision, internally calls out, and the preparation of the second meeting regarding the pulse would begin. The discussion would have the Jedi Master tasked in finding the source, but in the end, not being able to locate it. Frustration, anger, despair, and many other emotions mix together, but mainly those emanate from the diplomatic Chancellor Palpatine. The reason for the strong felt emotions fueling his dark side abilities was that pulse. The annoyingly powerful, irritating pulse through the Force. Punished, he was, and punished more for his failure of being able to come up with any results for that pulse. He believed he would be fine, unpunished by his master, too busy looking for ways to gain eternal life. But it seems in spite of his master's obsession, he had time enough to teach him a lesson he had learnt long ago. Now, it has come to attention and his master that the same pulse that appeared 5 years ago has made a reappearance, stronger than before and greatly more in tune with the dark side of the Force. Again, he had been reminded of this failure that was not supposed to be of much significance. Hate. He has come to hate this presence. And he meant when he finds the source, he would utterly destroy it. Vent his hatred towards it built over the years. He never knew his hatred for something he knows next to nothing about would reach this far, but that is corruption of the dark side influencing him and his thoughts. Power like the power he has does come at a cost, and unfortunately, it does not only affect the body, it also affects the mind. When I get my hands on whatever it is causing me so much trouble, Sidious in his thoughts bruise in anger. Sidious was not the only one to take some punishment. So too did his own apprentice he has been trying to cultivate, Darth Maul. In the mind of Sidious, his apprentice, Maul had failed him when it was meant to be his mission to succeed in, and by failing him, there are consequences. Physical and mental torture continued on a daily basis is nothing new to Sidious. Some other forms of punishment are created. Anyway, back to the point, Sidious was once again tasked with the same mission of finding the source. His master, even though obsessed with the idea of eternal life, has enough frame of mind to punish him and be even more increasingly interested with outside sources of interest. Anything with some connection to the dark side of the Force is another potential source of information or pieces of the puzzle for his search. While Sidious himself is also interested in many things to do with the dark side of the Force, including eternal life, he right now is more focused on building himself up to a position where his plans may come to fruition. Anything else could wait. At least he would have had more time until the interest of his master was piqued. The new general direction he has been able to sense has given him the ability to locate the system the pulse originated from. The only way he was able to even find the general location for the source was because of the nature of the pulse. It seems to originate from the Outer Rims region. I should have my apprentice I have been grooming investigate again. His failure might have been forgiven the first time with only a light punishment, but this time he had better not fail me again. Sidious within his expensive and high-class room on the planter of Coruscant. In the Senate district mulls over many things and uses his extremely powerful foresight-based abilities to plan around this disturbance. I can't be leaving because it is an interruption, but Maul would have to do for now. Reaching out to a communication device specifically used for his persona as the Sith Lord Sidius, he reaches and calls out to his apprentice Maul, because his apprentice is currently out training at this time, when he could be put to better use in search of the Source. To make up for his past failures, not only to himself, but for himself, he may reward him. Unfortunately again, no rewards would be had even if he completed the mission for his master, the obsessed lunatic he is. That would be his downfall. Sidious thought to himself in slight glee over the idea of usurping his master. The communication device beeps for a second and with no hesitation is immediately answered. Master, I was just finishing my training. Why have you called? A blue holographic figure appears from the device, and the figure appears in Sidious' face. Of course the features can be seen, but the coloring of the individual. But Maul is a Datamirian Zabrak with devilish features, spiked horns at the crown of his head, red and black patterned skin, with a signature burning yellow-red eyes that signifies one's alignment to the dark side. Yes, my apprentice. Letting the silence fall to create tension, as he is one for theatrics, Sidious then continues. I have called to task you with a mission. Sidious again pauses, but this time waits for an answer to reinforce his dominance over the teenage Maul. Yes, master, I accept. Maul does not hesitate to reply, within not a millisecond. Good. My apprentice, your mission is the same as the one taken 5 years ago that I used to access your progress. You must find the pulse and its exact location discreetly. Do you understand your task? Finishing off in a questioning tone in the end with slight undertones of what would happen if he failed again. Yes, master. Another reply that was answered with haste. You're to start within the Outer Rim territories, for that was where it was generally sensed, and do practice with some caution, as currently we do not have any information on who or what it is. I wouldn't want my favorite apprentice to die. Again, ominously, Sidious speaks to the holographic form of the Zabrak. I will not fail you, master. Good. You shall begin right away. Before Maul could reply, the communication was cut off. Now I just have to wait and see whether or not my apprentice can come up with anything. If Maul fails me, I have more than enough options to explore for my future apprentice. Back on Datamir. Arg. My head kinda hurts. Awakening to something akin to a morning hangover headache was the small form of Anakin Skywalker. Where am I? Wait, I remember. Slowly getting up and adjusting to his surroundings, he is semi-surprised by the room he is in. Yes, the ritual. The Dark Sister's magic ritual has been completed, and Anakin has no idea of the casualties and has no idea of the exact changes he has gone through, even with a general idea and other hypotheses made. Time to check myself. Getting up, Anakin spreads his senses within the Force to see if anyone can be detected around him through the Force. Nobody, at least no one, is in a close vicinity to me. Looking around the room, it is sparse, and he is the only one within. Obviously, the walls are made of bricked, smooth stone, which is the general architecture used in the caves of the Night Sisters' fortress. Getting up, he approaches the door and is not so surprised he is a bit physically off balance. I guess I went through a mini growth spurt, which is perfect for me. I did not mind a kid again all too much, but it would be much better to be full size again. Exiting the door, he enters a hallway, and at the end is another door, probably leading to the outside. Upon exiting, he is able to guess his general location is somewhere outside of the inner fortress. Wow, such generous hosts. Anakin approaches the water to see if he could see his reflection, but he could not. I doubt I look that much different, and it is much more possible I might have a brighter hair color or might more vibrant eyes, something like that. One thing for sure, though, is the height. It is enough to where I could feel a difference. There are other consequences to the completion and survival of the ritual. An example would be Savage Opress. Their magic was used or will be used sometime in the future to enhance his features. Longer horns, taller, and larger physique. These changes obviously came at the cost of turning him into an avatar of primal anger. I wonder how it would affect me if it would at all. Primary ingredients that are used for the ritual include their infamous water of life. Somewhat similar to how the legendary Fountain of Youth. It helps a person recuperate some severed damage. The water of life was a liquid used by the Night Sisters of Datamir to heal. Its ingredients included water, flesh extracted from the sleeper, minerals, and tree sap. Brewing the concoction was a rite of passage for a Night Sister. A Night Sister would use her Force abilities to awaken the sleeper, dominate it, and force it to remove a piece of its body. The body part would be boiled with water from the deep pools of the Night Sister fortress, and the other ingredients would be added. Quite a gruesome process, but I wouldn't expect any less from a magic-based force technique. Besides, the benefits from the ritual, at least to me, outweigh any disadvantages. Datamir. Within the inner sanctums of the infamous Dark Sisters fortress was none other than their leader, Shaman Mother Talzin. Only a few days ago, she had come to know of a seemingly prodigious child smart enough or mature enough to converse properly with adults. This human child was a surprise, considering most human children that age were stupid with little to no capabilities in emotional control. At first, it was the child being in control of the small army of droids that had come into their sacred cavern, but he was talented enough to be able to hide his presence within the Force from not only every member strong with the Force, but also herself. Her talents did not see the boy coming, and her foresight was a gift she cultivated and was most of the time right in her visions, but it had failed her before in the kidnapping of her son. This time was different, though. She foresaw Sidius coming and was at least able to tell he was Force-sensitive, but the boy interacted with the Force as if it did not sense him. Other surprises, like his goals of coming here to Datamir just for a potentially lethal ritual that would only give so much power, was certainly shocking. Even more so that I could not feel anything, and that kept me on edge. What the boy offered was enough, at least for now, to allow him to go through the ritual. He offered to help supply us with equipment to improve our quality of life. Droids, whether they be in tune with combat, medic, or otherwise other activities like teaching to improve general education. Certainly the deal was advantages for our side. In return, he would create an alliance with the Dark Sisters of sorts, where he would continue to support us in our development with grand and ambitious plans to take control of the planet of Datamir completely. He planned out well how to increase the population, giving example of other things to increases as well. Trade was brought as something important, and what he brought to the table was of value. An example being spacecrafts. He would in the future help supply spacecrafts of various kinds. Event though in general, it is not needed for the clan, it may be in the future. You may have even not survived. Most children do not, and I was unsure if even a human could participate and have the same or similar results. For all I knew, he could have exploded. The boy had confidence at least, or he did not show his fear. Again, that level of emotional control should be more than enough to set off alarms within anyone's head, especially at the age he was. Only 5 years old. At least he fit the requirements in being able to participate. The few days' wait was over, and when it came to the main event, he had showed up just as he had promised and wanted. The ritual included instructions passed down from their ancestor, whom had started out as a Jedi, but later became disillusioned to their teachings. So she supposedly recorded and created her own way through the use of the dark side of the Force and special magics that can over generations built up upon successive generations. The Book of Laws had a lot of details, and most of its magics included ritualistic and symbolic gestures with some connections to the Force. The ritual usually only increased physical capabilities when done on adults and did not increase one's sensitivity to the Force. The workaround was to start early, preferably at the age range between 3 to 5 years of age. Unfortunately, though, this increased the risk of fatality. This influenced their culture yet again, but making them value those who were strong. Unfortunately, my mate that I had chosen died shortly after my last child, Maul, and I, and become too old to continue having more children, so there was the need for another mate. Rituals done on children, both female and male. Despite the favoritism cultivated in the culture of Datamirian Zabrak for women, the chances of surviving were equal for both genders of children. This time, it was the males of their species, and only those chosen were of a decent Force sensitivity. They have ways to identify them through the magics, and do not need to rely on technology like the current Jedi to find children strong in the Force. Force-sensitive children are more likely to survive is the simple reason that they were preferred. The ritual this year would have gone like any other, and everything was going fine, even with the odd child out. Most children here were brought from either outside to ensure we did not do too much inbreeding amongst each other. They were scared. Some knew of the stories of what is to happen to them, or at least fantasized stories anyway. Most would not survive anyway, so it would be quite cruel to give them false hope. So I did exactly that. Once the ritual began, the usual panicking and cries of agony and pain also began, passing out left, right, and center, with many probably dying. What left Halsin and the others participating in the ritual, however, was the human child and his resilience. Undoubtedly, if he was a male Zabrak or of our culture, he would be a suitable candidate for the mate selection process. What happened next, however, was more surprising and quite frightening. The dark energies of the planet started to respond in more kind to my call. Know the call of the human child Anakin. The conductor, leader of the event myself, had lost control once the ritual started to affect him, and as if the Force itself was answering the call of its one true master, imbued itself into his being. The energy and pressure I felt, and no doubt my sisters as well, was great, forcing me to my knees. I hated that. As if I was to prostrate to a chosen individual of the planet, and it had to be a male. If only it was a female, even if of a different species, I would not have felt the disgust I did in that moment, as much I did. It had only taken a few seconds, but had felt as if a few days had gone by, but just as quickly as it started, it had finished. I cautiously approached the human child while the others either checked on the other children or helped to back up my approach. No words need to be spoken, and in sync with each other, the small group of women had gotten within physical touching distance. Reaching out her hand to the child, she was able to determine he was still alive, still extraordinarily so, and despite her reservations, she was shocked again. After that, Anakin had been taken to the outer parts of the fortress. Despite being a child and having the potential to permanently end him there in his state of vulnerability, again the Force had warned her against her inner thoughts. Dropped off outside, left to his fate, she had other things to attend to, and so too did her sisters. There was also that small piece of information about how he knew about my want of revenge. This partnership would surely be interesting. So had begun the beginnings of Anakin's empire-building plans. The dark side magics and the rituals done to enhance the Datamirian Zabrak Dark Sisters and Dark Brothers was dangerous, certainly, and had a minor disadvantage or inconvenience. The influence of the dark side on one's mind and emotions. Just what exactly had been influenced by the ritual, and it's what were its permanent effects. Anakin's desires, despite being more in control, because of developed mental control, had to now handle brewing emotions being influenced and increased that is culminative of his own desires, both from his old life and his new. From what he could identify, at least for himself, was emotions related to possessiveness or greed, and another identified as lust. Again, primal desires similar to Savage Opress, where he had become transformed into an avatar of rage or wrath and anger. He has now become similar, but instead of wrath, it was more in line with his traits. I knew I was a bit of a playboy, and I wanted to have more than one lover, possibly many, but this is a little intense and certainly tests my mental practice. Most of my desires, though, have been repressed due to my physical age, because I have not gone through puberty. I also know I will be going through it again at a faster rate, and will start earlier than what my biological age would suggest. The ritual, when done on young children, and if successful, would accelerate growth. At first, within the first year, one would appear 1 year older physically. Then within the second year, one would appear as if they were 2 years physically older than your biological age. Finally, 3 years after the ritual, one would reach a peak at being physically 3 years older than what they should be. Anakin, while his inner monologuing was going on, was moving away towards the exit of the caverns that housed the Night Sisters. The smooth stone created pathways, and beautiful, glowing water illuminates his path. Using and delving into the energy of the Force, he is able to tell there is a significant enough change to his ability to utilize the Force itself. It feels easier flows smoother with greater connectivity, and he feels his influence and power to manipulate within the Force is much stronger than it was before. Estimating the exact benefits to this increase, he believes it might have increased his midi-chlorian count by a third of what he had been born with. A 33% increase overall. Physically, he also feels much more powerful than what he had before. Along with measuring his newfound capabilities, it is estimated he should be physically powerful enough and capable to leap a meter off of the ground without the assistance from the Force. Finally reaching the exit, he could see the light of day expanded from just outside. So, it is currently daytime. That is good. I think I've been down in the cave for too long. I am much more used to an environment with heat and strong rays of light, but also the extreme cold of the nights on Tatooine. A droid quickly approaches Anakin as it was stationed just outside the entrance to the Dark Sisters' fortress cavern. Master, a quickly acknowledgement comes from the droid. I want a report of what has happened, but first tell me how long was I within the cavern for? Anakin commanded the droid and asked a question he was curious about. Report, the Master was within the caverns for 8-day and night cycles of this planet. So, I spent around a total amount of 192 hours within. That means I was unconscious for at least 3 days. They really do not care too much about what had happened to me or whether I had survived. At least they brought me some form of shelter. Furthermore, master the expansion that has been made for your business on Tatooine, and what was meant to be delivered to the Dark Sisters was already delivered a day ago. The droid furthermore explained. That is good. I do hope they find my payment to be satisfactory. Has what I have also asked about been investigated? Of course, I do not expect much results, but it would be good if anything was found. No, master. Only one such planet was located. Should we begin extraction of what is wanted? Well, that is unfortunate. That is okay. I will just have to do it myself. What Anakin is referring to is the location of a planet that would play a role into what he wants to do and experiment with in the future. There are 2 planets he wants to go towards. One such planet contains a special blue stone that would give non-Force sensitive individuals to use, in a limited capacity, Force abilities. The other planet, it seems his droids were able to find, was another one he was most interested in. There on that planet a species that was living and sentient, yet were but beings made up of material that was non-organic. Their entire beings and special way their midi-chlorians interact with things was interesting and could be used as least from what he hypothesizes is create life within a mechanical being. He could upgrade all of his droids to be capable of independent thoughts and freedoms, but of course he would still control them, and they would be loyal to him. He could also possibly help these droids become even greater, giving them the capacity to use the Force themselves. Imagine droids with a non-organic version of midi-chlorians infused into them, using those blue stones from the other planet to use Force abilities. Then he would not have to worry too much about the droids being incapable as they come learn outside of their initial programming. In no way would he be enslaving the droid, as he would be unable to control their actions, but what he could do is bind their loyalty towards him so they would not betray him. What Anakin didn't know, however, was that this would lead to a strange development in the future. Tatooine. I had helped fund Uprising, both furthering my own goals and helping out some other enslaved species along the way is a part of my goals. It helps that all I really needed to do was expend some of the resources I have currently accrued. I won't go into excruciating detail about the war, just that with my hands secretly working behind the scenes of it, I had profited. Scraps. Even though it could be considered trash, I had a chance to test out my newly developed droids and weaponry. Other things included the starship my corporation are starting to develop as well. The war he had supported was the uprising of the Yamri. After lots of battles with Anakin's assistance, things had moved along accordingly with what would have happened originally, just at a faster pace. The Yamri pulled strings with their allies in the Trade Federation to compel the Republic to stop the Kalish's retribution. After several backroom deals, the Republic decided to intervene in the conflict, and the Republic Judicial Department dispatched 50 Jedi under the command of Jedi Masters Chuka Dune and Jamar to mediate a settlement. The Yamri claimed that the Kaleesh were the aggressors in the conflict, and corruption ensured that the Galactic Senate pressured the Jedi to believe them. The Jedi did as they were told. They chastised the Kaleesh for their belligerence, ordered them to pay war indemnities, demanded the return of worlds they had conquered, and imposed economic sanctions. Several Kaleesh leaders faced war trials. Despite the Kaleesh's protestations that they were the victims, the war finally came to an end with a Yamri victory. Now, with the full support of the Republic, the Yamri reclaimed their erstwhile colonies. They destroyed those structures the Kaleesh had built during their occupation, including burial grounds considered sacred to the reptilians. The Kaleesh petitioned the Republic and the Trade Federation to put a stop to the desecration, but the Galactic government stood behind the Yamri. The Galactic Republic's response to the Yamri crisis established precedent for the use of paramilitaries by the Galactic government. Supreme Chancellor Finus Valorum cited the precedent in arguing for a similar response to problems on the planet Yinker. This work can also be referred to the Hook War that included Grievous, born as Kaimeen Jai Shilal. After the war had settled, you could say, I had offered him a seat on my illustrious droid army. So instead of the droid army he was originally a part of, he became a part of mine. Over the course of 2 years, since her child had seemingly gotten some help from an outside source that he refuses to tell her, she has come to accept her new position. With some effort, of course, because of her insistent need to reaffirm herself and be kind to others. Shmi was a simple woman who had grown up in slavery, and now as her life improved experiencing luxuries she has only recently grown accustomed to. Despite this, there are some things she has a lot of things she would trade up for and do herself to keep her peace of mind, especially since her body has been used to do physical manual labor. Generally, she would have to work at first as a maid, doing simple chores, but further along the line was elevated to a position, no matter how limited, could help her learn new things. In particular, technology. So it did not come as a surprise that after the inheritance of the business and setting up a junkyard shop, she was easily able to get into the grove of improving upon her limited skills in machinery. It helped that it was a junkyard at least at first, but soon after then top-of-the-line materials were sent, enabling her to thrive in and use her time to be a mechanic of sorts. She had become worried about her child despite everything pointing in the direction of him being capable enough to make his own decisions in spite of his age. As Anakin's mother, how could she not worry for his well-being? He goes off and explores space, or at least that is what she is told, but the first time he had left her, he had come taller, looking different from how she remembered him. He was gone for but a week, no less than 2, and had changed so much. Even if it was only in his height, it was still very telling of something that was wrong. But she had no other way to go about it, but accept the changes and move on. Of course, her Ani had at least given her some explanation as to what had happened. Logically, he was fine, and she had gotten multiple examinations done by their medical droids, if only to put her mind at ease. Other things had happened, like the development of their business to the increase of quality in droids. Anakin had been so kind to gift her a personal droid of her own, and he called it C-3PO. A simple translator droid meant to help me with the day-to-day business within the shop, as there were a lot of customers of different species with different languages. What she did not know about this protocol droid, however, was C-3PO was the start of Anakin's experiments with creating living machines, but that would be for another time. She had developed herself over the short few years, it had seemed, and had gotten to quite the degree in mastery over programming, mechanics, and electronics in general. Obviously, she had not achieved the same level of mastery her child had, but she could design and make things well enough. One thing she disliked about their products, though, were the weaponry, but she knew, especially on a planet like Tatooine, that weapons were of more importance over most other things. At least that was how it was at the start. Slowly the weapons transferred over to other things. Her Ani had come up with the plans and successfully implemented the ideas. Selling droids had become the new go-to within the business. The wealth built up had gone into reinvesting into the business that was promptly renamed Skywalker Industries. I could not believe that we had become good enough to become a legalized company within the Republic, so far as to have some stores set up within the capital itself. All because of my Ani. If before she had thought of her child as a genius or prodigy, now he may very well be a divine being in human form. Not that she knew, of course, the nature of his birth, being akin to space Jesus, but she had really begun to believe her child was meant for greater things. The credits she had accumulated had also indirectly gone into reinvesting into Skywalker Industries. She had given freedom to many slaves through simply buying them out. Of course, the now free individuals could do nothing to prolong their survival despite their freedom. So they had joined as employees for Skywalker Industries, again indirectly helping the business benefit off of slaves despite them not being slaves. Shmi has limited understanding of this, though, things that come to economics and accounting in general, so she left most of that stuff to Anakin and the specialized droids he created himself. She just helped in the management of said assets. Other weird things were witnessed across the galaxy that she had noted down herself. How worrying. This in turn increased some of their acts against those whom were not human, thinking the wrong done against them was because of that. The political situation on Tatooine was starting to get heated. Talks of some kind of slave uprising. She did not know what to think of that. On one hand, it is great that the people wish to rise up and break their chains, but on the other, it is incredibly dangerous to go against the current Hutt Empire. She would help in any way she could, and had been inadvertently doing so, as well by harboring former slaves now freed within their company. Many did not want to go against the name they have made for themselves. Shmi was kind, but she was anything but naive and knows all too well that without the army of droids they would be under much more scrutiny. Shmi also knows that criminal activity in the area they stay along with the slaves has become near zero. Again, thanks to their company, made droids. They had also very recently expanded into the shipbuilding trade, but that would be for another time to think about, because she is currently running a bit late for a meeting. A holographic one, but a meeting nonetheless. She is the standing CEO and owner, so she better get going. Coruscant. Cinar Fleet Systems, also known as SANA or Cinar Technologies, has been doing well for the past few years now, but an event took place 2 years prior that near took the current CEO's life. Naro Cinar was at one point a good CEO, then he had, after the attempt on the life of his son and himself, decided to step down from the position. This position was in turn given to his son, not because of simple inheritance, but a combination of that, and that the other members of the company had deemed Wraith Cinar to be fit to lead. Of course, what most of the board members for Cinar Technologies knew, he was the perfect choice, not knowing that it had given power over to someone from outside the company. That person being the mysterious blackmailer of the father-son duo. 2 years ago, the father was first approached before the incident that would have originally endangered his own and his son, Wraith's lives. Of course, he did not believe at the time, at least at first before the proof of Wraith's crimes were shown to him. No matter what Naro had seen, he still loved his son despite his legally gray behavior. Naro easily forgave him, but that did not mean the perpetrators of the attack did. While Wraith had escaped down towards the planet, he had been contacted again with no knowledge as to how he was contacted by the mysterious figure again. He promised to save the life of his son in return for basically selling his own soul to the proverbial devil. He readily agreed because of the mental pressure and strain, and quickly handed over his rights to many things while the call was recorded. He was saved, and so too was his son and the rest of the staff that helped navigate and maintain the cruiser Starliner they were on during their vacation-based trip. Naro was shocked to discover the same thing had been done to his son, but instead of offering to save Naro's life, the offer was to his Wraith from his pursuers. For the mysterious figure to know the content of Wraith's character to that degree certainly spoke volumes of his information network. Scary and terrifying was the being's ability to manipulate not only himself, but his son into a situation that cannot be escaped from, at least legally. They had essentially given away most of their assets and handed over the power over these assets and made them contracted slaves. What was surprising, however, was that despite this, the being never misused his authority over them in the legal sense or any other way. Not that would try to escape the contract, given the measures of severity in breaking the terms, or that everything would be handed over and they themselves would be left with nothing. No, this person was way too intelligent in the sense of manipulation, and Naro would think with his discovery of Wraith's espionage skills, he would be able to detect this. Strangely enough, he did not. Senior technologies had actually started to increase in profits once Wraith took control, no doubt in part his effort, but it was the backing of the hidden figure that helped the companies progress. Things they had been blocked to do were gone seemingly out of nowhere, and laws they may have impeded us that should not have or not enforced. This truly let them thrive, but he knew, making a deal with the devil has its price. Some of that price included unlimited access to their funds and whatever top-quality materials that had access to. New supplies were set up between themselves and a new company called Skywalker Industries. It would seem their hidden backer/blackmailer was in control of that as well, because of its success. It had recently been making a few waves, and he had also put forward some of his own personal funds to invest into it. What had truly gone back and forth was an exchange of sorts when they had been above and on Tatooine, which thankfully led to them making the right decision. The infiltrators had near instantly been identified as soon as he had accepted, and once they had detained them, questioning then again led to the figure being correct, reinforcing the evidence provided. The explosive device was in fact never activated, and despite everything, they got out alive. After that, communication had been moderately active between Naro, Wraith, and the hidden figure. Over the years, they had come to an understanding and now can be considered somewhat allies. Datamir, nicknamed the Rancor Planet, Datamir was considered a temperate and beautiful planet by human standards, with a varied terrain that included coastal lakes and tar pits, thick forests and snow-capped mountain peaks, powerful rivers and broad savannas, small ice caps, and dramatic rift valleys. Datamir had a deep history, with many stories revolving a legendary feminine figure that was especially told and passed down through the Dark Sisters, whom are the supposed descendants of such a character. At that time, however, a rogue Jedi Knight named Alia was banished to Datamir by the Jedi Council. She took the leadership of the survivors, teaching the ways of the Force to the exiles and eventually to her own children. In later centuries, Alia was remembered as single-handedly transforming Datamiri society, credited with enslaving the entire male population under her leadership, turning the Rancors from predators to friends, pets, and war mounts, and codifying her teachings in the Book of Law. Some accounts even seem to suppose that she was a lone woman within an otherwise entirely male population, but in reality, these practices may have evolved over several generations, and the parallel with the matriarchal social structure of the Rancors may be significant, especially given the symbiosis of the human warrior women and their mounts. Alia's leadership undoubtedly laid the foundations of a unique culture, dominated by Force-using women who regarded themselves collectively as her descendants, known to outsiders as the Witches of Datamir. Over the centuries, the total human population of Datamir grew to perhaps just over 5,000, based in a relatively narrow coastal area of one of the planet's continents where more than 90% of the planet remained unexplored. The Datamiri came to be divided into a number of reasonably permanent local clan communities, which took their names from significant geographical features such as Singing Mountain, Frenzied River, and Misty Falls. These clans, each just a few hundred strong, accounted for almost the entire planetary population, but there were also small numbers of exiles who lived outside the clan communities, including the planet's Darksiders, called Night Sisters, who at times existed in sufficient numbers to form a distinct clan. In total, the clans could probably put at least 1,000 warrior women into the field, each of them a trained Force user, and many of them riding Rancor mounts. Nowadays, the warrior women that come from the Dark Sisters has significantly increased. At least the potential number of warrior women have increased, all because of the introduction and appearance of the boy known as Anakin Skywalker. The strength of the Datamiri was discovered by the Jedi Order in around 310 years prior to now, when the Jedi Academy ship Chuan Thor crashed into a tar pit on Datamir. At some point, Datamir appears to have been part of the Republic and was classed as part of Queelii Sector, but eventually it fell into the space under the rule of the Drakmarians, which were another matriarchal warrior race, but this time methane-breathing aliens, for whom the planet held little real interest. A few generations ago, a small group of Iridonian Zobriks originating from Ratatak, where their ancestors had crashed in a star cruiser, were brought to Datamir during pirate raids. When the human Night Sisters discovered that they could interbreed with Zobrix, they isolated them to a small part of the planet where they could draw from them at whim. The Night Sisters also sold some Zobrix and Zobric-human hybrids, and even some of their own, to the Ratataki. Prior to the reign of Talzin, Night Sisters were known to utilize various male castaways for slave labor. Talzin restricted the use of males to the Zobric Night Brothers. That was among many of the things Talzin had changed, and it was just the start. With the aid of their benefactor, so to speak, they could change the way they do a lot of things. Of course, they like the way their culture has developed and are unwilling to change too much, but many things could be rearranged. So many things did. They had not needed to worry about high death counts anymore because of their lack of technology or education elevating their medical knowledge, such that could survive. No, they could do much more than simply survive. They could thrive now, and they have been throughout the past 4 years. With their population steadily over the years, and their progress in educating their children helped tremendously, but that had been more than that. They had begun to slowly take over the settlements around the planet, no matter how low in resources or population they were. The reason for this was to increase the pull they had on the planet to claiming themselves as the new rulers of the planet, and by having more people, the better it is. Of course, having a viable military force to back oneself up would help. That is covered by the Dark Sisters themselves, specially trained warrior women, and the multiple other people they could train in combat. They also had access to the droids graciously given, and or if they need more were borrowed, and supplied by their mysterious and young ally. Tribe after tribe they had been at it, slowly but surely establishing their dominance, and it sure does help once the supplier they had started giving them ships. It was very helpful, and Talzin had considered why the boy continued to help them, and perhaps had taken an interest in them other than the ritual afforded to him. Of course, she was not naive to think the boy did not have any plans for them. It was just the Force had helped here with her visions, and she could not see any for him. At least none so directly connected to him, but indirectly she could see how her people would benefit as a whole in the continued relationship with him. For now, there has been no signs of the boy leaving them or abandoning them in the near future, considering most of her visions provide her evidence, suggesting continued cooperation. Talzin had decided that his cooperation needs to be cemented, set in stone, and she has ideas of how to do this. These ideas of hers may very well break some of the traditions she has kept close at heart and grown up with and has passed down to others, but this would be the exception. She would just have to start increasing communication between both parties and try and set up a meeting because it would be necessary, but it would also be interesting to see his progress, his growth. Coruscant. It had been a weird and exhausting few years for the Jedi. Busy had they been with many things, but the galaxy at large, at least to them, was secure, safe, and most important of all to them, at peace. This was not 100% true, as there had been conflict happening on and off throughout the many years, and they had come into a lull of sorts, grown complacent in their position of power and secure in the knowledge that the peace within the Republic is continuing must mean their efforts were not in vain. While from the position of the Jedi, everything was going just fine. Meanwhile, there was a Sith Lord and his apprentice right under their noses. The Jedi Council had gotten a new member just last year, Ki-Adi-Mundi. Yes, the ever-small group of masters that sit upon the Jedi High Council where only the best of the best, most powerful within the Force and talented ever get to reach. The members of the Jedi Order had many positions within its metaphorical walls, but the most prestigious and sought after would be the High Council. Despite this position, there are not many qualified to reach this level. One such person whom had been qualified to join the High Council went by the name of Kagan Jinn. A Force-sensitive human male, was a venerable, if maverick Jedi Master, wise and well-respected member of the Jedi Order, and was offered a seat on the Jedi Council, but chose to reject and follow his own path. Adhering to a philosophy centered around the living Force, Jinn strove to follow the will of the Force, even when his actions conflicted with the wishes of the High Council. Born on the core world Coruscant, the capital of the Galactic Republic 48 years prior, Jinn eventually learned the ways of the Force as the Padawan of Jedi Master Dooku before ultimately attaining the rank of Jedi Knight. He would go on to take an apprentice of his own, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who adhered to the principles of the Jedi Code more than his own master. Although their relationship was sometimes tough, the two Jedi overcame early difficulties during a mission to Pijal, which concluded in Jin turning down a request to join the Jedi Council to continue teaching his apprentice. Kagan and his apprentice Obi-Wan had recently been ordered to meet with the Jedi High Council for something important. A meeting was to take place about an urgent matter, that matter being blockade created by the Trade Federation around the peaceful planet of Naboo. The galaxy at large was first exposed to the planet Naboo in the Backwater Kamal sector around 29 years ago, when subtext mining discovered rich veins of plasma. Members of subtext mining were hired by the King Bon Tapalo's opposition to conduct surveys. Sith Lord Darth Plagueis, in his guise of Higo Damask of Damask Holdings, visited the world to discuss mining rights. He visited with disgruntled members of the nobility, including Ars Verna. Plagueis was able to negotiate with the Naboo to expand their spaceport facilities and build a processing facility on the Salya River. Outer Rim construction and assembly was contracted to build the facility. As part of the deal, Plagueis agreed to finance Tapalo's election to the throne. Damask's support of Tapalo led to the Nubians' election as king and an opening of Naboo to interplanetary trade. King Tapalo and his chief advisors, led by Ars Verna, succeeded in negotiating a contract with the Trade Federation to ship out the plasma from Naboo and sell it to other planets along the Hydian Way. The deal with the Trade Federation allowed a great period of economic prosperity to settle on the Mid-Rim world, but the Naboo quickly begun to grow dissatisfied with the result. While they sold their plasma to the Trade Federation for fixed prices, the latter could sell the plasma at inflated prices on the open market, reaping much larger profits than the Naboo. As a result, a great deal of resentment against the Trade Federation developed on Naboo, specifically amongst the royals who had opposed Tapalo's election to the throne, led by Senator Vidar Kim. Secretly, Tapalo and his advisors had made a profit themselves for agreeing to the deal with the Trade Federation. Verna, upon his election as king of Naboo after Tapalo's term had ended, became intent on forcing a confrontation with the Trade Federation over control of Naboo's plasma resources. As such, he created a corps of Nubian-designed collective starfighters. He also planned to have the Trade Federation's part in the transport of plasma from Naboo taken over by the Hutts, namely his ally, Gardella Besadii, whose transports would move the plasma from Naboo to its client worlds under the protection of Black Sun and the Bando Gorah. The move was opposed by Naboo Senator Palpatine, who later split with Verna and convinced the young Padme Amidala, the popular governor of Theed, to run against the king in the following election. Amidala's platform concentrated on a renegotiation of the original contract with the Trade Federation, while Verna planned a more militaristic approach. Eventually, Verna was forced to abdicate, and Amidala won the throne by a landslide. In secret, Plagueis and his apprentice, Darth Sidius, the Sith identity of Senator Palpatine, had manipulated events to cause a crisis between the Trade Federation and its client worlds. With Naboo seeking to renegotiate its contract with the Trade Federation, they had what they needed to throw the Republic into chaos. Just as they had secretly replaced Verna by engineering Amidala's election, they placed their puppet, Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray, as the overall leader of the conglomerate by having the Trade Federation Directorate killed during the Ariadu Trade Summit. So close to when everything is to begin and spiral out of control. Anakin thinks over the events to happen in the near future. My planning and the practice I have put into my Force-related abilities should be enough so that by the time I want the things I want, everything would go smoothly. Coruscant, an ever-expanding trading alliance, the Trade Federation, headed by the Neimoidian Viceroy Newt Gunray, would purchase victories in the Galactic Senate with their immense resources. As an independent entity, they even had their own senator, Lot Dod, and went so far as to persuade the weapons inspectors of the Galactic Republic to ignore the arming of their one-time cargo craft. Secretly, the Federation had converted these shipment vessels into lethal battleships. The modifications were made ostensibly to defend against increasing pirate activity in the Outer Rim territories. Following the build-up, the battleships and battle droids largely replaced the Trade Defense Force and its marine forces. Gunray was granted a permanent seat on the Trade Federation Directorate following the acquisition of exclusive shipping rights of Lamite, or from the planet Dorvala 1 year ago. An invasion force of deadly battle droid soldiers was built in addition to the increasing number of the Federation's disguised warships by Bactoid Armor Workshop and heirs engineering on schedule, but at the cost of an exorbitant amount of credits. They were part of a plot quietly masterminded by Darth Sidius as part of his scheme to establish himself, beneath his public persona of Senator Palpatine, as Supreme Chancellor. Sidious had approached the Federation's Viceroy Newt Gunray and suggested a test for the new army. Gunray suggested Ariadu, but Sidious countered by suggesting the home of Senator Palpatine, a world which would not respond with force. Later, Sidious contacted them and ordered a fleet assembled. Deputy Viceroy Half Monchar left the flagship Sakike in a scout ship and took a Sith holocron with information about the impending blockade. Sidious' apprentice, Darth Maul, was tasked with recovering the holocron, which he eventually took from the Coruscant information broker Lormpavin. During the hunt for the holocron, Maul engaged and killed the Jedi Anun Bandera and his Padawan Darsha Asant, ensuring the secrecy of the return of the Sith. Kenobi investigated their deaths and suspected Black Sun involvement. When Kenobi returned to the Jedi Temple, he discovered that he and his master had been assigned as ambassadors to the blockade. 1 year prior, the Federation's opponents in the Galactic Senate were pressing Valorum to slow the trade organization. The Supreme Chancellor responded by calling for the disbandment of the free trade zones, albeit granting additional defensive allowances. Following the Ariadu incident, the Republic soon passed legislation calling for the taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems. The reason for this was twofold. It would serve to weaken the growing Federation and would recoup funds for the ailing Republic. Unfortunately for the Republic, the Trade Federation felt offended and was determined to strike back. The Federation also pursued alliances with the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Corporate Alliance, and Techno Union, groups which were also affected by increased taxation. Jedi Council member Adi Gallia monitored the actions of the Trade Federation following the summit, and it was her who alerted the Jedi Council to suspicious activities in the Naboo system. Naboo. Padme Naberry of Naboo, publicly known by her regnal name, Padme Amidala, and also known as Her Royal Highness, Queen Amidala of Naboo since a year ago, or more commonly known as the third year after the Great Resync, was the younger daughter of Rui and Jobel Naberry, and the sister of Sola Naberry. Padme grew up in an isolated mountain village where her parents instilled in their children high virtues like self-sacrifice and care for the socially weak. Her family moved to Theed when she was young, and Padme attended the best schools available to her, enjoying occasional class retreats to Naboo's Lake Country. In her youth, she volunteered for the refugee relief movement, like her father had before her, and journeyed to Shadabai Baran to aid in the relocation efforts of the natives. Sadly, many of these refugees died when they were unable to adapt to life on another world. Following this, she entered the Legislative Youth Program, where she met a young man named Palo. A brief, innocent relationship followed, but the pair parted ways when Palo became an artist and Padme continued in politics. She never forgot her past or her heritage. However, even after she reached the top, Amidala still maintained her village's tradition of painting her thumbnail on each hand stark white, a small but notable sign of her dedication to her family. Amidala's rise was meteoric. She had joined the apprentice legislature at age 8 and became a full apprentice legislator by age 11. During this time, she first met Celia Chesson, her workshop mentor. 1 year ago, at the age of 13, Padme Naberry had become Princess of Theed and was extremely popular, rallying those opposed to the rule of King Ars Veruna. She became involved in a relationship with Ian Lego, the young son of Varuna's prime counselor, Kuan Lego. Lego's father opposed a match, but it ended of its own accord when Verna abdicated and Amidala accepted to enter the race to succeed the king. Her bid for the throne had initially been suggested to her parents, and subsequently discreetly backed by Senator Palpatine, who wished to see Verna lose the election for his own reasons. Although prodigiously talented, Amidala, at 14 years old, was still not the youngest queen of Naboo to ever be elected. Once elected queen, Padme took the name Amidala and amended the constitution to limit the rule of elected monarchs to 2 terms, in light of Aruna's unpopular long rule. Her birth name was Padme Nayberry. Amidala was actually a regnal name. In her guise as Queen Amidala, she appeared regal and austere, but as Padme, she was headstrong and compassionate. It appeared that her birth name was not public knowledge. In a lengthy communique assembled by Supreme Chancellor Valorum's aide in the current age, the Republic diplomats and intelligence officers who contributed listed Padme as one of the Queen's handmaidens and only referred to the Queen as Amidala. The notion that the handmaidens' true purpose was to serve as the Queen's decoys, suggested by a Senate security officer based on irregularities in the Royal Starship's passenger lists, was dismissed as outrageous. Amidala's cadre of handmaidens, young women of a similar age and with a striking similarity to her, acted as bodyguards, decoys, and confidants to their mistress, roles devised by Amidala's head of security, Captain Panica, who insisted the new queen be trained in self-defense and weapons usage. While Amidala was queen, her handmaidens included Sabe, Urti, Rabe, Yane, and Satch. Thrust into a position of authority and power, Padme had to prove herself, or at least she felt like she had to. With great power comes great responsibility, or so she has learnt. Living on this planet that she had come to know as her home, she had many things she wanted to do, many things she wanted to change, but it seems during her tenure she would be coming across many problems, including the predicament she is in right now. A blockade conducted by the Trade Federation had started, and she had minimal information about how to go about a situation like this. She had many experiences in her very short lifespan, but now similar in nature to what is happening now. I do suppose this is a diplomatic-based event, but how could my planet, my people be ready to face such a threat? To understand her thoughts, one only need to look at Naboo's military. It has been traditional that the established, peaceful nature of the people of Naboo did not do anything that contradicted their way of life. So having a military capable enough to defend their own planet was a shortcoming. With no force strong enough in either quantity or quality that could not engage in and be combative about the situation. Of course, she has her own personal guards, so as to protect her from harm, and she herself had been trained in the event she were in dire need of protection. Most other queens that had succeeded the throne she sits on now would not have been able to survive without some level of training. They had not required or needed an army to defend themselves for a long time now, and this has made the people somewhat complacent in their place within the galaxy. With protection provided to them from the Senate, at least the aid that should have been given they would be safe. About 5 months after her election and 1 year ago, she had been faced with what would become one of the most significant problems in Naboo history. In protest of the Galactic Senate's decision to tax users of the galaxy's trade routes, Viceroy Newt Gunray of the Trade Federation enforced a blockade on Amidala's homeworld, Naboo. With few resources of its own, Naboo relied on imports, and the blockade served as the perfect example of the Republic's reliance on trade. Amidala tried to use diplomatic and political means to rid her planet of the Trade Federation, yet it was all in vain. The Viceroy, secretly following the orders of Darth Sidius, avoided direct diplomatic efforts. Not that Padme knew this, but what she did know was if she did not receive any type of help soon, she would be in huge trouble, and so too with the rest of her people. Her desire, her drive, and ambition to do things great, king, and so much more, but she had to inherit this problem. From what she knows, ambassadors from the Republic are being sent her way. She had sent for help discreetly. She would receive some help discreetly through Chancellor Valorum, and she has no clue as to whom they may be. Coruscant. Darth Sidious, also known as Chancellor Palpatine, the insidious mastermind behind the blockade of Naboo, had many plans. Many plans that had gone oh so right. He had finally done it. Rid himself of his detestable master, with which he had no more to learn from. At least that was what Sidious told himself to keep his sanity. His benevolent master did not pass down all of his knowledge, his teachings despite being his apprentice, all because of his obsession with eternal life. Killed him in his sleep. No mercy, just like he had been taught. That left him freedom, true freedom like nothing ever before, and it was one the sweetest of things he would ever taste. He would savor it, but he had more to do, more of his ambitions to continue with. His overwhelming desire to create his very own empire. He would be at the top, controlling everything, everyone, and he would absolutely dominate it all. Unfortunately, he would not be able to enjoy his empire without a young body, as with his younger body, he could truly get into the joys of life. Not that he already does not. Back to his plans, one of his many plans where he manipulates and takes advantage of as many people as available for his considerations to work. One of his main plans, the blockade done on Naboo by the Trade Federation, orchestrated by his hand. Sidious, as Palpatine, moved to seize power from Supreme Chancellor Finus Valorum, who had virtually no political power and counted Palpatine as a close friend and ally, allowing for Sidious to easily manipulate him. In need of pawns for his plans, but preferring a mysterious, hooded presence through holographic transmissions rather than direct communication, Sidious contacted the galaxy's most powerful beings and convinced them to do his bidding with promises and threats. To that end, Sidious was also able to manipulate Newt Gunray's rise to the position of Viceroy of the Trade Federation and convince the Trade Federation to obey him by promising wealth. Ordering the Federation to construct a droid army, Sidious also helped the Geonosian Poggle the Lesser rise to the position of Archduke of Geonosis and controller of their droid foundries. With Sidious's backing, Poggle produced millions of B-1 series battle droids for the Trade Federation military. This helped further his plans, and through holographic communication, Sidious conspired with Viceroy Gunray to blockade the planet Naboo in protest of the Senate's taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems. Sidious had secretly been behind the Senate bills around taxation, including the voting sessions that ended in Federation defeats and victories, while Gunray falsely believed Sidious was working towards Federation victories all the time. The Trade Federation initiated the invasion of Naboo on the orders of Sidious, who also instructed Gunray to kill Chancellor Valorum's Jedi ambassadors. When Gunray questioned the legality of the invasion, Sidious simply stated that he would make it legal. That is right, ambassadors that he became aware of that he wanted to put a stop to because they would most likely ruin his plan. Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic. The taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict. Grievous, born as Kaimin Jai Shilul, was the cyborg supreme commander of the droid army of the Confederacy of Independent Systems in another timeline, another universe. Grievous was originally a Kaleesh from the planet Kaylee, where he lived his early life. During the Kaleesh conflict against the Hook, Kaimin Jai Shilul quickly learned the art of war, specializing in a slug-thrower rifle. Quickly amassing a great number of Hook kills, he became a demigod among his people. He eventually met the female Kaleesh Rondaru Lidgecomer, a master with the sword. The two became very close before Comer's death at the hands of the Hook. Heartbroken, Kaimin Jai Shilul renamed himself Grievous and turned all his anger and grief toward the Hook. Aided by his elite, he forced the Hook off Kaylee and then swarmed their homeworld, conquering them. The Hook turned to the Galactic Republic for help, and the Kaleesh were forced back to their own world by the Jedi and left to starve. Grievous did not do all of this without some aid helping him within a background, though. The body he had met with all those years ago had him joining the boys' cause. Unfortunately, even with the aid of his new leader, he had been defeated, and so too his people along with him, despite his legendary status and capabilities. Helped him he did, reforming his body anew with some top-of-the-line mechanical parts enhanced and created by his now leader, Anakin. Grievous was told that he had come to help him and bring him into his fold, his army he would be amassing to free people of slavery. Grievous himself was not against the idea of saving some helpless souls, and when it had been revealed to him the scale of this operation and what he would be lead into, he became excited, being left to help train the droids as they seemed to be alive, as if they were truly aware of their surroundings, of their leader and his goals, wants, and desires. Grievous would be lying to himself if he said he did not fear the boy. Grievous himself was bored and craved for some action, but it would not come for him, at least not yet, but he could entertain himself with his sentient droids. Fortunately, there were only a few, and not all of the army was like this. Grievous had heard Anakin say resources were limited, and he could only grant life to a select few elite droids. Then I will plead our case to the Senate. The Queen replies while following the Jedi out into the open space of the hangar bay, simultaneously saying to her counselor, "Be careful, Governor." Back within the hangar, everyone advances towards the droids encircling the pilots held captive. The captain of the guard says whilst pointing in the direction of the cluster of droids and people, "We will need to free those pilots. I will deal with that." Obi-Wan replies as he nudges the captain's gun downwards. Kagan continues in another direction, approaching the commanding droid. "Halt!" comes the synthesized voice of the droid. "I am ambassador to the Supreme Chancellor, and I am taking these people to Coruscant." Kagan replies. In turn, the droid questions, "Where are you taking them?" "To Coruscant." The droid stutters a bit. "Coruscant? That doesn't compute." The droid then points a mechanical finder towards Kagan and exclaims, "Wait, you're under arrest." With no other words exchanged, Kagan ignites his lightsaber in a flash and engages the droid, splitting in half before getting to work on the others. Obi-Wan is also quickly dispatching the rest of the droids, holding the pilots captive with the droid barely able to fire some shots off. Other droids start firing at the group as they board the spacecraft. Kagan reflects the shots fired in defense of the others, and after Obi-Wan has finished off the droids around the pilots hastily get up and escape. Most of the pilots head for the same ship the others boarded, while others head for their own ships. Everyone manages to get aboard, including the two Jedi and their companion Jar Jar. "Now stay here and keep out of trouble," Obi-Wan says to the lone Jar Jar as he leaves him with some astromech. "Hello, boyos." Jar Jar greets the astromech. Within the pilot's area, Kagan rushes inside to see the current pilot and the captain of the guard. They zoom past the atmosphere of the planet easily with barely any resistance, but they have yet to pass their greatest obstacle. "There is the blockade," says the pilot, as everyone within the room stares out into space where a fleet has them surrounded. One of the ships starts a fire in their direction, and a shot, unfortunately, is able to land, damaging their ship. "Shield generator's been hit," the pilot exclaimed. The astromechs within their parking area activated as soon as the alarm was heard. Multiple of them quickly made their way to the deploy shaft to do their jobs. On top of the ship, the droids hard at work are going as fast as they can to repair the damage. The astromech droids were being destroyed one by one, and not in a slow manner, but very fast, and Obi-Wan could see that. "We are losing droids. Fast. If we can't get the shield generator fixed, we will be sitting ducks," the guard captain says. Another explosion is heard on top, and with only one droid remaining to repair the ship, this puts them into a desperate situation. "The shields are gone," the pilot says. The silver and blue pattern droid gets to work, reestablishes and repairs the broken shield generator successfully. The pilot is surprised. The power's back. That little droid did it. It bypassed the main power drive. The fleet continues to fire upon them. Deflector shields up at maximum. It's a success. They escaped the blockade, but a problem has been brought up by the pilot. There is not enough power to get us to Coruscant. The hyperdrive is leaking. We will have to land somewhere to fuel and repair the ship. Kagan says to everyone, awaiting ideas. "Here, Master, Tatooine, it's small, out of the way, but the Trade Federation has no presence there." Obi-Wan directs to his master. "How can you be sure?" The guard captain questions. "It's controlled by the Hutts." Qui-Gon replies. "You can't take Her Royal Highness there. The Hutts are gangsters. If they discovered her dash, the guard captain says in concern, it would be no different if we landed on a system controlled by the Federation, except that the Hutts aren't looking for her, which gives us the advantage. Kagan interjects. Within another room of the cruiser, everyone has gotten aboard in. The Queen sits upon a chair within the back center of the room while Kagan, Obi-Wan, the captain guard, and the astromech droid that survived were present. An extremely well put-together little droid, Your Highness. Without a doubt, it saved the ship as well as our lives. The captain guard speaks to his queen. It is to be commended. What is its number? The queen asks, taking a quick glance at the astromech droid's number before replying. The guard captain then says, R2-D2, Your Highness. Thank you, R2-D2. The queen thanks the droid while R2-D2 replies in a series of synthesized beeps and humming sounds indicating its response. The queen continues. Padme, one of the queen's handmaidens, identified by her name, Padme, steps forward from behind the queen. Clean this droid up as best you can. It deserves our gratitude. The queen tells her handmaiden. Continue, Captain. The captain turns towards Kagan, expecting him to speak up about their current problem. Kagan then steps forward. Your Highness, with your permission, we are heading for a remote planet called Tatooine. It is in a system far beyond the reach from the Trade Federation. I do not agree with the Jedi on this. The captain disagrees with the Jedi's decision because of the potential danger against his queen. You must trust my judgment on this. Kagan insists. Within another room, Padme, the handmaiden to the queen, diligently cleaned the astromech droid that had helped save all of their lives, is disturbed by an intruder and introduced to the Gungan named Jar Jar. That's it, Tatooine. The captain informs everyone within the cockpit, nearing the scorching planet of Tatooine. There is a settlement. Obi-Wan comments. And near the outskirts. We don't want to attract attention. Kagan continues. Their pilot take them to the outskirts of the settlement they have located, the cruiser finally landing on what could be their salvation. As they land, the cruiser's landing gear comes out. Within the ship, Kagan enters the same room as Obi-Wan is in while dressed up in a different outfit. One that is distinctly gray. The hyperdrive generator is gone, Master. We will need a new one. Obi-Wan directed towards his master. That will complicate things. Be weary. I sense a disturbance in the Force. Kagan says, I feel it also, Master. Don't let them send any transmissions. Kagan, R2-D2 along with Jar Jar head off into the settlement. The sun doing murder to Mesa's skin. Jar Jar complains. Wait. Kagan and Jar Jar turn around to face the voice that called out to them. Wait. Turning around, they identify the person whom had called out to them as the guard captain, and alongside him is another person. Her Highness commands you to take her handmaiden with you. The captain continues as he meets up with them. No more commands from Her Highness today, Captain. The spaceport is not going to be pleasant. Kagan replies. The Queen wishes it. She is curious about the planet. The captain emphasizes. Kagan sighs as he thinks it over. This is not a good idea. Stay close to me. The handmaiden Padme joins the two and R2-D2 to explore the spaceport. After a short walk under the grueling twin suns of Tatooine, they make their way into the settlement. Moisture farms for the most part. Some indigenous tribes and scavengers and a few spaceports like this one are havens for those who don't wish to be found. Kagan directs his explanation to Padme. Padme responds, like us. This is very, very bad. Jar Jar comments while stepping in some dung. There are many people of various races spread throughout the area, most traveling in groups. Qui-Gon's group travels further into the spaceport. Looking around, Kagan vocalizes his thoughts. We can try one of the smaller dealers. Kagan walks into the direction of a small shop with the name emblazoned just outside. Skywalker Technologies was engraved on the outside of the shop. Kagan tries to remember something at the back of his mind, but can't seem to place it when seeing the word Skywalker. Well, let's try first. Within a secluded workshop, a boy that looks like a teen is working on various bits and pieces, reconstructing a droid to make it better in some capacity. This young man is 1.5 meters tall and has sandy blonde hair with bright blue eyes. This teen is Anakin. I had been planning for a while now and had gotten the required things necessary to start a relationship with Qui-Gon Jinn when he undoubtedly comes to this very same shop. I did not do much to upgrade the exterior, knowing full well the reason he originally entered Watto's junkyard was because he would try smaller dealers first. Of course, I could have changed it to make it look more extravagant, and he may have in the end come to a bigger dealer if he knew the Skywalker name, but I was not willing to take the risk of not being able to become a Jedi. All that knowledge is there for me to take. How could I leave it? So I had restocked on the supplies I know the group coming here would need and would semi-manipulate the events to go similarly to how it might have gone. This is so my knowledge of what is to happen in the future is not tainted. But I do know that is unlikely to matter, and everything should have changed a lot without my influence. I may very well be the icing on the cake. Another reason is because I could not help but be excited at the prospect of meeting an important character, Padme. So I restricted myself a bit in my actions to ensure I get to meet her. It won't go the same considering my now different look form how I should appear, but that is only better for me. For now, though, I had got my mother to stand in at the front of the shop to greet these customers in specific because she would be taking Watto's place instead. I would soon make my appearance, but I currently have other things I would be working at that time. The pod races. Pod racing was a dangerous racing sport performed by repulsor crafts known as pod racers, which were small, one-man craft propelled by large engines. Popular on planets such as Malastare, Kurgans, Theron, Kintonica, and Tatooine, individuals who competed in these games were also known as pod racers. I plan to show off a bit of my skill, and would have to try act a way similar to my age, but not similar enough that it would be a turn-off for Padme. But from what I know, she did find the original cute, especially when he said that cheesy pickup line. So it shouldn't be too hard for me to persuade her for various purposes, and one of those purposes is to propose some sort of agreement with the Naboo. I would like to try and slowly take over that planet as well, and make it a part of my future empire of sorts. I have grown ambitions outside of continuously growing in power, physically, mentally, and spiritually within the Force. Growth is a part of the process, but desiring to achieve something should be a part of my goals. Right now, I am working towards freeing my people, in a sense, freeing the slaves of Tatooine and controlling the planet, and I am not too far off from achieving this goal. Only within a few more years would I be able to accomplish this. The problem is, where do I go from there? In what greater direction than taking over and developing a lot of planets that are abandoned or otherwise incapable of growth due to economics, geographics, lack of population, or not enough militaristic might to overcome a lot of problems. So that is what I would do, not become some sort of savior, but I doubt I would not be seen this way, but a sort of pioneer for a greater future for myself and those around me. Sounds reasonable enough for me, and it starts with declaring myself the sole sovereign of Tatooine. Within the shop known by the locals as Skywalker Technologies, the Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn and his companions, Jar Jar Binks, Padme the Handmaiden, and R2. D2 walk into the store and are greeted with the sight of a beautiful woman sitting behind a desk working on some type of mechanoid. A chime rings in the background, alerting the woman of their presence, and she begins to speak in Galactic Basic. "Hello. Welcome to Skywalker's Technologies. How may I help you?" she asks politely. Qui-Gon gets straight to the point. "I need parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian." "Nubian? Well, if you would let me check, I would be able to tell you if we have any available." The woman in reply says, then directs her voice elsewhere. "Ani, please come here. We have a customer." The others start to look around the clean and tidy shop, noticing the various mechanical bits and pieces from droid parts to weaponry, even fully constructed droids ready to be purchased and activated. My droid had a readout of what I need. Qui-Gon continues. Within a few seconds, a teen human boy appears from around the inner outside of the store. He is of around 1.5 meters in height, with a very strong-looking physique, and the others are a bit stunned by his appearance. From his eyes being blue in color, and his hair being an ethereal sandy blonde. He looks like he could be a model of some kind, given his beautiful appearance, not taking into account his movement and the way he carries himself. Most of the group are stunned, none more, so then Padme with Qui-Gon stunned just behind her, but for other reasons. Ani, would you be a dear and watch over the store for me? The beautiful woman asks the teen. Sure, mother. The boy whose name or nickname is identified as Ani replies. Why did I not get any droids to do this instead? Well, hindsight is 20/20. Anakin thinks to himself. Anakin looks over the group before taking a seat at the entrance of the storefront behind the very same desk his mother was behind. Please come this way. Anakin's mother directs. Before Jar Jar could touch anything, Anakin speaks out loud so the Gungan could hear him. I suggest you do not touch anything over there. You do not want to get shot, right? We have multiple security measures in place to stop stuff like theft from happening, and you are about to do would be considered as theft. Kagan was just about to reprimand Jar Jar, but he beaten to the punch, while Padme, still distracted, continuously stares at Anakin. Kagan, along with R2, D2 follow the woman out back, while Jar Jar and Padme stay with the teenage-looking Anakin. Should I say the line? Padme is staring rather intensely at me. She is not subtly at all. Anakin thinks to himself. It would be a bit embarrassing to say it. Anakin is currently looking away from Padme, focusing on something else, whereas Padme takes full advantage and stares, thinking she has not been noticed yet. You know, with you staring at me like that, one would start to wonder. Anakin says, directing his voice towards Padme. Padme blushes a bit, either because of the heat or something else, before recomposing herself. Oh, sorry I wasn't polite. Hello, my name is Padme. Of course, her training did help her in this situation to avoid any awkwardness. Hello, Padme. My name is Anakin Skywalker. Skywalker, like the Skywalker on the outside of the shop? Wait, I think I have also seen that name in other places as well. Padme recognizes the name, but cannot seem to place it other than the connection between the young man and the current store's brand name. So what are you guys here for? Anakin questioned Padme, knowing full well the answer. Well, we're here to get some repairs done for our ship, and we thought we would try a small shop first. Padme answered. Smaller shop? Do you not know that this shop you have entered isn't considered a part of a small company? The name Skywalker must not ring any bells. Anakin says in a questioning tone. No, I do know or recognize the name, which also happens to be your last name. I just can't place where I have heard of it. Padme admits. Well, you're standing in the original shop that started the Skywalker Industries brand. Skywalker Industries? The Skywalker Industries. No wonder I recognize the name. You guys make weapons and droids, very recently adding in starships to your products. I have to say, I dislike the corporation you are a part of. Padme passionately says, because we help people in wars? Or that the droids and weapons we produce can be used in a violent way. These things can be used in more than an aggressive way. They could also be used in defense, but I must admit weapons can be used for activities you dislike. Anakin explains, the Naboo are a peaceful people, but I do understand the use of weapons in self-defense. Padme states. Anakin asks, you do you? In the background, the even clumsy Jar Jar starts to mess around with a small droid, which results in a small scuffle between the two. Hit on its nose. Anakin tells Jar Jar, wait, didn't this originally happen? We met back up with Shmi and Kagan going through the back storage area. A Nubian hyperdrive generator? We seem to have some parts around, but I'm unsure if there is any with us here, and I'm also sure that no one else has the generator you're looking for here on Tatooine. Shmi tells Kagan as they walk through the storage within the back. You might as well buy a new ship, because the cost for a new generator of a ship of that model will cost you. That does remind me. How are you going to pay? Shmi continues. I have 20,000 Republic dataries. Republic credits? Republic credits are not taken out here, and the credits you give me now will be of no use within a short time frame. It is better if you have something else, because I can't accept credits for this store in particular. Shmi denies. That is unfortunate. I do not have anything else, but credits will do fine. Kagan tries to use a Jedi mind trick, but for some reason it does not work. What? Is she force sensitive? I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I cannot take the credits. Shmi insists. Again, gesturing with his hands, Kagan tries again. Credits will do fine. Shmi insists yet again. I insist that the credits you are offering are useless to me right now. I simply have no need for it. Getting a little upset, Shmi responds again. I do not know what you're up to, but if you do not have a method to pay, then I suggest you either leave or take your credits elsewhere. Maybe you might be lucky enough to find someone else with the part you need, but I doubt it. Shmi has had her fair share of unruly customers and those who would not pay. From being short-summed to having the wrong type of money, she would, or even could accept she had gained an attitude suited to a businesswoman. Kagan looks down for a bit before recomposing himself before facing Shmi and giving a small smile and head nod before turning around with our D2 following him to the entrance. Anakin and Padme were continuing their conversation while Jar Jar was messing around. "We are leaving," Kagan directs to Padme as she sees him walk in. "Jar Jar." He also says to Jar Jar, whom is messing around while swiftly walking towards the door that doubles as the entrance and exit from a store. "I'm glad to have met you, Anakin." Padme follows after Kagan with a smile on her face. Anakin responds as she is leaving. "I guess I was too." Jar Jar follows behind R2, D2, whom follows behind Padme as they all leave. Anakin's mother walks from the outside towards her child. "Honey, they seemed a bit lost on what to do. I do not want them back here because of that man whom tried to intimidate me." "Did he?" Anakin asks. "He did not have the right money we use here, and, we don't accept Republic credits here on Tatooine, even if we could use it back on Coruscant. Right here it is useless." Despite her kind nature, her few years working within a business that is surrounded in an area by known criminals, she would gain an edge to her character. "I am sure that they come up with a solution. I think we should finish up here, then head home. I'm sure C-3PO can handle things here for a while. We can take a break." Anakin offers. "Okay, if that is what you want." Communicating back with the ship, Kagan calls in to the pilot's cabin. Obi-Wan responds to his call. "And you're sure there is nothing left on board?" Kagan says in a questioning tone. "A few containers of supplies. The Queen's wardrobe, maybe, but not enough for you to barter with. Not in the amount you were talking about." Obi-Wan replies. "All right, I am sure another solution will present itself. I will check back later." Kagan disconnects from the device and puts it away and is about to head off into the streets again. Before they could head off again, Jar Jar decides to voice his thoughts. "No again, no again. These whereabouts are quasi." Jar Jar gestures with his hands near his head, doing circles. "We shall be row-bed and crunched. Not likely we have nothing of value. That's our problem," Kagan quips. The group once again sets off into the streets of Mos Espa. While doing so, the group passes a food stand with various alien grub up for sale, and Jar Jar being the clumsy Gungan, he decides to do something stupid. Jar Jar proceeds to extend and grab onto the hanging food and eat it. Doing so grabs the attention of the shop owner, whom questions if he is to pay for it, thus surprising Jar Jar, leading to the following events. Jar Jar lets go, and the meat gets launched in the direction of another person, landing perfectly into that being's food. Jar Jar tries to play off the situation, but is unsuccessful. The being rushes up from his table, dashing towards Jar Jar on its two hands, and confronts the Gungan. Alerted to the lack of Jar Jar's presence behind him, Kagan turns around to witness the event taking place. Before any more harm befalls Jar Jar, Anakin happens to be nearby and approaches the two, where one is ready to fight the other. "Careful, Sebulba. You know my sway and power around these parts. It would be best if you just back off now." Anakin speaks in another language directed at the Dug. The now identified Sebulba backs away from the two, Anakin and Jar Jar with some trepidation within his eyes, not wanting to start a confrontation with Anakin. Sebulba, even though afraid, decides to get some insults out to cover for his fear. "If you weren't protected by the Hutts, I would, and had your own droids, I would have squashed you now." Sebulba says, not knowing Anakin at this point could fully defend himself from doing basic training along with his developed force abilities. Still continuing in the alien language, Anakin has the last words. "It would be a problem if you tried something otherwise." Kagan walks over towards Anakin and Jar Jar, who is still sitting on the ground. "Hello." Anakin greets. "Hi there." Kagan responds. "Your friend here was about to be turned into orange goo. He picked a fight with a Dug, an especially dangerous Dug called Sebulba." Anakin explains while Kagan helps the pathetic Gungan up. "Mesa hating crunching. That's the last thing Mesa want." Jar Jar tries to explain. "Nevertheless, the boy is right. You're heading into trouble." "Thanks, my young friend." Kagan states. "Actually, I look much older than what age I actually am." Anakin tries to clear up any misunderstanding, knowing that the younger he is, the easier it would be to convince Kagan to help him get into the Jedi Order. And what would that be? Padme asks, curious to know the answer considering he looks to be near the same age as herself. The group starts to walk off into the streets again, with Anakin deciding to tag along with the bunch. Anakin starts to think to himself, just after the group had left the store and soon after he had sent his mother after them to return home while he stays back for a bit. I did sense Kagan try to use the same Jedi mind trick on my mother. Too bad for him. I have found a way to protect her from outside psychic influences through the use of copying Watto's natural mental shields. Technically, the natural shields a Toydarian possess are a part of their biological makeup, but not only this, it is also the way their midi-chlorians react to the presence of outside influence. It creates a shield-like ability. Even for someone with a limited amount of midi-chlorians, this ability is strong enough to resist such force abilities or even psychic ones. There are other protections in place to protect her physically, but the mind is what I consider more important, if only by a fraction of importance, because of sensitive information. Her mind does not have defenses or enough capabilities on herself to shield her, but manipulating her midi-chlorians to recreate the effect was simple enough. It was hard trying to find a way to naturally make her own midi-chlorians create this limited defense, but it was worth it, so now she wouldn't be used against me, at least through mind control. I do recognize, though, there are many ways around this. My very own mental abilities can cloak my presence within the Force, meaning the midi-chlorians within another will not be able to actively sense it, giving me the ability to read someone's surface thoughts and emotions. I did experience a spike of anger knowing he had tried the same trick despite my mother being much more polite than what Watto would have been. But it is par for the course a Jedi would use that ability, and he would at least have tried to compensate her with a lot of credits. It was quite funny to me, though, to overhear my mother reprimand the old man. He is, after all, older than her, and if this were a Chinese cultivation novel, it would be seen as heresy. Anakin prepares to leave the shop while getting C-3PO to continue where he had left off so he could casually catch up with the group that had left. Gotta keep making an appearance to reinforce the idea I am somehow connected or destined to meet Kagan and Padme in some way. Makes it all the easier for me. Here you will like these pallies. Anakin has directed the group to one of the people he has come to have a warm relationship with since his rebirth that the original also had as well. He gives Kagan, who seems distracted, one of the offered fruit, giving another to Jar Jar, while Padme politely refuses. At the hip of Kagan, Anakin spots a lightsaber hanging at his waist as Kagan puts the fruit into a pocket. Cool looking enough. Can't wait to have one, if not multiple, of my very own. The old, kindly woman at the stall the group had stopped at was Jira, a human female from Tatooine. The elderly Jira sold fruits, such as pallies, in the Mos Espa marketplace, and had become a friend of Anakin's because she became sort of a grandmotherly figure. She likes to refer to Anakin as the kindest boy in the galaxy, which is not too much different from what she said of the original, but Anakin is very much different. Anakin had tried to convince her to move in with his mother and himself, but the stubborn old woman had refused. Anakin thinks to himself, I would not call myself the kindest boy in the galaxy, but I believe I have done my fair share of kindness. Helping free some slaves, providing them with the necessary skills, or employing them to work in my company, if only as basic manual labor. It is better than being a slave. Anakin continuously thinks to himself, at least she wasn't some slave and could make a decent living for herself. She had been selling fruits in this marketplace for quite a while. Oh, my gourd's raking. Storm's coming up on E. You better get home quick. Jira forewarns Anakin. Thank you, Jira. You should too. Anakin replies before turning to the group and directing a question towards. Do you have shelter? We will head back to our ship. Kagan replies. Is it far, perhaps in the outskirts? Anakin asks in return. Padme interjects. It is on the outskirts. I suggest you guys do not go into the outskirts at this time. Sandstorms are very dangerous, especially on a planet like Tatooine, and you guys would never make it back before it reaches that point. Anakin warns, then continues. I can offer you guys some shelter for now. My mother is kind enough to at least allow you guys some shelter from the storm. Walking through the streets of Mos Espa, the group follows Anakin as the storm continuously gets worse and worse with the group, and other people still out in the streets a hard time not getting sand in their eyes. The group cannot see it, but the housing complex they have come across used to house slaves. But since those slaves have now become free, Anakin decided to buy up the surrounding lands here and decided to redecorate. What once was a bland and rather sparse and basic living quarters have now become decent enough for an entire community to develop, and one has. The slaves now have come to live here and are protected under Anakin as his employees, but of course not everyone decided to stay on this planet. The ones that have stayed, though, have taken up residence in the various buildings throughout the district. Anakin leads the group towards a door larger than any standard door, because Anakin has taken into account his potential height when considering the measurements. Upon opening the door within the group is greeted with a simple home that is quite spacious compared to how it was last seen, with 2 extra stories above and a basement below. The house has signature Tatooine architecture, but other than this there are a few extra guest rooms throughout and various other rooms that Anakin wanted for his workout regiments. Anakin enters first, followed by Jar Jar, Qui-Gon, Padme, and R2-D2. Mother, I have arrived. Anakin projects his voice into the house so his mother could hear him. Shmi, hearing her son has come home, promptly walks downstairs to greet her son, but is instead surprised to him not only her son, but the very same customers that had come to their store earlier. She knew she had taught her son to be kind, but what she didn't expect was for her son to welcome in the very same people, specifically the man she had talked to and scolded. Shmi holds her surprise, while Qui-Gon gets over the shock of seeing the very same woman that had told him off. Qui-Gon looks away for a moment before deciding to properly introduce himself. I am Qui-Gon Jinn. Anakin decides to drag off Padme with him into the basement, saying something along the lines of, I'm quite excited I have some friends over. I guess it is time to show you to some interesting stuff. Do you mind? R2-D2 decides to follow them both. While that is happening in the background, Qui-Gon explains to Shmi, I'm guessing he is your son. Your son was kind enough to offer us shelter. While Anakin goes off to entertain Padme, for a while the message sent from the people of Naboo is being played and projected for the Queen to see. The counselor that had been left behind was shown through a holographic view explaining what has currently been happening in a desperate voice. The death toll has been catastrophic. I must bow to their wishes, and you must contact me. Just before the holographic recorded message dissipates, Obi-Wan stands up at the same time, directing towards the Queen. It's a trick. Send no reply. Send no transmissions of any kind. Obi-Wan walks off to inform his master of the message. Qui-Gon, speaking into the handheld communication device, says, It sounds like bait to establish a connection trace. What if it is true and the people are dying? Obi-Wan says in an asking tone, Either way, we are running out of time. Qui-Gon replies, Night cycle, Coruscant. Tatooine is sparsely populated. If the trace was correct, I will find them quickly, Master. The hooded figure of Darth Maul says his master, Sith Lord Sidius, whilst walking a step behind him, Move against the Jedi first. You will then have no difficulty in talking the Queen to Naboo to sign the treaty. At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have revenge. Darth Maul, with his hood on, directs to his master. You have well trained my young apprentice. There will be no match for you. Darth Sidious praises his apprentice Darth Maul, encouraging him in his endeavor to come. Back on Tatooine, the sandstorm has not settled down and is still continuously going on with no end in sight. Back inside the dining room with Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, Padme, Shmi, Anakin, and R2-D2 off to the side, a conversation is taking place where Shmi is directing it towards the group. The group was currently having a lovely dinner. We used to be slaves once, my son and I, but a mysterious benefactor had helped us out of our bleak situation, which led to the both of us becoming free. Shmi states, all slaves have a transmitter placed inside their body somewhere. Ani and myself had it extracted from ourselves once we had gained freedom. Shmi continued, I have built a scanner to locate where the transmitter is placed. Usually they implant it into the back of one's skull or head. It is a location that is hard to detect the transmitter, and other spots I have found is the transmitter being placed next to some of the slaves' hearts. Anakin spoke up. Usually any attempt to escape dash, Shmi says before getting cut off by Anakin. They detonate the device inside. A person instantaneously explodes, ending a person right then. Right there. Anakin decides to draw out the conversation, to not listen to Jar Jar, open his mouth to say his infamous line. How rude. But of course it failures, and Jar Jar still thinks up the comment about what Shmi and Anakin were explaining. Padme, in a disbelieving tone, says, I can't believe there is still slavery in the galaxy. The Republic's anti-slavery laws are dash. The Republic doesn't exist out here. We must survive on our own. Shmi stops Padme before she goes on a rant. What I want to know to get us out of this depressing conversation is, has anyone seen a pod race before? Anakin questions. There is pod racing on Malastare. Very fast, very dangerous. Technically, from what I know from current history, there has been no other human that could pilot and participate in a pod race. I have raced before, so I believe myself to be the only human that could do it. Anakin says, further implanting the idea that he is different from the average human child. Kagan is still trying to get over that the Tino boy is 9 years of age. Kagan tells Anakin, you must have Jedi reflexes if you race pods. There are no fruit for Jar Jar to swing his tongue around, and so no comment is made about his annoyingness. I would like to ask a question. Anakin directs to Kagan. Sure, ask away. You are a Jedi Knight, aren't you? Anakin uses the same line as the original. What makes you think that? Kagan asks. I may have happened to catch a glance at the lightsaber clipped to the belt around your waist, and only the Jedi carry that kind of weapon. Perhaps I have killed a Jedi and took it from him. Kagan says in a playful tone, I doubt that. There have been no recent Jedi deaths within the last few decades, at least by the hands of another that I know of. Anakin states while thinking at the same time, but I do know of a recent Jedi death, just not at the hands of a random ordinary person. A Jedi died to a Sith, or more specifically a Jedi was slain by Darth Maul, which was his first kill, so to speak. That is true, but I wish there would be no death within the Jedi. Kagan says with subtle sadness, I once had dreamed about being a Jedi, going and training, then coming back to free all of the slaves of Tatooine, possibly even further beyond. Anakin states, have the Jedi finally come here to help free the slaves of this planet? Anakin further questions, no, I am afraid not. Kagan states, then why else would the Jedi be here? Another mission of sorts? I can see that I cannot fool you, Anakin. We are on our way to Coruscant, the central system of the Republic, on a very important mission. Kagan decides to spill the beans. Anakin decides to ask the important question. Well then, how did you guys end up here? In the Outer Rim. Our ship was damaged, and we are stranded here until we can repair it. Padme answers Anakin. Ani, they had come to our shop to get the replacement parts to repair their ship. Unfortunately, I did not help them here because they did not have any proper currency. Shmi interjects, well, Mother, why don't we help our friends here? They seem to have a very important reason to hurry and go. Anakin pleads with some genuine concern, but not for the reasons the others might suspect. How else am I to become a Jedi? I cannot do that. That would just have to come up with another method to pay. I cannot do that. That would just have to come up with another method to pay. Shmi said, there are ways we could expedite this process. An example being that a solution to your current predicament is to gamble. As the people here love gambling so much, it has become a part of their culture. But I doubt that would be done in a short period of time, and you guys want to escape as fast as possible, so there are other options like trying to sell off whatever you own. Anakin continues. In fact, you could go so far as to sell the broken-down ship you have for a much worse quality ship. I'm sure it would be faster than the repairs. While that may be true, I don't believe our current employer would like for us to get rid of the ship. Kagan says in reply, our company does and can supply you with another ship. Obviously, it depends on your make, model, and the exact damages done, but I am sure we could possibly help you out here. Shmi decides to add her input, and I was of the opinion you wouldn't have my business? Kagan says with his eyebrows quirked, Shmi is a mother after all, and she very much loves her son, so even at the slight suggestions that Anakin was suggesting that she would be swayed and go along with his line of thought. Of course, her own opinion had changed as well after getting to know the reason of why Kagan and his group only had Republic credits available to him, even if she were not fully aware of the severity of their situation. Please, forgive my mother. She has had a lot of experiences that have shaped the way she would interact with unruly customers. Anakin said, some of those times these customers were in fact trying to swindle her, and sometimes they have come at her with deadly intent. Well, it is in my nature and that of the Jedi to be forgiving, so I do not take it to heart. Kagan replies. Padme decides to ask a question. You guys are not properly protected here? Are there no laws here on Tatooine that stops these kinds of things from happening? The thing is, this planet is run by a criminal. The Hutts are not kind, and a lot of unruly characters come to this planet. Anakin answered. A few years back, it was much more common, as my mother and I were practically alone when our business had started up, and we had very little protection from these encounters. Fortunately, I had droids to take care of most of the more problematic situations and had started to install security measures into the shop to protect my mother. Anakin thought, otherwise I would have regretted it many times over. Being prepared is a great thing. It is better to have something and not need it than it is to not have something and need it. That is true, but a lot of these slowly become less inclined to happen towards us as we grew in size, both in economic and political influence here on Tatooine. Shmi said, technically we should be fully protected simply because the Hutts value our business deeply. We have, after all, also become an official business under the Galactic Republic laws as well, letting us even open up shop on Coruscant. You guys could have left from here then? Padme asks. Yes. Why didn't you two leave then? It is much more complicated than it looks on the surface here on Tatooine, and in fact there's a lot of stuff brewing and going on that keeps my mother and I from leaving. Anakin says, that does not mean we do not want to leave. It just means there are still things left to do here. Kagan decides to question Shmi. And your son? You do not want him to leave the Outer Rim territories and go toward a system that is much more well off. From what I understand, this area is quite dangerous, and that fact is only reinforced by the lived experience that you two have lived. Anakin and myself, no other relatives. I have nowhere to send him to. No one I could possibly trust with the safety of my child. Shmi says, the galaxy is just as dangerous despite me having absolute faith that Anakin would be all right, and has been when he took his own excursions off of Tatooine. I just knew he would be all right. It was as if I could sense it myself. Call it mother's instinct, right? Kagan says then thinks. This boy is weird. There is something about him, but I can't put my finger on it exactly, and my sense within the Force tell me I do not really sense anything from the child. I should see if I could get any more information from the mother later. There are some other things that I have seen that could point towards Anakin being a Force-sensitive child. Tell me about these other ships you two are willing to trade, and I will see if my employer is willing to trade in their ship in exchange for another. Just inform me about your decision. If it is otherwise declined, I'm sure there are other ways for you guys to get what you need. Shmi had fully embraced the businesswoman persona after many years of experience. This can be seen that she has started to still look for benefits in situations that she could gain from. This does not take away from her kindness, but has tempered it into a more practical way of giving without losing out for herself. She is not as selfless as she once was. I think we should continue eating and finish up here. You guys can hold up here for the night cycle here on Tatooine. I'm sure that the sandstorm should be over by tomorrow morning. There were two native species to the planet of Tatooine, the Jawa and the Tusken Raiders. Both pesky and very unorganized in their ways, with little to no communication that would happen between them and the locals of Tatooine. At least they were unorganized until a few years back when everything changed to where now Jawa were slowly being accepted in a normal society on the sandy planet. This strange occurrence confused a lot of people, especially the higher-ups, and investigations were done, but they could not discover the reasons as to why they had become a lot more sociable. What happened next were the Jawa now completely getting their very own stalls set up in the streets of Mos Espa, where they could sell their scavenged wares. The Tusken Raiders, who were known to be the most violent and volatile between the two species, had become much more subdued. Tusken Raiders no longer raided people and no longer did anything really negative against the locals across the various settlements on Tatooine. In fact, the Jawa and Tuskens had taken to making their own communities, advancing their civilizations past their current tribe-like states, forming proper leadership and a proper society. Of course, many things were still the same within their cultures, but it had been much better than before. All of these things was thanks to one person, Anakin Skywalker. Not that anyone would know of this fact, but many would be very thankful of this fact, as it had caused less deaths to occur. Many had started to even pray to thank the deities above that they had been saved. Mostly the moisture farmers were hit the worst. With great power comes great responsibility, or something like that. Anakin had taken his abilities he had developed to further better himself and the lives of those around him. He also helped out others indirectly, as well as could be seen through the control over the Jawas and Tuskens. Both of the species both feared and respected him, as he had instilled in them that they should listen. It makes it all the more easier to take control of them and manipulate them into become better beings if he could communicate with them. Thankfully, he had the ability to communicate with others directly through the mind. Telepathy is an ability that he had inadvertently developed because of his Force techniques, mental arts of the mind, but he would have developed it either way, as it was par for the course that a Force-sensitive would be capable of such things. Telepathic powers just made it easier for him to develop quicker and understand things at a faster rate. You guys will continue to stay loyal to me and no longer take unnecessary lives. Giving the group's commands was much easier than reasoning with them. Simply trying to ask would not work, as it seemed they respected the strongest. Especially the Tuskens. They had practically started making statues resembling his frame and looks. Anakin obviously got them to hide those things or simply destroy them, because people may be able to identify he was the one responsible. Even if he has not made many public appearances, people should still be able to connect the dots, especially if someone who was Force-sensitive or had the psychic capability to read the minds of the natives were to catch their thoughts. So he had to go through the process of disguising himself to most of the species he now had control over, and only revealed himself to the leaders, as he had special materials that he could design and did create to shield their minds from intrusion. There were other things to take into account, like his abundant take over the more low-key shady areas and the lands they owned. He had taken over a lot from small-time criminals and shopkeepers that he could confirm were dirtbags of the highest order. He shouldn't just start a grand extermination on Tatooine when not everyone is guilty of crimes or actions he disliked. One such figure was Sebulba. He had practically driven him into a corner where he would only be able to live a life not really well. There were not a lot of things he could actually confirm himself, and Sebulba was too much of an infamous figure to outright be taken out. But soon enough, he would be able to take care of him in an opportune time when no one would be looking. The Jawa and Tusken had been set up in some shops he had taken over. Officially, they had been working their own independent businesses while he was in control in the background, so he could collect information from them of criminal activity. This created a network throughout Tatooine, as it would expect these species who could not communicate with anyone other than designated droids Anakin created to allow exchanges to happen between them and normal people to happen. These shops weren't just simple fronts for a large information network, used to help him locate slaves and free them if possible, but also get information on a lot more other things as well. The underground is not that hard to access, but it is better to have another do this dirty work for him instead. Master, a voice spoke into his head. Oh, HK, why did you contact me? Anakin spoke back. Let's introduce one of Anakin's special-made droids that would be considered living. -47 Hong Kong dollars is capable of using the Force, just like any other Force-sensitive, just to a limited extent. An experiment of sorts at the start, but had turned into a fully capable route to increasing the strength of his military might. Imagine fully capable droids with their own freedoms from outside the rules of their programming, giving them a better ability to adapt. But this is not enough, not for Anakin. Being made to be able to use the Force is an even better option, because with their newfound sense of life, they could feel just as much as the average living being could. They were under his control, of course. He wouldn't want any problems to impede him. Thankfully, the droids themselves do not mind being connected to him and following his orders. It is not like he abuses them for his own purposes all that often anyway, if at all. I have set everything up. The process in which Sebulba would be killed will be successful with little to no chance of failure. Thanks, HK. You have done a job. Well done. You can get back to protecting my mother. Anakin, despite a lot of protections put in place, had even put his first droid being given life to serve and protect his mother. It is the most advanced of the bunch and the longest living. In fact, it is the very first of his special creations, making it the head honcho above the rest. HK takes pride in this fact. Weird bunch, those elite droids. Now it is time to help Kagan on his journey, but I know I could have an impact in the coming events, so it would be best if I joined them. Saving lives when I know I could save them, but I don't, doesn't sit right with me. Even if I am no hero or villain, I should at least continue to save some innocents. Maybe I would get some karmic points in exchange to make me lucky in the future. The pod racing event took place as normal, just without the participation of Anakin, which would have originally led to Sebulba winning the race with his dirty tricks if there were not something waiting on standby to take his life. Target confirmed. Target is within sights. Should the shot be fired? Confirm, fire the shot. And with the command, Sebulba's life had come to an end in a very climatic but anticlimactic way. While the pod racing event is going on, Kagan had been trying to haggle with the Queen back on the Naboo royal cruiser to give up on the ship and let them get a new one. Your Highness, surely you must understand our current predicament. That is a no, Jedi Knight Kagan. I will not trade in this ship. It would be too dangerous, and I would not be able to receive any transmissions from my people. The Queen replied. Padme was with Kagan watching this event take place. That is right. I believe it prudent we find another way, but this Jedi is so insistent in trading with the kid and his mother. I admit I had thought he was cute at first, which he still is, but it is besides the point. Padme was upset at the two for refusing to help even when she knows the reasoning behind their logic. My people could be dying. Logically, Anakin and Shmi would not know that the group had traveled from Naboo to Tatooine to escape from and to put a stop to an invasion on that planet. But the real Queen, Padme, was emotionally charged from the situation, especially knowing that something wrong could have happened. Every second counts. Time is not money in this instance. Times is the lives of her people. It is true a few of her people have been killed, but that was because a resistance had been formed, and in retaliation the Trade Federation had replied in kind. They had not killed any hostages, the ones who had surrendered, but the people who resisted their occupation. The resistance was a bit dumb in this instance, given the Neimoidians from the Trade Federation would not hesitate to kill if they are deemed a hostile threat. Even more, so that the droid's programming is not perfect and could also see people who have weapons as dangerous. The Queen on the other side of the communicator then asked Kagan a question. Would these two individuals be willing to talk about it more? Perhaps in negotiations of sorts where we could give them an IOU car type of situation. That is possible, but I am unsure that they would accept such an offer. We can promise them a great many things, and I am sure if they are a part of the criminals on this planet, they wouldn't mind having more money. While that may be true, I don't believe them to be born and breed the same way those on this planet usually are. In fact, they used to be slaves. Slaves? That is right. The boy and his mother were slaves at some point, but had somehow escaped their situation, and look at them now. Quite the achievement, and from what I have heard, a lot of it has been done from the accomplishments of the boy, with a few add-ons from his mother. I don't care for this. We must get that replacement part. The Queen cuts off the communication device before Kagan could say any more. Kagan sighs before saying to his group, "It seems that are out of luck then. The Queen doesn't seem to like the idea of selling off the ship or even trading it in for another. We can try other avenues, but I will be sure to ask the boy and mother if it would be possible if we give them promise." Kagan continues, "They did seem to calm down and trust us more after last night. Mesa thinks the two would listen. Faces seem like nice peoples." "Yes, Jar Jar. Thank you for your input," Kagan says, exasperated. Re-entering the storefront, Kagan could not see the boy anywhere in sight but a droid working the counter. That droid seems like a protocol type. Walking towards the protocol droid, Kagan asks it if Shmi Skywalker is in. "I would like to speak to Shmi Skywalker, please." "Why, yes." The madam is indeed within the building. Would you like me to call her for you? The protocol droids walks off, and Shmi approaches Kagan. So, have you guys figured out what you want to do? Well, it is a bit complicated, and it seems that negotiations have failed. Kagan also thinks right after that. I seem to be failing negotiations a lot recently. Is this some sort of sign that I shouldn't be sent on missions to do with diplomacy? Well, that is unfortunate, but if you have no other way, no other money or anything to trade, then I would be unable to help you. Shmi says, but feeling there is more to the story, questions Kagan for a more in-depth answer. Can you tell me more about your mission you have been sent on? The details of why your ship has been damaged, because if I did not know any better, I would say you were being chased. Getting right to the point of her suspicions, as she had seen the same types of situations before where she had to take in runaway slaves to shield them from any bounty hunters. Or worse, slave hunters. Slaves were only recently able to start making their way out of slavery in part, due to Anakin's special invention to locate the chips implanted into them. With a way out, why wouldn't they take it? But actions have consequences. This led to the creation of slave hunters that would track down runaways and would kill them. Not capture like a bounty hunter could do if the mission allowed it, but kill them simply because that is their only goal. Well, I really shouldn't, but if you promise me that you do not inform anyone else, I would appreciate it. Sure, I can promise you that. I've been sent from the Senate on a mission to help protect the Queen of Naboo, where at first it should have been a negotiation. It has now turned into a full-on invasion of their people. Kagan states, Padme here is a part of this people herself, and we're looking for some help so we could go to the Senate. Please, I would be truly in your debt if you allow me to have the part we are looking for to repair our ship. Padme interjects with a little emotion seeping through her voice. It is possibly that delaying any longer could cause a lot of death or destruction to the planet or the people living there. Kagan continues to persuade Shmi. Her conflict gone and her stance now changed. Shmi cannot allow atrocity to happen simply because she was unwilling to help in a great time of need. Even if a lot of her selflessness has been toned down a heart, that is who she is. I guess I can help you guys then. I will give you the parts, but I at least expect to gain something out of this in exchange. Considering you guys are quite desperate, I think I will just take what you originally offered. Padme's eyes light up at what was just said, while Kagan smiles and says, Thank you. I truly appreciate this. No, we truly appreciate this. Padme interjects. Right? Do you guys need any help in getting everything you need to your ship? I have a few droids I could spare to help the process along. That would be most appreciated. Knowing that lives are at stake, everyone doesn't waste any time and get to work quickly in transporting everything. With everything that had taken place, it would take an entire day to get everything over and have everything properly repaired, as it takes times to do so. While this is happening, Anakin was coordinating his own droids into stealthily boarding the droid control flagship of the Trade Federation. This will help me maintain and have a greater control over the droids. The Trade Federation's flagship was not that easy to get around, but by having his elite droid on the job, they could enter one of the authorized ships that has access to the ship. Through his droids, specifically his elite droids, he would be able to sabotage the communications between those on the planet and on the ship to stop any information flow traveling between the two. He is also able to use his own force-related abilities through them. The special connection he has allows him to do this, and with multiple elite droid on the flagship, he can speed the process up in taking it over. He would use Mechadaru and slowly envelop the ship with his force energy and alter the very being of the ship to work for him. He would also try and get and recall the transportation ships down on the planet when the time is right to escape with everything. Whatever is left over, he will just buy from the Naboo in the future, preferably after the invasion attempt is thwarted. Status report. Connecting to one of the living droids. Anakin asks for their current progress. Reporting to the Master. We have been successful in integrating ourselves into the network and have had no troubles so far in getting into the right places. That is good. For now, all you guys need to do is get in good positions that are in vital spots so I could take control of the internal systems. Anakin mentally replies, then continues. It is paramount that you guys for now remain undercover, as the job you guys have will help me in saving the lives of others. Yes, Master. The mental reply of multiple droids come back. It is good you guys know the value of life. Just as I had given you guys the life you live now and granted you the abilities you guys possess, you should remember that others are similar to you. Similar but different. Different but similar in that you may not have a biological body in which to live with, but a mind and soul free to explore who you guys are. The droids were already starting to develop their own personalities and characters, but weirdly enough, their ideologies are always in line with himself. Anakin knew this was probably due to the factors of him creating them, infusing them with his own force energy and their treatment and development, but what he would not have figured out was the extent of their worship of him could become. Anyway, Anakin had been using a lot of energy, time, and effort into acquiring the droid control ship, knowing that it would not be an easy steal. If possible, he would like to take the entire fleet, but he doesn't have enough training or what he considers force power or energy to get through every single ship within a small time frame. He would already be cutting it close with the flagship. Anakin, would you mind coming down here for a second? Shmi voice calls up to Anakin, who is within his room meditating. Sure. Anakin replies and walks downstairs only to see that Kagan is present and seems strangely happy. It seems my mother has given them what they want. Well, it doesn't matter too much. I would have helped them one way or another simply for my own benefit, if nothing else. Ani, Mr. Kagan here would like to conduct a test of sorts. A test. He says it is a small exam meant to see your potential as a Jedi. He is interested in having you join the Order. Really? Anakin says, slightly surprised. I thought that without much evidence to go off of, no one would be any wiser about my capabilities, but it seems Kagan was able to pick up on the fact I am strange for a child my age. Even if I was to go off of one of my strange traits, like advanced intelligence and maturity, or my body developing quicker than normal. Yes, if you're interested in joining, it would not be the same as the life you currently live. It would be similar in most aspects, but it would be tough to pull through with it. Kagan states, most children your age wouldn't be accepted, but I am sure an exception could be made. I do have some interest. I think we should do the test first. We can talk it over after you do have the capacity to use the Force in full effect. Sitting down to take the test, the usual events happen after that, with Kagan calling back to talk with Obi-Wan about the test results coming in over the normal limit that simple equipment is used to test for. Even other devices don't go over the 20,000 midichlorian limit, so Anakin would not be able to determine his actual midichlorian account with this technology and would have to create his own to accommodate to his needs. It is quite late. I think we should talk about this more tomorrow. Yes, Ani, I think you should head off to bed now. Okay. Good night, Mother. Good night, Mr. Kagan. Anakin says, heading back upstairs. Should I join the Jedi? There's a lot of things I could get from them, a lot of people that could be led astray, so to speak, and into my own academy I would set up. This subject can be thought about another time. For now, some rest should do. Well, my version of rest anyway. Back on the outskirts of Mos Espa, the ship used to transport the escapees of Naboo is currently undergoing some repairs. Obi-Wan walks towards Kagan, who is sitting upon the camel-like creature, as Kagan directs a statement towards him. Well, we have all the essential parts we need. I'm going back. I have some unfinished business. I won't be long. Obi-Wan replies with some annoyance heard in his voice. Why do I sense we have picked up another pathetic life form? It's the boy who's partially responsible for getting us these parts. The boy's mother wouldn't have helped us without the little push provided by him. Kagan continues. Get this hyperdrive generator installed. Yes, Master, it shouldn't take long. Obi-Wan says. Kagan leaves while riding the creature and dragging along another. Kagan had gone back to get the answer from Anakin about his decision to leave Tatooine and come with him. At the Skywalker residence, there are 3 people currently within a conversation between the 3. I wonder what choice the boy will make. He has everything he needs or could possibly want in life by being here. But I have to insist that there is something special about him and take him to be trained as a Jedi. So, Anakin, have you made your decision? I'm unsure about everything to do with the Jedi, but there must be something that I could hope to accomplish by going there. For what reason would I go? Shmi is conflicted over this situation wherein she would like Anakin to follow whatever dreams that may be. He has been stuck with her practically all his life, and she could tell he wanted to go places. To see the stars. No matter how much he had tried to hide these desires, they were seen through by her. Mother's instinct at its finest. Anakin, I think you should join. It may not provide everything you have here, or may not have everything you like, but is it not a part of your dream to have adventures? Shmi questions her son. That is true, Mother, but I believe there is still much more here I could do. That is not true, and you know it. Everything here can be taken care of by myself or by any of our employees. There is no need for you to stay with me any longer. That is quite depressing. Despite having increased her confidence, it seems Shmi doesn't believe she could give me everything a mother could. Technically, it is true, she cannot give me everything, but she has done her very best despite the circumstances. Anakin thinks to himself. Kagan speaks up. Again, the choice is all yours, Anakin. There are a lot of things that Anakin could do without the Jedi, but he would not be able to truly have a proper master to learn from. No matter all the holocrons, no matter all the knowledge, all he had to work with was his own raw power, potential, and creativity. No matter, all the talent in the world would be wasted without some effort, and being omniscient would be near completely useless without the power or the omniscience to back yourself up. To protect oneself from those who wish to use your knowledge for their own purposes. Anakin is well aware of the fact that without a proper master to teach him, it would take a long time to properly do anything right when utilizing the Force. What he had been practicing again was only been able to be achieved through luck. It was basically plot armor, helping him along get a greater start, and the fact he was reborn as Anakin speaks to the fact that he may very well be relying on his talent too much. He needed to make groundwork in other areas as well. There were truly a lot of people more powerful than himself at many points throughout history, despite the immense potential that Anakin had. No one should be able to surpass, no one from the future, and technically no from the past as well, but the original had failed or more like was kept in check and held back. Anakin does not intend to make the same mistakes. When in doubt, trust the Force, a lot of people would say. It is a guiding energy that tells and communicates to living sentient beings with a soul what to do and what not to do. Albeit it is much more nuanced, but the Force, or at least Anakin's connection, should allow him some leeway into if his decision to join should not be done. Closing his eyes for a split, asking his question, his energy resonates within the cosmic force, allowing him to see if the Force itself thinks his decision is appropriate. What he gets is silence. I guess this choice is truly all on me then. I think that I will come with you. I believe that it is the right decision to join the Jedi. Anakin reasoned that he would be able to leave the Order just as others were able to, so it wouldn't be a problem if he joined. There were restrictions, of course, but that wouldn't stop him from doing the things he planned out. Anakin was very ambitious after all. He doesn't have to tell the Jedi everything or reveal the true extent of what he is capable of. What military might he commands, the connections he has. Nothing. Kagan's still smiling, nods his head in agreement with Anakin's choice. Then I think you should pack your things. We haven't much time before we have to leave. Kagan just behind Anakin speaks up as Shmi finishes. Anakin decides to make haste just like he said, but instead of packing his things because he has already prepared in advance, he is to send out some orders to take care of a thug. Originally, Shmi would have been left a slave here on Tatooine and would have died having never seen her son before the eve of her death. This much has changed, and she can now potentially visit and communicate with him as much as she would like to in the future. For now, it would be best to leave her with someone who would help and care for her. There are not many people that Anakin could trust, and she has no significant other of her own. See, 3PO could definitely stay behind and help her, but it won't replace the loneliness she would feel. Who says I would be unable to visit her as well? The Jedi certainly would not be able to because I am going of my own volition and have the knowledge I could leave whenever I want. Anakin thinks to himself. After Anakin leaves the room, Shmi and Kagan begin to converse. Thank you, Shmi says. I will watch out for him. You have my word. Kagan promises, knowing that and seeing the conflict on Shmi's face. After a small pause, Kagan continues, placing his hand on her shoulder. Will you be all right? Yes, I will be fine. I have my own freedoms as well. Just as Anakin is going his own way, I may go on my own because change cannot be stopped just as the setting to the sun cannot be frozen. Shmi says more to herself than Kagan. Anakin has all of his essentials packed away into a backpack and is trailing behind Kagan as they set off past the Skywalker residence. Anakin stops for a moment, looking back at his mother and then to Kagan before rushing towards Shmi, giving her a warm hug. No dialogue is exchanged between the two as Anakin is secure in his decision, while Shmi is also sure that he is needed elsewhere. Shmi whispers, "Be brave, Ani. Don't look back and go." Why is she making this exit so dramatic? It is not like I won't be able to see her again. I am not stupid enough to just stay with the Jedi. I have my entire life ahead of me. Anakin thinks to distract himself from getting trapped in the fields. I knew this was my decision, but man, it still sucks when it comes down to it. Even if the circumstances are different between myself and the original, I think this moment still hits the same. Anakin continues before saying, "Mom, I will never forget you, and you could always visit me, or I will visit you. All I know is that this is not the last time we will see each other." Anakin smiles at his mother as she also smiled back at him with watery eyes before letting go of their embrace. Anakin turns towards Kagan and walks away as Kagan also turns around uncomfortable with disturbing the touching moment between the two. With nothing more left to say, the two head off into the streets of Mos Espa, and while doing so, Anakin and Kagan come across the same old lady that Anakin had come to think of as a grandmother. Wait a minute, Jira could stay with my mother. The two know of each other and are friends as well. It is not a replacement for myself, but it is better than having no one. Moving over towards Jira, Anakin begins to speak. "Jira, I am leaving Tatooine." "Ani? Really? Let me give you a hug." "Sure, and one more thing. I would ask of you to help keep my mother some company. I would greatly appreciate it." "Oh, I will miss you, Ani. You are the dash. Kindest boy in the galaxy. I know, Jira, I know." Anakin finishes off for her. Smiling, Jira continues. "You take care now. Don't worry about your mother. She will be just fine, especially with everything she has now." "Thanks, Jira. You also take care. Maybe I will see you again sometime." "I'm not too sure about that. Not with my old bones." As Anakin is conversing with Jira, the floating droid used by the apprentice Darth Maul makes its appearance again and notices Kagan Jinn, one of its targets. Anakin goes back towards Kagan as the droid also trails along just behind them. Anakin and Kagan are walking alongside each other before Kagan very quickly pulls out his lightsaber and destroys the droid. Slicing in half, Anakin decides to ask the same question the original did. "What is it?" But then decides to add his own input as well. "I thought I had sensed something following us." Kagan kneels down to get a better look at the thing. It is a pro-droid. Very unusual. Pausing and looking around himself, Kagan continues. "Not like anything I have seen before." Kagan gestures Anakin to run. "Come on." Back with the apprentice Darth Maul, a probe comes forwards towards him, seemingly giving him information about something. Maul's face turns stoic with some anger brewing behind his eyes, turns around, walks straight towards a bike, and hops on. Maul ignites the engines and is off into Mos Espa with the probe droid left behind at his ship. Back in the outskirts nearing the ship, Anakin and Kagan have nearly made it, but before reaching the ship, Kagan, and secretly along with Anakin, sense the approach of another individual. Anakin thinks to himself, "That must be Maul. What a timely appearance he has made." Dodging the bike speeder by ducking down and rolling away before Kagan says anything, Maul zooms right past him. "Anakin, go. Tell them to take off." Kagan explains to Anakin. Deciding to listen to Kagan, Anakin gets up off of the sand and rushes towards the ship as the two Force-sensitive individuals engage in a show of lightsaber combat. Kagan is on the defensive, while Darth Maul is aggressively pursuing Kagan, having his anger duel his attacks. Qui-Gon's in trouble. The guard captain, Panica, says, entering the room where Obi-Wan is with Anakin following them in. Obi-Wan goes forward and says, "Take off." Anakin just decides to sit back and wait, but if anything were to go wrong, he would try using some of his telekinetic abilities to make sure Kagan doesn't die. That is the least I could do for the guy, because even though he didn't free me this time, he would have done so for the original, which is enough for me to decide to assist in him. Obi-Wan points in another direction, just close enough to the two doing battle. Over there, fly low. The ship powers up with the landing gear, still out with the pilot, moving the ship over to the location directed towards. Seeing the ship coming next to them, Kagan disengages from Maul and jumps onto the still open docking ramp. The ship moves up into the atmosphere of Tatooine, leaving behind the Sith apprentice Darth Maul. Within the ship, exhausted, Kagan falls backwards towards the ground as he turns off his lightsaber. Obi-Wan along with Anakin rush into the area with both of them, not saying a word, but rushing towards Kagan to check if he is injured. I think so, Kagan says, catching his breath. What was it? Obi-Wan curiously asks and kneels down to eye level with his master. I am not sure. Still trying to catch his breath, he continues. But it was well trained in the Jedi arts. Anakin silently thinks. I'm not so sure you can call everything Force-related a Jedi thing, but whatever floats your boat. My guess is it was after the Queen. Kagan finishes. Anakin decides to ask a question at the forefront of his mind. So what are we going to do about it? Kagan responds. We should be patient. Kagan then motions to Anakin and Obi-Wan. Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kagan introduces the two each other. Hello. You must be a Jedi as well, right? Anakin says. Obi-Wan is a bit confused, asking. Wait. You're the 9-year-old Kim my master was talking about? You look like you're around 12 years of age. Obi-Wan exclaims in slight surprise, not thinking the child would look like this. I get that a lot. It is a pleasure to meet you. Anakin wryly smiles while thinking. I know that people will continuously be surprised, but I can't help but think it is funny to see the looks on people's faces when I tell them I'm actually only 9 or any of the other ages in the last 5 years. The ship has successfully left the atmosphere, is repaired and fully prepared to reach its target. Day cycle, Coruscant. Within the Jedi High Council's conference room, the Jedi Masters are having a meeting with Kagan and his Padawan Obi-Wan. Kagan was speaking about his encounter on Tatooine. He was trained in the Jedi arts. My only conclusion can be that it was a Sith Lord. The Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi speaks first in response to Qui-Gon's declaration. Impossible the Sith have been extinct for a millennium. Mace Windu interjects, drawing out his eye. I do not believe the Sith could have returned without us knowing. Said with confidence. Hard to see the dark side is. Grandmaster Yoda says. We will use all of our resources to unravel this mystery. We will discover the identity of your attacker. Mace Windu continues. May the Force be with you. With those finishing words meant as a way for the man to shoo the two Jedi away, Kagan and Obi-Wan leave, but not before giving the Council the obligatory bow. As Obi-Wan begins to walk away, Kagan stays behind because he has more to say. Mater Kagan, more to say have you? Yoda asks the Kagan with curiosity. With your permission, my master, I have encountered a vergence in the Force. A vergence, you say? Yoda seems interested because it had been not too long ago there were 2 such occurrences that had piqued their interest but were never able to locate it. Mace Windu also gains an intense look in his eyes because he was the one sent to investigate both cases only to turn up with nothing. Located around a person, a boy. The cells of the highest concentration of midichlorians I have ever seen in a life form. It was possible he was conceived by the midichlorians. As Kagan says his bold statement, the Jedi Masters within the room look around to each other to see their fellow members' expressions. Most still have a composed and stoic face, but their body language gives away their disbelief. Windu decided to ask Thea about what he thinks Kagan is referring to. You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force. You believe it is this boy? Windu has this look about him when asking about Qui-Gon's statement. I don't presume to dash, Kagan says before being cut off by Yoda. But you do. Revealed your opinion is. I request the boy be tested, Master. Kagan asks. Oh, trained as a Jedi, you request for him. Yoda says. Finding him was the will of the Force. I have no doubt of that. Kagan says confidently, whilst the Masters yet again look around to each other, before Yoda looks towards Windu, signaling something. Windu sighs before speaking in a lazy tone. Bring him before us, then. Done with what he had come there to do, Kagan now begins to leave the room with Obi-Wan rejoining right beside him. At dusk, standing before the Jedi High Council, Anakin is talking out loud while being watched intensely by those surrounding him. Got to love the very disconcerting stares I am getting. It wouldn't make an ordinary child feel uncomfortable at all. Anakin thinks to himself. The Jedi are currently testing Anakin's abilities related to the Force. The task is quite easy. My extrasensory perception has only gotten stronger over the years. It is not that hard to identify what is on an electronic device, especially since my specialty is technology and mind-based Force abilities. Windu holds a device, and Anakin has to guess what the device is displaying. A ship. The device switches every so often to see how well a person's ability to perceive the unseen. A cup. Windu is staring at the boy intensely, even more so than the original, considering he doesn't even look like a 9-year-old kid. A ship. Anakin's voice says again. A speeder. And again. Windu lowers the device before looking towards Yoda as Yoda does the same. Contemplative Yoda stares at Anakin with an intense look. Man, training the mind certainly does help me control the feelings I'm having right now. What I am unsure of is how they're going to react to being unable to feel any emotion from me. Humming to himself, Yoda directs his gaze towards Anakin while saying, "How feel you?" Anakin responds, "I feel fine." Anakin's thoughts. The general way to say you're not fine, but I'm only really feeling fine right now. Maybe a little nervous, but for different reasons than what the masters here may think. Anakin decides to start creating some minor feelings around himself that he and others would associate with worry or concern and nervousness. I think I should reverse card my emotion sensing ability to help project some fake emotions. As if picking up on the emotions, Anakin decides to let out. Yoda continues. "Afraid, are you?" "No, sir." Instead of Yoda saying they could see through him, Yoda decides to approach from another angle and outright says some of his suspicions. "Are you trying to hide your feelings?" Anakin, surprised, but it does not show on his face, thinks. I should have given the Jedi Masters here some more credit, at least Yoda. He does have experience, after all, if not in the techniques that I have created, but in many other things. Deciding to be truthful in this situation, as lying would only increase their suspicions, Anakin says. Yes, I'm a bit uncomfortable with the Jedi Masters here evaluating me so intensely. I also am thinking of other things, and I know that those who are Force-sensitive are capable of reading the emotions and thoughts of others whose minds remains open for all to see. Anakin continues. Others, you are afraid of seeing what you think I think. Yoda says, I do not deny your claim. I wish to pose a question. What has my fears of complete strangers have to do with anything? Anakin replies whilst thinking, I don't really fear these people. More like have caution because of the way the Jedi are and how they act. I am inclined to believe that shielding myself is a much better option. I have felt the presences of all of these Force sensitivity people within the room unintentionally probe me. Everything, Yoda exclaims with some somber passion. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Anakin looks towards Windu to see him stare at himself with a contemplative look. Sense much not from you. I question your control. Tell us, your real emotions, young empath. Yoda continues. Well, at least they didn't outright reject me like they had to the original. That is one step in the right direction. I do hate I have to restrain my presence within the Force, though, knowing full well the reaction they would have. I leak some dark side energies, and they most certainly would interrogate me about that as well. Deciding to lie about his answer, Anakin says, I have always been able to do so. Even from when I was young, I could hide myself away from others or sins to a greater extent in others' thoughts and predict their actions. Yoda hums to himself again as Windu continues. Interesting. Boy, can you tell us why you have also grown so fast compared to others of your species? Do you have any ideas? Anakin replies, lying through his teeth. Not that I know of, no. Night cycle Coruscant. Within the Council's conference room, the Jedi Masters can all be seen yet again surrounding Anakin, but this time he is not alone and is accompanied by Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Ki-Adi-Mundi speaks, first acknowledging Anakin's capabilities. The Force is strong with him. He is to be trained then. Kagan questions. Windu, with no hesitation, answers the question in a laid-back manner. No, he will not be trained. No, Kagan asks in a strange tone. Their reasoning? He is too old. Windu explained why, with a not-so-simple answer, because it was obviously much more than just his age taken into account. He is the chosen one. Kagan replies. His voice resounded with a sure tone. Thank for the vote of confidence, buddy. If I didn't want to save you before, I would want to save you now. Anakin thinks to himself. Obviously, that is the very same reason, but I think it is much more than just age. It also probably doesn't help I actually look and have matured faster than what my actual age should be. I can't say I was surprised by their decision. It would be too much of a risk to have me enter the Jedi, because they can't fully indoctrinate me, separate me from familial love, the list goes on, and beat down my sense of individualism. There are obviously more reason. Just like the original, they feared my power could be turned on them. I don't intend to go against them anyway. I am just here to get what I want, meet a few people, and make connections. Then I am a bounce. You must see that. Kagan continues, humming while also delving into the Force once again. Yoda tries to see the general direction of Anakin's future, but he's seen nothing. It is undecided, or the Force itself cannot give a direction the boy would walk on. Clouded this boy's future is. Yoda says. Kagan, frustrated with the council, states. I will train him then. Obi-Wan looks at his master when he said that. I will take Anakin as my Padawan learner. Kagan says, looking proud in his decision. An apprentice you have, Kagan. Impossible to take on a second. Yoda states at Qui-Gon's sudden decision. The code forbids it. Windu interjects. Obi-Wan is ready. Kagan says, having confidence in his apprentice. Obi-Wan quick to step up and prove himself. I am ready to face the trials. Our own council on who we will keep on who is ready. Yoda says to the eager Obi-Wan. He is headstrong, and he has much to learn of the living force, but he is capable. There is little more he can learn from me. Kagan states. Yoda decides to put off the topic until a later date. Young Skywalker's fate will be decided later. Now is not the time for this. The Senate is voting for a new Supreme Chancellor, and Queen Amidala is returning home, which would put pressure on the Federation and could widen the confrontation. Windu redirects the conversation and draw out the Queen's attacker. Ki-Adi-Mundi adds to the new topic of conversation. Go with the Queen to Naboo and discover the identity of this dark warrior. This is the clue we need to unravel the mystery of the Sith. Windu finishes off with his own thoughts coming through. He has, after all, gone on a wild goose chase across the galaxy not once, but 2 times because of some vengeance they had all felt. He had been annoyed, but that was just his duties as a Jedi to discover and locate if there are any problems that would arise and destabilize the peace. May the Force be with you, Yoda says in a tone that is final. The 3, standing at the center, then leave the room, heading elsewhere. Meeting back on the platform where they had parked the Nubian ship, Jedi, Obi-Wan, and Kagan are there to meet back up with the Queen and go with her back to Naboo. It is not disrespect, Master, it's the truth. Obi-Wan is currently debating about Anakin with Kagan. From your point of view, Kagan shuts down Obi-Wan's argument. The boy is dangerous, they all sense it. Why can't you? Obi-Wan says. His fate is uncertain. He is not dangerous. The Council will decide Anakin's future, and that should be enough for you. Now, get on board. Kagan says in a final tone. Anakin just so happens to overhear them, but waits until Kagan approaches him. Jedi Kagan, I thank you for your help getting me here and the things you have done for me, like standing up for me against what I could only assume are your superiors. I don't want to cause you any more trouble than I already have. Anakin finishes. Ani, you aren't trouble and have not caused trouble yourself. At least, not directly. Kagan continues. I'm not allowed to train you, so for now you will have to be mindful and watch me. Always remember, your focus determines your reality. Those are some wise words. Thankfully, I've already sort of been living that way. It isn't totally useless advice, though. Anakin thinks, stay close to me and you will be safe. Kagan finishes, but Anakin decides to get a clarification about midi-chlorians from a Jedi, because even though he has collected all the information, it is nearly always better to get it directly from a source. Sir, I heard Yoda talking about midi-chlorians, and I have become curious about what they are. Heading straight to the point, Anakin asks. Midi-chlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells. Kagan then continues, seeing Anakin has nothing to add, and we're symbionts with them. Life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midi-chlorians, life would not exist, and there would be no knowledge of the Force. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force. When you learn to quiet your mind, wait, you already have a natural predisposition to that. While when you do a little bit of training, I am sure you would hear them speaking to you. Kagan finishes before turning around to await the Queen. Bowing, Kagan says, Your Majesty, it is my pleasure to continue to serve and protect you. I welcome your help. Senator Palpatine fears that the Federation will destroy me. The Queen says, I assure you I will not allow that to happen. Kagan responds, The last aboard the ship was Anakin, finishing with some last thoughts. I'll be back. She is more foolish than I thought. The holographic figure of Sith Lord Sidius states as he communicates with his pawns. We are sending all troops to meet this army assembling near the swamp. It appears to be made up of primitives. The Viceroy reports. This will work to our advantage. Darth Sidious says, I have your approval to proceed then, my lord. Wipe them out. The Sith Lord pauses for dramatic effect. All of them. Naboo. Sneaking their way through the area and split off into different directions. Padme, Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Anakin all stay hidden just behind some cover. Padme signals to Panica that they are in position. Kagan turns to Anakin and starts to speak to him. Once we get inside, I want you to find a safe place to hide and stay there. Anakin doesn't reply and only nods. Well, I plan to get on a ship and get some of the action. I don't plan to sit around and do nothing, let alone how the original did. The closer I get to the flagship, which controls the droids, the faster I will be able to take control. I've already made progress, and I am close to finishing. All I need to do is to speed up the progress, and that would require going towards a control ship. Anakin thinks. The ambush is set, and the groups, both Padme's and Panica's, is ready. Aimed and ready to go, they fire, blowing up one of the tank-like vehicles parked outside the palace by using their own specialized vehicle procured from the Naboo resistance. This draws the attention of the droids guarding the area, and it draws them in. Captain Panica loops back around and meets up just behind Padme, Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Anakin, following them inside. The distraction doesn't fully work, as some droids also spot the group trying to enter the palace and start blasting. Kagan and Obi-Wan activate their lightsabers, deflecting the shots fired in their direction while taking care of the few droids left standing guard outside the palace entrance. The group is successful and make it inside without the rest of the droids noticing them. A few other volunteer guardsmen enter alongside the group. The supposed droids that the Gungan army was to face was not there, and a lot of the reinforcements for the Viceroy to rely on. All thanks to my doing. No lives lost simply because I was well prepared to handle the situation. Within the droid control ship, all units had been recalled, or at least all units directly connected to the vessel was recalled. Mostly the ones that were inactivated, thus saving many lives. The night before Anakin had left with the group back on Tatooine, he had some ideas on delaying Maul by taking his ship while distracted. This would possibly delay Maul just enough so Kagan and Maul do not get into a fight, as he was his ticket into the Jedi. Without Qui-Gon's insistence that he must be trained as a Jedi, he would not have the chance to be allowed to enter. The group has made their way back inside conveniently, where many ships are docked and are fully resupplied with necessary repairs and full fuel tanks. Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Padme are the first to make an entrance, and the two Jedi protect Padme from the blaster shots from the droids within the bay. Padme, along with the guardsmen, have their own blaster weapons, using it against the droids. Ani, go find cover. Kagan tells Anakin. Quick. Well, I guess this is where the fun begins. Anakin thinks to himself, moving to the side, whilst easily dodging the blaster shots. Which ship will I commandeer for myself? The guardsmen that had come along were actually pilots, as Padme exclaims to them. Get to your ships. Everyone spreads out and heads further into the hangar bay. deciding to do a little more than just sit behind some cover before whisking himself away in a ship. Anakin uses telekinesis subtly to guide one of the fallen droid's blasters in his direction. The pilots hop into their ships as they are being fired at. I think I should save a few lives. Anakin now has the blaster and, with precision aiming, is able to take care of a few of the droids that would have managed to take a life. I do dislike unnecessary death. Anakin thinks to himself while getting in a position close to one of the ships. D2 hops into one of the ships while communicating to Anakin to hop in. I did manage to learn what an astromech is saying. Through Mechidaru, I was able to pick up a few things in terms of the language of droids. I am sorry to one of those pilots, but I'm going to have to commandeer your ship. The original Anakin would get on the ship because it was safe, but also because the pilot that was meant to get on had been killed. This time the pilot might have been saved, but that doesn't mean he would stop his plan. More and more of the pilots are able to get into their ships and then fly from the outside of the hangar bay. They are going towards the starship fleet orbiting the planet. I do not have to go on an epic flight and put my life on the line to save everyone. Preparedness is key to survival. All the pilots getting into their ships do not know about the current situation with Anakin taking control of the droid control ship, and they all believe that it is their mission to destroy it. Near all of the droids have been recalled back to the flagship, while Anakin was in control. In fact, the flagship is just about prepared to leave the Naboo system and travel all the way to Datamir for a reconstruction and connection establishment of his droid army. I thought that me stealing his ship would delay Maul from getting here, but I guess I should have expected he would have options in an event he is stranded. Anakin sensed Maul was close and that what he had done had probably empowered Maul's abilities. I have just made him more angry, great. Well, now it is time for the grand entrance that would introduce Maul fully. Everyone walks to one of the doors, and just as everyone is about to get there, it opens, revealing the Sith apprentice, Darth Maul. Maul has his head bowed, but he slowly raises his head, showing his corrupted, burning yellow eyes. An indication of dark side allegiance. I can hear the music now. Duel of the Fates. Anakin decides to use his Force technique now to hide his presence within the Force while everyone is distracted, and takes control of the ship through Mechidaru. I can handle splitting my consciousness in two directions. At least for now. Any more than this, it would be a pain and start to cause minor headaches. I will focus entirely while keeping a small part of my consciousness here to make sure and alert me when I am needed. Anakin hops off the ship without making a sound and stays clear out of sight. Everyone is too scared to approach any further. We will handle this. Kagan steps forward, indicating to everyone the problem in front of them is something they would be unable to handle. We will take the long way. Padme decides in a split second with everyone else, but Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Anakin following her. I will try to manipulate events so Maul doesn't die. I wouldn't want my ally to complain to me about the death of her favorite son, not that she would know it was me who had caused the death. It is best she is kept in her sane mind for as long as I can. Maul drops his dark hood, exposing more of his Zabrak features. That's right, there are also droidekas. Droidekas come from behind and roll into the scene and start to impede Padme and the rest. Maul ignites his double-sided saber, revealing the bleeding red color of its light. Kagan and Obi-Wan also ignite their sabers in response. They engage in combat finally, starting with the intense use of their lightsabers. It does really show just how powerful Maul is, or at least shows the results of his training that he is able to combat two Jedi at the same time. I know in general the dark side provide more oomph, but that doesn't mean the light side of the Force is anything to scoff at either. Deciding to act before any lives could be taken, Anakin starts and manipulates the ship in the direction of the droidekas, destroying the droidekas. Now Anakin is free to put most of his attention on the fight between the three Force sensitives. The ship will be fine by itself, at least for now. I have made a rudimentary artificial intelligence program for the ship, so it can do the basic things while I can control the more finer parts, freeing up my attention from having to help destroy the flagship. Let's go, Padme exclaims as they start to exit the hangar and go into the area they want. The intense duel is still ongoing as the fight for their lives, both of the Jedi and the Sith apprentice. Maul leads the two into another area. I just have to focus and concentrate. As long as Kagan is not outright killed and Maul is also not killed, I would have achieved my goal. Obi-Wan is pushed away with a force-enhanced kick by Maul to create some room for himself. Kagan engages with the apprentice. Their goal is not to kill Maul, but capture him to interrogate him, as it was requested by the Jedi Council to find out about this attacker. It is harder to incapacitate than kill, after all. I do have experience myself. Obi-Wan rejoins the fight as Anakin quietly follows behind the three. Entering another room that had a large drop, the three continue to engage in this long duel that would decide the fate of those in the room. The lightsaber duel between the Force-sensitive individuals is still going on, and at this point, it is slowly turning into a battle of attrition. Their hidden watcher keeps a close eye on their battle, mentally recording their patterns, forms, movements, and everything else he could make to his advantage. Telepathic abilities, at least my version of telepathy, sure, is great. Anakin thoughts on his mental capabilities. The lighting is intense, though, and it doesn't help they have chosen to fight in this area in particular. As a precaution, I will just use Mechidaru to control those laser doors that turn on and off. Maul gives Obi-Wan a well-placed kick, forcing him off of the ledge, but landing and hanging on to another ledge of the platform pathways below. Kagan overpowers Maul and hits Maul off of the edge as well, but Maul has an easier time, landing with risk of falling off another edge. Kagan follows him down, which leaves him exposed, allowing Maul to kick Kagan away before he could do anything else. The two then continue with Maul on the defensive and Kagan aggressively pursuing. The two exchange blows of their lightsabers as they toe the line of being able to be pushed down at any second. Obi-Wan finally gets up and tries to follow after the two, but has lost some ground, so he'll have to catch up. Here it is, the fate of Kagan will be decided. Anakin, delving deep into the Force, starts to send out small ripples, beginning to concentrate on the moment that is to come. Kagan and Maul enter the laser doors, but before they could continue are cut off from each other. The calm before the storm. Kagan sits down for a rest as he waits, while Maul walks back and forth impatiently. With the Gungans, they had not experienced any attack, so they did not have to provide a distraction anymore. The Viceroy is practically near defenseless. He still has access to some droids that were not directly controlled by the droid control ship, but that was only able to protect him for a little bit as he had been swiftly captured by Padme and her group that went after him. Maul continuously paces back and forth with impatience and a cold look on his face, staring directly at his prey, Kagan. Kagan, as if at peace with his surroundings, has his eyes closed, distancing himself to keep his head clear for the following fight, but is also trying to rest his body, if only for a minute. On instinct, Kagan jumps up and re-engages Maul in combat within the final layer. The final room. Obi-Wan rushes in from behind, trying to make it in time to help and reinforce his master. Going around the room, Maul and Kagan continue to exchange blows at a quick pace, keeping themselves steady so as to not lose balance and fall off of the ledge into the hole. The laser doors close once again, leaving Obi-Wan behind. Going back and forth, the two continuously beat on each other, trying to gain the upper hand, but Maul could tell that Kagan was starting to lose his energy. This leaves Kagan to go on the defensive. The moment is coming. Silently, Anakin has built up to this moment, and within the Force, it is resounding to his call. Maul pushes Kagan back, now going on the offensive, aggressively attacking Kagan with much hate, anger, and whatever other emotion Maul has pent up to draw from. Obi-Wan can only watch on in concern as he too can tell his master is losing, and it would not be long before he makes a mistake. A silence is built up within the Force, and the only thing that could be heard was the clash of sabers between Kagan and Maul. Something is different, though. The two stare each other down, knowing full well that this moment would decide who wins and who dies. They continue to clash up, down, left, right in all directions as both try to outmaneuver each other, both looking for openings. Kagan messes up. He goes for an overarching swing, but does not have the power or energy to swiftly evade the next attack. A change, a reckoning, a shift. Maul, seeing an opening, disorients Kagan by hitting his face. The next moment would have originally had Kagan be stabbed by Maul's saber through his abdomen. Maul goes in for the kill, but just as he is about to pierce the stunned Jedi, a storm is felt through the Force and negates Maul's saber just long enough for Kagan to regain his bearings. What was that? Kagan doesn't think too deeply about the occurrence and retreats a bit, so he can reassess his situation. I shall preserve my energy for now and await for Obi-Wan. Then we can finish him together. Maul's thoughts, on the other hand, were not so pleasant, as this angers him even further, knowing he had been interrupted by someone or something. He may not get the chance to kill the Jedi again. Obi-Wan outside is relieved that nothing bad had happened and also does not think too deeply about it and buries his curiosity for another. Kagan and Maul are still going at it, but it is clearly seen that Kagan is still tired, even if he had gotten a reprise from whatever miraculous event that had happened. Obi-Wan is still waiting behind the laser screen door, as the two are both getting tired at the continuous battle at this point. If Maul is not careful, this could be the end of him. Luckily, he has someone ready to save him from certain death, just as Kagan had been, but this time it would have to be more subtle. All I need to do is push him down the shaft and make sure he doesn't die. Maul and his mother, Talzin, can do the rest after that. Anakin waits patiently for the next set of events to take place, but now instead of relying on his foreknowledge, he has to rely heavily on his precognitive abilities. The doors deactivate, and Obi-Wan jumps into action, nearly catching Maul off guard, but he manages to re-establish his positioning. Now being attacked from both sides, Maul has to find a way out of this situation, and obviously he will attack the current weakest link, that being Kagan, turning around and force pushing Obi-Wan a bit to put some distance between the two of them. Maul ruthlessly attacks Kagan with everything he has. Kagan defensively evades and blocks, trying to further conserve his energy, but not so much that it would cost him. Unfortunately, Maul's attempts are successful, and he manages to harm Kagan. With a kick, he makes Kagan go out of breath and slashes toward his hand holding his lightsaber. Kagan makes a subdued sound of pain as his hand had now just been chopped off, making him currently unable to defend himself. Just as Maul is about to go in for the kill, Obi-Wan jumps over to stop Maul's attack. Kagan now, with one remaining hand, uses telekinesis to get his saber towards his other free hand, while Obi-Wan keeps Maul distracted. "I'm sorry, but I can't block you from all harm. I guess you will take my place, or more like the original's place, in being handless for a while." Anakin thinks morosely. Obi-Wan and Maul continue their back and forth before Obi-Wan manages to break away half of Maul's double-sided lightsaber. Now with only one saber available to him, Maul must change up his saber combat. Kagan is quietly regathering himself and trying to ease the pain he is currently feeling due to the saber burns. At least it is not bleeding. Kagan takes the situation in an upbeat manner. Maul is kicked and drops to the ground as Obi-Wan continues to pursue him, but Maul gets up in time to fend off Obi-Wan. With one saber, Maul is granted a greater capacity to move, but he is not as familiar in the use of one saber as he is in what he is trained with. Maul kicks Obi-Wan, where Obi-Wan does a backflip and lands himself back on the ground, barely dodging the swing from Maul. Maul, taking his opportunity granted to him, force pushes Obi-Wan backwards, where he is nearly gone off of the edge. Kagan cannot do anything in this moment, as he is trying to rein in the pain. Obi-Wan loses his lightsaber and drops down off the ledge, but is hanging by a small bump integrated into the walls. Events are going the way I wanted to, even without my influence. Anakin observes. Maul decides to rather rashly deal with Obi-Wan first, not taking into account Kagan, who is steadily regaining his bearings. Maul kicks Obi-Wan's saber off of the edge, with him being unable to do anything about it. Back with Obi-Wan and the now passed-out Kagan due to his declining age and the intensity of the battle, Maul starts to play with his prey by using his saber to create sparks that fly into Obi-Wan's face. Obi-Wan, noticing his master that has fallen unconscious and that his saber is there to be used, starts to plan quickly within his head. Using the Force, Obi-Wan uses telekinesis to pull the saber towards him as he gets ready to explode into a jump. Obi-Wan then jumps up as the saber flies through the air right into his hand. He flips and lands behind Maul. Maul turns around to face his opponent, momentarily stunned with his guard, let down, which will cost him dearly. Obi-Wan slices Maul's midsection near completely in half. Near completely because something pushed back, giving resistance to Obi-Wan's strike. Maul has a mixture of disbelief and pain appear on his face. As his expression clearly shows his surprise, he falls backwards into the long drop. His body near split in two. Maul falls down all the way as he hits himself several times against the metal walls and watches his other half of his body fall alongside him. Fortunately, he had not been fully cut in half and the damage could be repaired. That is, if he survives the fall. Obi-Wan, after taking care of the threat, rushes towards his master. Kagan is unconscious, but because of the pain, he lets out some ramblings in a delusional state of mind. Obi-Wan is obviously relieved that his master had not been killed and that he had just been injured instead. Unfortunately, his injury was to his main primary hand. A ship lands onto an open street of Naboo's capital of Theed. A delegation of resistance fighters, volunteer guards, and policemen are lined up in wait of the ship. Padme, along with the rest of the crew, are facing the captured leader of the invasion, Viceroy Newt Gunray. Now, Viceroy, you're going to have to go back to the Senate and explain all this, Padme says as the ship behind them opens up its entrance ramp. Panika goes up to the two Neimoidians and continues with a line meant to release some of his anger. I think you can kiss your trade franchise goodbye. They're escorted onto the ship uncuffed. The rest of the group moves on to the side meeting with the visitors that had come to Naboo from out of the ship. Senator Palpatine, along with his own guards, come along and meets up as the now one-handed Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Anakin. Obi-Wan and Kagan bow, but Anakin uses his age to his advantage again, does not bow towards Palpatine. We are indebted to your bravery, Kagan Jinn, and of course yours as well, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Palpatine says, then turns his head to the abnormally tall Anakin. And you, young Skywalker, we will watch your career with great interest. My career? Even if I did not have foreknowledge from my previous life, I would still be put by Palpatine. Palpatine moves past the two Jedi and Anakin over towards Padme with a brisk, light step to his jaunt. Congratulations on your election, Chancellor. Your boldness has saved our people, Your Majesty. It is you who should be congratulated. Together we should bring peace and prosperity to the Republic. Palpatine says with a smiling face. After the battle has been done, and over Kagan along with Obi-Wan are now within another part of the Naboo Palace, talking to the holographic figure, Yoda. Confer on you, level of Jedi Knight, the Council does. Yoda communicates to Obi-Wan as after the report had been given from Kagan and Obi-Wan. Both of their accounts taken in. Obi-Wan has been evaluated, and everyone within the Jedi High Council agreed to promote Obi-Wan solely based on his merits. Jedi Knight Kagan Jinn, the Council disagrees. Your decision to take the boy as a Padawan learner. Yoda continues announcing the Anakin being allowed to join. If you wish to do so, I do not agree. Surely, Master Yoda, you agree with my assessment that the boy is the chosen one. Kagan insists his decision is the correct choice. The chosen one he may be, nevertheless, grave danger I fear in his training. Yoda states his warning. Master Yoda, I will train Anakin, without the approval of the Council if I must. Kagan states, Jedi Knight Kagan, your defiance is not needed. There is another solution, if I may offer. Yoda is proposing another solution toward how they would deal with Anakin. Agree with you, the Council will. Your new apprentice, Skywalker, will be, but on one condition. Condition? What may that be? Kagan asks. The Council and I sense greater potential. Young Skywalker has, but Skywalker is too old, and has emotions that could lead to the dark side. Yoda explains. Temper we must Skywalker's abilities. Natural gifts. He has, and we think it would be prudent that he be trained by more than one master. Yoda continues. 2 masters? You mean to say Anakin will not only have me as his master, but also another? Kagan questions. Unorthodox, I admit, but the Council will not change this decision. Yoda says in response. Obi-Wan decides to ask the question on both his own and his master's mind. Master Yoda, who does the Council suggest to co-teach the boy? Humming to himself, Yoda answers the question. Mace Windu will be the boy's master as well. The reasoning behind this decision was because of characteristics that Anakin had shown. Windu would be the perfect master to pass down his form of lightsaber combat, which focuses in on the dark side and uses it to empower the user. Of course, a great amount of control is needed. The Jedi knows at least a little bit about Anakin's mental capabilities, allowing him greater control of his emotions, which is something the Jedi liked. Even more so would he be suited for Windu. Qui-Gon would still teach Anakin and have him as a student as well, just now he had to teach him other things. Another reason to make Anakin have two masters is to try and guide Anakin to become more ingrained into their order. Windu would be a good choice, so the Council had decided an exception could be made in this instance. No mass funeral to mourn the dead had taken place, as practically no one had died. The invasion had so little losses that the Republic was stirring at the wake of the incident. Anakin was standing next to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon had gotten a replacement hand, a mechanical one, not unlike the one the original Anakin and Luke Skywalker had to get when these two lost their hands. Thankfully, the prosthetics of the era they are in are capable enough in giving people replacement limbs. It may not be as great as the original, but it was better than nothing. Qui-Gon would need some training of his own to get used to his new hand. Anakin decides to question Qui-Gon about what would happen to him if the Jedi had made their decision. So what happens next? Specifically for me, am I allowed to join the Order? Obi-Wan speaks instead of Qui-Gon. Well, since I've been promoted myself, Qui-Gon can now take on a new apprentice of his own. Obi-Wan seems quite proud of his achievement. Yes, Obi-Wan is correct. You will now become my new apprentice. It is just you will have to have more than just myself as your master. Qui-Gon continues. Anakin says confused. More than just you? Anakin thinks at the same time. Is this how the Jedi work? I didn't know a Padawan could have multiple masters. I know there are multiple teachers and all that, but multiple masters. Yes, Jedi Master Mace Windu will also take on your training as his apprentice as well. Qui-Gon says. The Jedi had no reason to come to Naboo, as Qui-Gon had not died, and they were having a discussion back on Coruscant over the mysterious warrior Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan had encountered. There is no doubt the mysterious warrior was a Sith. Windu speaks to Yoda. Yoda hums in agreement. Always two there are, no more, no less. Yoda takes a breath and then continues. A master and an apprentice. But which was destroyed, the master or the apprentice? Windu further questions. Datamir. Grievous had finally gotten his first real mission. The expansion of the droid army would happen as he had reached through communication that his new leader had acquired a somewhat new but damaged droid control ship. Great for him as it would allow him greater control over the droids himself, to coordinate any plans of attacks or invasion, any defensive measures to be taken. Grievous was also aware of the allies his leader had here on Datamir, known as the Night Sisters, and they were especially annoying, at least to him, pestering him every now and then, no doubt trying to get a rise out of him so they could benefit if he would do anything negative against them. His leader would not like that, as he considers them important at least for now. He could tell that Anakin was also getting fed up with the constant indirect methods in which they would antagonize him, so he would make a mistake. When questioned why they do this, Anakin answered, "The Dark Sisters here are heavily influenced by their culture and religion that has been built up over the course of time. This culture relies heavily on the dark side of the Force, which in on itself is not evil in nature." Anakin continued, "But it can influence them subconsciously, making them do things that act in accordance to their emotions, make them more manipulative, more driven to fulfill their goals, and to combine that with the dark side of the Force with their culture has made them be like that." Grievous, upon learning more about the Force and the powers one could wield, was interested if he could do so. Anakin also answered it was a possibility that he was working on. Maybe he would gain their powers, but it wouldn't be to the same scale. Grievous believed his claims because of the evidence of his experiments were these living droids capable of using the very same powers, albeit limited in capacity, that Anakin and the Dark Sisters used. Grievous thought, if they could do it, why can't I? So that became one of his goals, to grow in strength as he had also wanted to strike back at the Republic for stopping him in his tracks. Anakin had said the Republic was dying on its own, and it would be of no use fighting against them, but that did not mean Grievous would be out of action. Far from it. With a new droid control ship coming into their hands, they would be able to finally fully control Datamir, no doubt in a co-rulership with the Dark Sisters, just as promised. It would fully become their planet with basically no resistance. That would be able to cut off any and all communication, have the military might to fully control, and have a native natural people to this planet speak in favor of their occupation. Datamir would become Anakin's new base of operations for his developing army, and Grievous would make sure his tasks and goals are completed. Coruscant. A lot had happened to the Jedi as the invasion of Naboo continued and after it had finished. Two key factors in particular were of the most importance. The incoming entrance of the supposed chosen one from a prophecy only told to the Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, joining their order, and one of the well-respected of the Jedi had left. Disappeared this Jedi had. Dooku, who had left the Jedi Order, disappeared, nowhere to be found. Born into a noble family on the planet Sereno, he was the heir to vast wealth and the noble title of Count. Dooku was taken by the Jedi Order as a child and apprenticed to Thame Cerulean. As a Jedi Knight, he took Qui-Gon Jinn as his Padawan and later trained Komari Voza. Dooku was a respected instructor in the Jedi Temple and one of the most renowned swordsmen in the galaxy, surpassed only by Grandmaster Yoda and equal to Master Mace Windu. Dooku had been steadfast in his loyalty to the Order for the entirety of his long-lived life. He was 70 years of age after all, and had spent nearly 70 years as a Jedi, but a disastrous battle on Galadrin shook his faith in the Order and the Galactic Republic. He fell under the influence of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine of Naboo and left the Jedi Order. After learning that Palpatine was secretly the Sith Lord Darth Sidius, Dooku turned to the dark side and became a Dark Lord of the Sith himself, replacing Darth Maul as Sidious's second apprentice. His new master bestowed upon him the Sith title of Darth Tyrannus. Only having recently left, Dooku had gone into consideration about his future and what he would do now he had joined Sidious. Reclaiming his birthright as Count of Sereno and his vast fortune, Dooku would conspire with Sidious to force the galaxy into a war that would bring the Sith to power. Even though I knew that the Senate was corrupt, the Council was fallible, and Jedi training methods far from perfect, I remained with the Jedi Order for 12 years after Galadrin. Dooku had once said, "Why? Because I still believed that I could accomplish some good as a Jedi. I thought I could bring about some positive changes, right certain wrongs, and do better than maintain the status quo. In short, I was an utter fool." People had noticed within the Order that Dooku had been more withdrawn after the incident on Galadrin and the battle on Balteazer. He refused to accept any more missions from the Jedi Council and became concerned about prophecies he felt were coming true about dark times unfolding across the galaxy. While he discussed his concerns with many of the Order's most prominent Jedi Masters, Dooku's growing disenchantment with the Jedi way was sensed by Senator Palpatine, who had been watching Dooku for some time and had plans that required someone with Dooku's reputation, skills, and financial resources. Palpatine, even before the Battle of Naboo that had recently come to an end, had held several meetings with Dooku to feel out his opinions and cultivate him as an ally. Dooku's behavior and beliefs as a Jedi had previously been within the scope of Jedi orthodoxy. However, Dooku flirted with the belief that the dark side of the Force could be called upon without personal corruption as his discontent with the Jedi Order grew. Dooku had a close relationship with his own master, Master Yoda, along with his Padawans, and had heard of what Qui-Gon had suggested. The Sith were back. He had condemned the Republic Senate publicly, but not to the extent that it was so widely known because his Padawan learner he had ages ago had lost a hand. This upset him, but at least Qui-Gon Jinn was alive. Shortly thereafter, Dooku resigned from the Jedi Order, retired to Sereno, and claimed his family title of Count, left vacant by the death of his brother, while his nephew, Adon, and his sister-in-law went into self-exile on Alderaan. He neither gave a reason for his decision to leave the Jedi in his public announcement, nor did he provide one when summoned before the Jedi Council to explain his actions. Why would he? He had seen the corruption, and there was nothing stopping its spread. Nothing he could do as his words fell on deaf ears, and no eyes to see as the Jedi was blinded. Dooku's abrupt departure surprised and disturbed the Jedi Order. As a Jedi Master who had voluntarily resigned his commission, Dooku became part of the group later known as the Lost 20. In over 2,000 years, only 19 other Jedi Masters had walked away from the Order, and among those Dooku was considered the most bitter loss. The Jedi commissioned a bronzium bust of Dooku as it was created to join the other sculptures of the Lost 20 in the Jedi archives. Coruscant, Supreme Chancellor. Palpatine had been extremely happy, gleeful in fact that he had finally gotten one step closer to achieving his goals. Manipulating those fools in the Senate was easy. So very easy, and the Queen was oh so easy to manipulate as well. Sidious stews in his thoughts. Padme had been directed carefully by Sidious, so he could become the Supreme Chancellor. He had orchestrated the Naboo blockade, but what he did not expect was for the Queen to be so bold. To be so against what he wanted, even if he has what he needed. He had spent the last 6 months cultivating the Queen's trust, knowing she would heed him better than Ars Verna would have. It was all for this moment, when, in a crisis, she had no other choice than to rely on him. Quite insidious, just as his Sith name would imply. He had also come across a new apprentice to make up for the one he had unfortunately lost. How very sad he was to lose someone so close to him. Not. Maul was a good apprentice for the time, but was lacking in what I wanted. What I needed, and his usefulness came to an end. His new apprentice, Darth Tyrannus, is quite the powerful Force user. He basically has little to do and train him with. He has all the basics already. What Sidious would need to do, however, is further corrupt his mind, as he remembers a conversation he had with the Count. I declined to be a member of the Council in order to devote myself to diplomacy, and look how that has turned out. The Republic is sliding deeper into chaos. Darth Tyrannus had told him, "You're one man against a galaxy full of scoundrels." Sidious had replied with honeyed words. One man should be able to make a difference if he is powerful enough. Then Tyrannus said something that had piqued his interest, and Sidious had used to his full advantage to slowly turn Dooku away from the Jedi. It is unfortunate that he could already see some signs that Dooku is not an appropriate student for him. In fact, it was not himself that had discovered the potential in Darth Tyrannus. It was his very own previous master, Darth Plagueis. Sidious Master had once rambled on and on about his own failures due to the meddling of Darth Tyrannus. Plagueis envisioned and had wanted to create intersystem dissent in the expansion region. Though Plagueis had no plans to replace Palpatine as his apprentice, Palpatine's reckless assassination of Senator Vidar Kim had brought to Plagueis' attention the possibility of Palpatine getting himself killed or exposed. As such, he viewed Dooku as a potential apprentice should Palpatine succumb to such a fate. This trait was something Sidious took on himself and further expanded upon it, by leaving behind his former apprentice Maul to the metaphorical wolves. Both Plagueis and Sidious had also toyed with the idea of indirectly turning Dooku to the dark side and using him to create a schism within the Jedi Order. However, when Plagueis introduced him to Sidious, it was that relationship that would eventually become pivotal to the progression of the Sith's grand plan. Shortly after the victory of the Naboo and Gungans from the Trade Federation's invasion, Palpatine took Jedi Master Dooku to a diner in the works to discuss personal business over a meal. The two of them had been introduced by Ron Har Kim shortly after Palpatine had become a senator, and had formed a friendship based on Dooku's admiration of Palpatine's policies. To Dooku, it appeared as though Palpatine championed the underrepresented and underprivileged peoples of the Outer Rim, and in fact believed that Palpatine was largely responsible for the Outer Rim worlds receiving any representation in the Senate at all. Having previously agreed with Palpatine that the Republic had to be torn down before the galaxy could be saved, and immediately recognizing the political capital that the Naboo crisis had provided Palpatine, Dooku voiced his suspicion that Palpatine had been complicit in the invasion of his own homeworld. Dooku expressed his approval of Palpatine taking full political advantage of the situation, regardless of how it had come to be. When the topic of Dooku's impending resignation from the Jedi Order was broached by Palpatine, Dooku told his friend that he was now more resolved to leave than ever, but not for the reasons that Palpatine suspected. His interest had been raised, however, as he had come to discover a rather unique boy, Anakin Skywalker. For though he had taken little issue with the Jedi Council's decision to interfere in the Naboo crisis, he informed Palpatine that a young boy, Anakin Skywalker, had been brought by Kagan from Tatooine and was suspected of being the prophesied Jedi Chosen One. Palpatine was completely shocked at this revelation. He had personally encountered the boy in Amidala's retinue, and had even given him a spare bedroom to sleep in during Amidala's stay at his senatorial suite. Yet despite Anakin's one-of-a-kind potential in the Force, Palpatine had sensed nothing. While Palpatine's interest in Anakin was fairly academic for the time being, Plagueis nearly panicked when Palpatine informed him of Anakin's existence. Years before, Plagueis had attempted to coerce the Force via midi-chlorians to spontaneously create life, and he had ultimately failed to do so. More than that, however, Plagueis believed that not only had he failed, but that his actions had caused the Force to react in such a way as to counter the Sith's tampering with it. If the boy, who had been born at around the same time as Plagueis' failed experiment, was indeed the Chosen One, he could be the embodiment of the Force's opposition to the Sith. As such, while Palpatine did not particularly care that Anakin had come to the attention of the Jedi, Plagueis was adamantly opposed to the Jedi training him. He immediately ordered Palpatine to instruct Maul that killing Qui-Gon Jinn was now of paramount importance, as Jinn was essentially acting as Anakin's sponsor within the Jedi Order. Without Jinn backing the boy, Plagueis hoped the Jedi Council would simply send him back to Tatooine. Unfortunately, this did not come to pass, and would not have succeeded originally as well. Another thing to take of note was the death of his master. Sidious had been planning for a long time now already that Plagueis had to die, one way or another for him to truly take the reins as the one and only true Sith Lord. The night before the election, Damisk made his first public appearance in years, attending the premiere of an experimental Mon Calamari piece at the Galaxy's Opera House with Palpatine. After the performance and late dinner at the Manori, the two Sith Lords retired to Damisk's penthouse in the Caldani Spires, building to celebrate Palpatine's imminent triumph. There, Palpatine plied Plagueis with wine while rehearsing his Chancery acceptance speech, slated to be delivered the following day before the Senate. Plagueis soon fell into an alcohol-induced sleep, and Palpatine saw his chance. With his master's guard completely down, Palpatine blasted Plagueis' transpirator mask with Force lightning, shorting it out and waking him, being inebriated and half asleep. However, the Mien could do nothing to stop his apprentice. Palpatine took this opportunity to thoroughly deride, mock, and otherwise disparage Plagueis, telling him that for the whole of their relationship the apprentice had ever manipulated the master, playing him like a pawn. And throughout the relentless derision, Sidious sent forth additional blasts of lightning, causing the Mien immense pain as he slowly suffocated. Adding insult to injury, Sidious lambasted Plagueis for his role in Palpatine's own warped conversion, hatefully accusing him of manipulating a confused boy into murdering his family. Strangely, but perhaps merely reflecting that early psycho-emotional conflict and trauma, Palpatine then expressed to the senior Sith his genuine gratitude for the teachings that Plagueis had, over the years of their association, passed on to him. At the moment that the stricken Mien finally succumbed to death, Sidious, having only just proclaimed himself the embodiment of the long-prophesied Sithari, felt a monumental shift in the Force, which he interpreted as the dark side anointing him as the tool it would use to take over the universe. The exultant Sith Lord, however, then felt another tremor, or vague awareness of a power greater than himself that was shading his sense of triumph. He suspected that it was perhaps Plagueis reaching out from death to vex him, or simply the aftershocks of his own rise. Sidious reasoned that neither was the case, though he would not discover what exactly the foreboding feeling was until later. Although I had accomplished a lot, there is still a lot to go before I can truly succeed in all my endeavors. Coruscant. The Code of the Jedi and respectively by extension a part of every member was passed on throughout the entirety of their existence. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. Or the code, usually practiced by the younglings trained by the Jedi. Emotion, yet peace. Ignorance, yet knowledge. Passion, yet serenity. Chaos, yet harmony. Death, yet the Force. Strangely enough, this code above is a much better alternative version of the Jedi's code, but the one mainly used is not this one. This code was usually recited by Jedi younglings during their initiate trials. It is quite unfortunate that it is not used more often, as I consider it a much more complete version of the Jedi code, or at least it is better than the one currently used. Anakin thinks as he is being transported back to Coruscant along with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon had requested a transport back to Coruscant to Padme as they were ready to leave. With everything that had been accomplished, it was time for Anakin's training to begin. Anakin, as you know, you are to have 2 masters to teach you instead of 1. Considering this, a plan was devised so as to make sure you have time to train under each of us, myself, and then Master Windu. Qui-Gon says, walking towards Anakin, who is currently within his own thoughts. Yes, Master. Are you to tell me my training schedule, or has that not been decided yet? Anakin said in a questioning tone. Anakin had to change his way of addressing Qui-Gon, as he did accept him as his new master. He would be, hopefully, learning a lot from Qui-Gon as he was trained by the infamous duelist expert Dooku, who was in turn trained by Yoda. Qui-Gon replies, the details are still yet to be worked out between myself and Master Windu, but I am sure we can come to a swift conclusion. Is your hand all right? Do you like your replacement? Anakin gestures towards Qui-Gon's now mechanical hand. Well, yes. Before I forget, I would like to thank you for your ability to make me a new hand. It feels quite good where I have no discomfort at all. Qui-Gon says while smiling. I'm glad to be of help. Anakin then thinks, I did this as a sorry for not being able to fully save you from the encounter with Maul. But hey, it must be better than nothing at all. I did especially craft that new hand for you. I see you are quite skilled in the areas concerning technology. In fact, all I have seen from you are your various talents in many areas. I wonder what else you could tell me about your abilities. Qui-Gon questions, trying to see what else Anakin is capable of. Well, for the longest time I could sense I have some innate connection to the mind, my mind in particular. I have great control over my memories, my thoughts, and emotions. I can also sense the emotions and thoughts of others quite easily as well. It has been quite useful to me. Anakin continues. Yes. I have been informed of this rather special ability you have been born with. Most who are Force-sensitive have some type of talent in regards to the Force and other things. Qui-Gon explains. Yours could very well be Force abilities related to the mind. Qui-Gon states, it is not just my mind, I also have great control of an understanding of technology, as I'm sure you have noticed. Anakin leaves out. I also have a special talent related to anything to the body, particularly reinforced by the dark magics working on me, but I don't think I want to inform anyone of this. At least for now. Yes, your affinity for technology is certainly interesting, but I am unsure as to what Force abilities there are to that. Qui-Gon continues. Enough of that. I think you will need to come to terms with and focus on the basics of your training. First, I think I will start with a lesson in history and the basics of the Jedi way. The training of students of the Jedi Order changed and evolved over its many millennia of existence. Throughout its history, though, the idea of a master and an apprentice was consistent, though at times more than one apprentice could be taken by a single master. Training was harsh and difficult, consisting of nearly 2 decades of tutelage before an apprentice became a full-fledged knight. That is why Anakin's case was pretty unique, as a student usually would have no more than one master, but the current Jedi had to take into account the potential of Anakin and future of him, even if they don't all fully believe to be the chosen one. At least not yet, as they have yet to know the full capabilities and talents of the boy other than the preliminary test done when he was on Coruscant. Following the supposed extinction of the Sith and the passage of the Risen Reformation, The Jedi Order completely reformed its academy under the leadership of Grand Master Fei Coven and the Council of First Knowledge, closing many of the ancient praxioms of the early order in favor of a more centralized academy on Coruscant. Those that remained open were overseen by a council of masters, as opposed to a single administrator. The formation of the Acquisition Division was a necessity with the newly implemented age restriction. All initiates in the order were restricted to infants and very young children. In order to help, the Galactic Republic passed a law requiring all member worlds to check for Force sensitivity upon delivering each child. The Council also took the time to codify a formal battery of 5 tests of knighthood, in addition to restricting apprenticeship to 1 master and 1 apprentice. As the Academy flourished, so did the Order. Initiates were placed in clans and learned together for over a decade along a strict, structured regimen of academics and combat. The Jedi Academy on Coruscant structured an Initiate's Day, and the lessons progressed in difficulty as a student moved through the Academy system. Lessons were taught by Jedi Masters and unranked Jedi from the Education Corps, and designed to give the Initiates the skills they would need in the field. What Kagan was going to teach Anakin, at least what he could officially teach him now, that he could not back on Naboo, was the basics of the basics when it comes to their training. He is an intelligent boy. In fact, he may very well be a genius, so it shouldn't be too hard for him to advance quickly. Kagan thought. The Jedi Order, and by extension the Jedi, take on very strict vows, Anakin. These vows, or mantras and chants, are words the Jedi live by. Of course, I disagree a lot of the time with how it is done, but that is just the way things are. Jedi and their code, their need and desire reinforced through indoctrination to follow the code, is partially why they had become complacent in their seats of power. Even if there are lessons to be learnt, their inability to evolve for the better cripples them and cripples those around them. At the forefront being the Galactic Republic that had become corrupt, but many who are in the know would say it was the fault of the Jedi. No, the Jedi only enabled those with less than clean backgrounds to prosper. And on itself, the Republic was failing, but that didn't mean some intervention could have saved it. Through some in-depth analysis on the Jedi Code and the way they follow it, Anakin had come up with why they follow it and how. When it came to the dark side, or more specifically anything to do with negative emotions which were completely natural to most living sentient creatures above a certain sapience level would have, the Jedi would shun it. Jedi were taught to accept the inherent dark side within themselves and conquer it, and not let it conquer them. Fear of loss, anger, hate, jealousy, greed, and aggression, all of the dark side had to be stripped from its influence over a Jedi through patience and training. Even when it came to emotions such as love, it was enforced that no such feelings be present. While the Jedi Code forbade possession and attachments, the Jedi were encouraged and trained to love in terms of compassion. Attachment was the inability to accept change as the fundamental characteristic of life, to accept death as the natural part of life, the inability to let go, feeding into fear of loss and greed, leading to jealousy. Attachment was selfish, a shadow of greed, and thus a path of the dark side of the Force. Therefore, attachment was forbidden for a Jedi who had to train themselves to let go of everything they were afraid to lose, to renounce all attachments. Thus, they could be compassionate and loving and caring, but not be possessive and grabbing and holding on to things, trying to keep them frozen in time, accepting the transitional nature of life. This allowed them to love the totality of life unconditionally, without selectively choosing individual life forms to become selfishly attached to. At one point, Kagan had been told something ridiculous, which he held back from telling Anakin, but Kagan projected his thoughts as such from that memory that Anakin could perceive it clear as day. Falling in love, that's what the Jedi Code forbids. Getting laid? Not so much. Not if it's casual, like me and Selby. Rael Averross defends casual sexual relationships to Kagan Jinn. And it is true that the Jedi do not like romantic relationships of any kind, strictly forbidding it. What most Jedi seem to not understand is that sexual relations are not forbidden as long as romantic feelings do not develop. Members of the Jedi Order considered each other their family, and sometimes were truly related by blood. Jedi Masters developed strong, trusting, and loving bonds with their apprentices whom they raised, being like a parent to them. However, they were not supposed to form attachment for the greater good. They had to be able to let go of them, not to lose 1,000 lives just to save one. The Jedi considered romantic feelings natural, and as such, they did not prohibit them. But for a Jedi Knight, it was essential to make the right choice for the Order and not neglect their Jedi duties in the favor of their beloved, even if that would mean the end of the relationship. Jedi Knight Rael Averross believed that the Jedi Code permitted casual sexual relationships as long as the Jedi did not form attachments. Averross had such a relationship with Selby, an innkeeper on Pijal, when he served as Lord Regent of that planet. The Jedi were encouraged to rely on their instincts over their mind, which is truly weird considering a lot of a being's instincts are tied to a lot of emotions. An example being fear, where fear can help a person decide and react to something that is dangerous, hazardous, or can cause harm. Evolutionary reasons are behind things like this. They held their emotions valuable, but were also warned to be mindful of them, for they could cloud their judgment. A Jedi had to maintain a serene, quiet mind in order to stand on the light side instead of the dark. Thus, they were able to keep the Force within them in balance. The Jedi knew that the universe is far from static, and the way of the Force is that all living eventually must die. They had a strong faith in the Force and found comfort in knowing that upon dying, they, just like all things that ever lived, will be transformed into the cosmic Force, the wellspring from which the living Force emanated, becoming one with it. Therefore, they saw death as the natural part of life. Despite they were saddened by it, they were advised to remember, one day they will all pass on, and rejoice and celebrate those around them who passed away and become one with the Force, instead of grieving and missing them. The fear of losing the living to inevitable death was attachment, the shadow of greed. While it is certainly true, Anakin couldn't help but also disagree with this statement, when clearly there are beings that are already immortal, such they do not die due to the passage of time. An example of this would be the special Force wielder race. Another example of immortality is the Jedi Force technique that allows for the ghost or spirit of a Force sensitive that had died to live on without a body. Truly, there are many instances of things like this, but it is true that sometimes you cannot save everyone. Sometimes it is what it is. Night Cycle, Coruscant. Having just arrived, as the giant city spanning across the planet slumbers, or at least tries to sleep, as there are still multiple vehicles and sounds produced throughout, the ship transporting Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Anakin arrives. Coruscant sure is mesmerizing to look at sometimes, don't you think? Anakin says out loud, "It is a sight to see for sure, but instead of looking around, we should head for the Jedi Temple. Then you'll get your very own quarters to live and sleep in, and the next day someone will escort you to the area you need to go." Kagan tells Anakin, "Okay." Anakin responds with a short reply. They had to take a transport vehicle to take them towards the Jedi Temple. As the three of them enter said vehicle, Obi-Wan speaks towards the driver. "Take us to the Jedi Temple." The driver responds, "Righto." Driving through the high-rise buildings and the airlane traffic that is congested, they take their time getting back to the temple, tired mentally from the long journey and the events that had happened through the past few days. Obi-Wan decides to question Anakin about a few things. "Anakin, I heard that you quite the good empath and telepathic person. From what I know, that is true. Tell me how you do it. I would like to learn how you hide yourself within the Force. It is quite powerful and would be useful, no doubt, in any future mission I partake in. It is not something that can be instantly recreated from my understanding. It would take a lot of time and patience with a high degree of talent in psychic abilities related to the mind." Anakin replies as Kagan just listens to the conversation between the two with mild interest. "Is that right? I guess that is too bad." Obi-Wan finishes because despite his patient nature, he is not that talented with psychic abilities. His talents lay within dueling, and even then, he still has much to learn. The Jedi basically do what I do already anyway. From what I have been recently informed on by Master Kagan was that the Jedi meditate a lot, and this is not too much different from my methods. Anakin continues. It is just the way my powers have progressed are different from what would be considered normal. That is fine. I was just curious as to your abilities and if there was a way to replicate its effects. We are nearly there. Kagan speaks up after Obi-Wan finishes. Looking out towards the Jedi Temple, Anakin can say that the grandeur will probably not be lost to him. I know I would probably not be able to reform the Jedi in any capacity really, but that doesn't mean they should be left to die. Well, at least the children should live the massacre. In fact, I could probably stop Sidious' plan for the clones. What's more is that I could bring over the clones to my side and have them respect me just as they did the original. I wouldn't mind a few extra comrades. The transport vehicle stops at the dock. The 2 Jedi Knights and 1 Padawan exit the vehicle. Where's my pay? The driver asks a little brashly. Kagan gives the man some credits before he zooms away, leaving the Jedi behind. Right this way then. Kagan directs as Anakin and Obi-Wan follow along. Walking towards the Jedi Order's entrance, Anakin starts to mentally communicate with negative 47 Hong Kong dollars. HK, did you do what I requested of you? Yes, Master. I have successfully transported the deactivated droids left on Naboo. HK responds immediately. Good, very good. You have done well. You can go back to your primary directive and await for further instructions. Yes, Master. HK responds as Anakin cuts off the connection. What were the Naboo going to do with all those droids except recycle them all into scrap and maybe sell them off? Which they did sell the droids, but instead of making a huge scale sale to some corporation publicly, Anakin had convinced Padme to give him the droids. Specifically, he had said his mother, Shmi, would pay for the droids through an official request. This would allow Padme to make some economic recovery to help aid the rebuilding efforts and would help Anakin further increase his droid army. It makes it all the easier that the droid army left on Naboo is directly connected to the control ship he had stolen. Something interesting had also happened with the droids, specifically the droids on Datamir he has stashed. The elite droids he had created had started to worship him in a weird way, proclaiming him as their god and creator, which technically he is, but they had started developing their own culture, truly turning them into a society ready to emerge. Anakin's not complaining as he saw no problems with this. The elite droids he created, at least to him, were now full living beings, and it seems they have appreciated his efforts to help them develop on their own, to have their own freedoms and liberties. Fortunately, they do not see Anakin in a negative light, considering he controls them and the unliving droids, but in fact encourage what they had started to call being blessed. He had seen this himself, and reports were coming in from his new minion, Grievous. Right, Obi-Wan, you can go. I have to take Anakin here to his new accommodation. Yes, Master. You do not need refer to me that way anymore, Obi-Wan. You have rightfully earned yourself the title of Jedi Knight. Kagan says proudly. Thank you, but I do not think I will ever see you as anything less. Right, go on then. Kagan exasperatedly replies. Okay, I will be heading off now. And, Anakin, why don't you come see me sometime? I'm sure I could also help you in your studies if you would like. Maybe explain a few things. Obi-Wan starts to walk off in the direction of his own accommodation with a hop in his step. I would like that, thank you. Anakin politely replies. After Obi-Wan leaves, the 2 Kagan directs Anakin. Come on, this way then. After a brisk walk over to the room assigned to Anakin, Kagan speaks. Here you are then. For now, this is your room here at the Jedi Temple. Thank you, Master. Smiling, Kagan replies. You should get some rest now. You have had a long past few days, and your troubles will not stop there. You still have much to learn. Okay, I will head in now. Goodbye. Anakin enters his new housing for the foreseeable future as Kagan heads off to his own room, no doubt wanting to catch up on some much-needed sleep. This is quite Spartan, but what did I expect from the Jedi? At least I can decorate this place however I want. The walls, ceiling, and floor were a standard white color. There were no decorations and very limited space, but enough for a bed, various drawers, a closet, and some leftover room for himself. I think I will head to bed for now. I think it is about time I have some normal dreams for now. Anakin hops on the Spartan-like bed and falls asleep, not bothering to enter a meditative state, seeking some normal sleep. Day cycle, Coruscant. Opening his eyes, Anakin gets up off of the bed. I feel pretty well rested. I guess it is time I make my debut. Looking towards his own internal clock, he would say it is about early sunrise. The reason Anakin needs less sleep than the average human was his telepathic abilities reinforcing his mind, and in fact he could completely go without sleep if he just meditates 2 hours every day. Deciding that waiting around was quite boring, he decides to connect with HK through the mental link he has and starts to get a report of the daily building slave uprising on Tatooine. The slaves turned workers that remain on the planet were those most invested in the Free the Slaves movement. It was quite underground, at least for now, but they knew someone was sponsoring them. I can't possibly buy every slave, as there are some very disturbed individuals who would not release them. Not all slavers were kind or generous enough to bargain away their slaves, and not all of the slaves that were owned by the same person were for sale, so they needed some other way out of their situation. One such situation had occurred when he was younger that had to do with a special race of a human-like species known as ghostlings. In fact, he had rescued a young princess, the very same young princess of that ghostling species, along with other captives. It was easy enough, and thankfully he had built up enough resources and power to safely secure the children. Otherwise, it would have been harder to help them out. He would still do it, of course, but with much more caution. Anyway, I think I had gained an admirer. I believe it was the very same princess I had indirectly rescued, and from what I knew, I had decided to capitalize on this hero worship. Getting another ally is all the more good for me, but I doubt her childish affection still holds after all these years. Maybe the feelings of gratitude, but puppy love won't be there to blind her. Meditating some more, Anakin reflected on his progress with the mental arts he had developed, or more like redeveloped for the Force. The levels indicated by him were a very vague standard and was not a perfect classification of the developed powers he would gain and continuously grow in strength. The mind arts were a very hard thing to practice, and after his initial momentum, it had slowed down quite a bit. His mastery through his mind had thankfully gone as far to the master grade, but his mental intrusion force technique had stagnated simply because he felt it wrong to just willy-nilly invade a person's mind with a technique that could make them brain dead. It was a dangerous technique he had developed and could be deployed in combative situations to put others into a sort of trance. An illusion or can straight up rip the mind of another apart, so he was not without a means to protect himself. His mental capacity had expanded to allow him parallels thoughts where there are technically two of him that is active at the same time. His mind has been accelerated beyond belief, just through telepathy alone, not including the benefits of the ritual. And even though the passive emotion sensing ability is rather annoying with him, having limited control over his emotion sensing capabilities, it could overwhelm him if he is not careful. At least that was how it was at the start. Now he would be safe from the emotions given off by anyone really. Mechidaru had come a long way as well. What with the massive amount of droids, ships, and other technologies he has connected himself to, he is certainly in a good position with it. Other branches he has started developing to this technique was what he referred to as a virus. Instead of having to be near something to take it over, he would implant a virus based off of his force signature, capture and reprogram a device or computer-based systems. This essentially allows him to bypass a lot of systems put in place to protect against attacks of this nature. Except his was through the Force, and normal technology has no chance of resisting his control. If another person through the Force has control of a droid, he would be unable to control it unless he is stronger, has time and the necessary skill, or the original user is killed or disconnects from said thing. That about settles everything, but this is only the beginning. Well, technically I began nearly as soon as I was born, but that is besides the point. I can now finally expand my knowledge of the Force and learn properly. I have grand plans and don't plan to stop with just the Force itself. There is a glaring flaw with most Force sensitives, and that is despite being pretty overpowered compared to the average being, their bodies lack great strength and endurance. This is something I will have to change, at least for myself, and this would require some Force abilities that I would need to experiment with, or I will have to look into advanced technologies. An example being something like nanites introduced into my system, reinforcing, healing, and making my body stronger. For something like this, it would probably not take too long to develop because I do have something similar in the works. As Anakin is still meditating, going over his progress, a knock at the door could be heard, disrupting his thought process. Oh well, I guess it is time to get busy again. Day cycle, Coruscant. As Anakin is still meditating, going over his progress, a knock at the door could be heard, disrupting his thought process. Oh well, I guess it is time to get busy again. Anakin stops his meditation and approaches the door while thinking at the same time. From what I sense, the person behind the door is not Kagan, and I have become quite familiar with his Force signature. Opening the door, Anakin sees who has come to see him. Young Padawan Skywalker, I have come to explain to you your schedule throughout your training. The person who spoke was Mace Windu, Anakin's other new master. Master Windu, you have come to be my guide? Yes, that is true. I will introduce to you the areas that matter when you stay here. Usually, a person would have a clan they would join here, but due to your special circumstances, you would just be joining in classes suitable to both my own and Qui-Gon's time schedule. Mace starts to walk, and Anakin follows from behind. First, I will be showing you the area where communal meals are held. This is where you will be able to have some sustenance. I'm quite hungry, Anakin says while thinking. It is good I don't have to worry about food, and can, while eating with everyone, try to gain some connections. Yes, you'll be seated within a hall with all the other younglings. They both continue before stopping at an entrance that is the communal eating area. Right, for now, I will stop my guiding here, as you should eat before we continue. You will wait here after the time to eat has finished, and I will come back. Okay, Master. Thank you. Anakin bows slightly. While Mace leaves, Anakin enters the hall, where he can see many people, many children sitting in groups, but because it is very early in the morning, there are not many students. Right time to get some food. For what I see, there are not that many, what I would consider important people, so there is no point in staying here too long. Hey you. Someone calls out to Anakin, a small female child that looks around his actual age. Is this Barriss Offee, the friend of Ahsoka, or at least would be friend? It seems that the age of the current one is of the Legends version, as in the Clone Wars, she was de-aged to fit in more with the show. Yes, hello. Anakin greets the girl. You must be new around here. Did you perhaps only recently join the Order? I do not think that was allowed. Usually only people way younger than you are allowed to join. That is right. I am new here. I have only recently become a part of the Order. That's cool and a bit weird from the norm, but welcome. Force studies take place in the morning. Students were taught the ways of the Force and its 3 applications: control, sense, and alter. Midday studies focused on traditional classroom instruction, where non-Jedi instructors taught an assortment of lessons, including political strategy, galactic law, the sciences, and language. The afternoons were dedicated to physical activities, including lightsaber training. Taught forms I through Form 6 of lightsaber combat by highly qualified instructors. Initiates practiced with training lightsabers until they crafted their own in the caves of Ilum. 5 mandatory mediation sessions were mixed into the day, as well as communal meals. At least this was a standard schedule given to me. Mace Windu had guided him around throughout the day and introduced him to the classes he would be taking, who he would be participating in trainings with, and some such nonsense. Most of what is on the list or schedule for him was the standard list given to younglings. Well, more like younglings are guided in this direction, slowly getting used to their new style of life. Anakin has to do the same, but it is better this way, as there is still some time left over for him to continue his own plans, so he is not completely at the will of this academic course. He also takes some days off to further advance and be trained by Kagan or Mace. From what he understands, at least in terms of the first things, he has to learn control, since an alter are the basic applications that a Force-sensitive can do. Control is internal. It is the Jedi's ability to recognize the Force in himself and to use it to his benefit. Kagan has said to Anakin, the Jedi Order's teaching method began with the aspect of control, taught to Jedi initiates as a way to open their minds to the Force and establish a base point for further development. The theme of control was centered on the ability to control one's own body, as self-control was the starting point for all Jedi teachings. Development of these skills would continue throughout a Jedi's life, as the basics of all other disciplines of Force use began here. One of the most well-known side effects of mastering the discipline of control was prolonged life and the avoidance of decay. Three main abilities were centered around control: Tatooine, Curado Salva, and Altus Soper. These three umbrella abilities incorporated many of the abilities Jedi used throughout their service to the Republic. Tatooine was an umbrella title used by the Jedi Order to classify Force abilities related to energy absorption. Anakin had used a version of this to subdue Maul's attacks against Kagan on Naboo, and he had also applied it for Maul as well, just so he could keep his body intact. Curado Salva was an umbrella skill used by the Jedi Order to classify Force abilities related to self-healing, and a lot of the time this ability is used passively or subconsciously without someone being aware that they are healing themselves at accelerated rate. Anakin has a version of this in the form of the dark side magic ritual and his own subconscious activation of said technique. There are not many Jedi who even know of how to use medic-based or healing-based Force techniques, so this is an area Anakin will be most interested in. The last of the control domain is Altus Soper, the traditional term for the ability to increase a user's focus on the Force. Sense involves the next step, in which the Jedi recognizes the Force in the universe outside herself. Classified as sensibilities by the Jedi Order, these techniques were taught to Padawans to broaden the scope of their control abilities. Dipping into a deeper understanding of the living Force, sensibilities allowed Force wielders to immerse themselves in the environment. By the end of their apprenticeship, Padawans were expected to use the Force as an additional sense, constantly attuned to the undulation of the Force. The Jedi Order saw the sensibilities divided into four main groups: Prima Vitae, Tactus Odium, Ty Vordrax/psychometry, and projected telepathy. While there were many other styles to the sense family, these were considered the most vital to Jedi teachings. Anakin in particular would be extremely powerful in regard to the sense skill tree, and its abilities being considered as the most important certainly puts Anakin at an advantage. Life detection, also known in traditional High Galactic as Prima Vitae, was a basic sense-based Force power that allowed a Force sensitive to feel the presence of living things or beings and detect their positions at long range. Anakin's senses were primarily tuned and would only grow with the passage of time. He could slightly thank his telepathy for that. Sense Force, also known as C-Force or in traditional High Galactic as Tactus Odium, was a sense-based Force power. It allowed an individual to sense the ambient Force in a given area. It could not be used to detect sentient beings, but allowed an individual to sense the magnitude of Force in an area or object, and even if that Force was aligned with the dark side of the Force or the light. This ability Anakin also has, as he was able to tell the distinction between the dark side alignment of Force energy on Tatooine and Datamir. Even here on Coruscant, there is the presence of a lingering darkness that the absolute light of the Jedi hide. They do this unknowingly, of course, but even still, if Anakin could sense it, wouldn't that mean the Jedi should be able to as well? Psychometry, also known as postcognition, Ty Vordrax, or telemetry, was a Force power that was a mental technique of picking up impressions and traces of information about the object touched and the events that have surrounded it. This ability, even though sounds quite basic, it could come in handy within a lot of circumstances. But Anakin did not bother to develop this when he was younger, as there was no need. It would have been pointless to do so, as there was nothing of particular interest that could be found. He doesn't even know where to begin when trying to practice such an ability. The last ability that Anakin has become most familiar with, telepathy. The very basic ability to read and interact with other minds, mentally communicate and project the user's thoughts over small or vast distances with other individuals. Alter is the third and most difficult area to master, for it involves the student's ability to modify the Force and redistribute its energies. An advanced form of Force use. Many non-trained Force sensitives stumbled upon this group of powers accidentally, usually resulting in disastrous events. Untamed, these Force powers can cause mass chaos, as the art of manipulating other objects must be perfected and honed. Within the Jedi Order, These abilities were considered to be alter abilities and were taught to Jedi Knights who had mastered the art of control and sense. Capable of affecting the environment, these abilities were vital to a successful knight, as without them, individuals could see the Force, but were incapable of manipulating it. In the Order of the Jedi, the great masters considered the techniques of telekinesis, affect mind, and alter environment to make up this family of abilities. So, the more cool telekinetic-based abilities, or the creation of shooting electricity through my fingertips, might be off the table for now. Anakin thought to himself, I could work on other abilities, but I have another project to take care of in my free time, so it will be prudent I finish that first. Anakin. A voice calls out, but Anakin is currently distracted. It would be cool, though, being able to do these things, so for now, I will put off the development of alter-based abilities because there must be a reason I need to master both sense and control first. Anakin. Anakin continuously was inside his thoughts, clearly distracted, not paying attention to his surroundings. Even though he has a lot of mental power, he currently has one of his thoughts processes meditating, whilst the other is now distracted. From what I remember, there are a lot of abilities that would be considered alter, and from among them, I'm only really interested in some that would make me more powerful. Art of the Small comes to my mind, and if I am able to recreate this technique, I would be able to modify my physical self. Padawan Skywalker. Being woken up from his distracted state of mind, Anakin is reminded that he is actually currently within a lesson. The person who had spoken to him at this moment was his current teacher, a Jedi instructor from the Education Division. Well, I think I should start to try and increase the amount of thoughts I can have at the same time, or should have at least left some awareness for my surroundings. The person who had been saying his name was one of the Jedi younglings he had become acquainted with, Barris. He was put into a class that was of a similar age group as himself, while not being too hard to catch up in regards to teachings. At least that was what Mace had told him when he was put with a bunch of children, but he is not going to complain, as he well knows there is a lot for him to learn. Now that I have everyone's attention, shall we continue with the lesson? The instructor glares a bit at Anakin. Deciding to stop meditation, which he is doing at the same time, he gets his other though process to connect with negative 47 Hong Kong dollars. Hey HK, do you think you could go somewhere for me? Yes, master. Anything and anywhere. I'm always available. Datamir. It was fun at first, but now it has gotten boring. At least that was what Grievous thought, as he had been engaging in minimal combat as soon as they decided to take over the planet of Datamir. Grievous did not have much to do after the small skirmishes that had taken place, and in fact he would not have even been able to do anything given the elite droids or even a mass amount of machines there are at Anakin's disposal. You can use as much as you want. It doesn't matter, but from what I understand about the conditions of the planet, it would make a good starting point to help build my very own empire. Grievous had been told as such through a communication device. Please, tell me there is more for me to do. Why, of course. Grievous asks in a disbelieving tone. Really? I thought there was nothing to do for the next coming few years. A few things here and there, sure, but nothing else. Did you forget one of your goals, your desires that you gained after joining up with me? Goal. You wanted something, but I guess if you can't even remember that, then you don't want it. Anakin trailed off. Grievous, getting a bit frustrated and impatient, says, Well, why don't you tell me already? Calm down. No need to get your wires tangled. Anakin said to calm him down, then continued. You wanted to use the Force, right? Grievous' eyes lit up with recognition. Yes. Do you know how to be able to make me Force-sensitive? You finally figured it out. Yes and no. I give you some pretty basic Force sensitivity, but it would not be to the extent of most Force sensitives and would only go so far as the droid's capabilities. When can you give me these abilities? I will have to recreate your mechanical body parts with a new material. I have an idea to not only give you Force powers, but while I am at it, upgrade your suit. Upgrade? Yes, I will remake you with a much better material I have synthesized myself, that allows for a greater amount non-organic midichlorians. This will increase your capabilities and make it easier for you to access the Force. Another thing I will have to do is operate on what is left of your fleshy self and implant a special device capable of making you and the metal I am remaking you out of fully compatible materials with no room for errors to occur. This new body and operation will allow me to have the ability to use the Force. As simple as that. As simple as that. Finally, what he had been looking for, a way to increase his power. Unlike the original Grievous, this one has not been taught lightsaber combat, so there would be no skills related to that. Anakin had decided to try and make sure he reclaims or gain those skills, but he himself had no proper instructor until he started in the Jedi, and even then he had been trying to learn other things as well, slowing down progress that would be made. Grievous and his desires are far from over, though, as he wants to see the Republic crash and burn for the perceived wrongs they had done against him. Anakin had agreed that the Republic was being set up to fail, and its course was set with no one to help steer the ship to safety. So the Republic would burn, but Grievous had calmed down over the few years spent working for Anakin and has learned to understand that not everyone is responsible for the Senate's failings. Don't worry, you just focus on what we want to accomplish here on Datamir. Build it up to become capable of defending itself, the residents who live here, and establishing my rule. What about the Night Sisters? Oh, right. I guess our co-rule over the planet. The sisters know not to overstep their bounds, as they had not had much to do with the takeover and can now share the benefits. At least they helped in controlling the settlements. Grievous stands up for the sisters here, as he had grown to respect their power. That is true, but I don't want them getting any ideas about trying to take over themselves, and that is why you have to be careful with them. Now that I will make you capable in using the Force, it would be much easier dealing with them. I hope. Grievous says knowing their prowess has only grown with the time and resources Anakin supplies for them. Talzin had taken to slightly reforming her people to make them more tolerant of others, specifically more tolerant for others related to Anakin and Anakin himself. This was because of the huge favor he had done for her. Talzin had seen her son's near-death experience and had known Anakin had somehow come in to save Maul from death. At least that is what she thinks. Grievous had also been involved in an event that included the Night Sisters and a Jedi called Quinlan Vos. Anakin had told him to get involved and make sure that the Night Sisters do not try and enslave the man. It would be disastrous to their cause. 3 months into his retraining, Quinlan Vos was sent to Datamir to investigate the local witches, following reports that they had something to do with the planet Ova mysteriously vanishing. Anakin had further supplied the Night Sisters as long as they abolished their slavery, and he had done so with some success as they had become dependent on him and what he provided. But there were always people who were against change, so Grievous was meant to be Anakin's eyes and ears in this situation. Even though all of the droids given to the sisters were also controlled by Anakin, he still wanted a living being to keep him informed. Grievous had told his master that they would bring him trouble. Whatever the issue is, they had avoided the Jedi with some expertise and well-timed interactions. Grievous had made sure to shield the Jedi from any potential harm given the sisters' disdain for them. Quinlan Vos had been sent on his way after his timely rescue with him, none the wiser of his potential encounter. Grievous had been given some words of thanks from a man, and while Grievous did not care for it much, especially since he also had some anger towards the Jedi, he had managed to abstain from lashing out. That was not the most important part, though, because the sisters had another plan that Anakin also had an interest in. The Star Temples. I am aware that the now united Night Sisters of Datamir are looking for ancient, massive pyramid-shaped buildings constructed by the Qua. Do you wish for me to also keep an eye on them for this as well? No, I already have some of the elite guard looking into it quietly. I have trained them well enough to hide their presence from most Force sensitives. Anakin then continued. They will report to you, which then you will report back to me. Right? A line of command has to be maintained, and even though they are capable enough, they still have much to learn. Anakin explained his reasoning of making sure the droids he made alive were well adapted to many of the structures of normal society. If the gate was ever activated, and thus subjecting infinity to the physical world, the planet housing the equipment would collapse into the infinity gate, along with the surrounding planets, moons, and even suns. The Night Sisters succeeded in capturing the Prime Gate on Datamir along with the Star Temple and nearly slaughtered many Qui, the native species and creators of the gates. Again, through the timely intervention by Anakin via his elite droids and Grievous, they had managed to end that quickly. They were quite powerful at one point, so why not induct them into Anakin's Grand Empire plans? The Night Sisters had intended to access the secrets of the Infinity Gate and use its abilities to project a wave containing Infinity's power to destroy Coruscant, as well as surrounding planets and stars. Originally the Jedi, Quinlan Vos had taken care of this issue, but Anakin decided to usurp from the sisters this extremely powerful technology for his own use. Grievous was a bit nervous. He had gained even more power, but that was par for the course. Anakin did not intend to use such a destructive device, because it would be a waste. Coruscant. Science is quite the weird subject, especially within the universe he currently resides in. Anakin had gone in depth with his studies and intended to make sure he was not limited to the teachings of the Jedi. He wanted knowledge, both theoretical and practical in most, if not all the sciences, so he could make a complete picture for what he intended to create. He had ideas and started to implement these ideas by seeing if he could perform or get some medical droids he has control over to test out his plan, his test subject being Grievous. Anakin did not lie about granting Grievous the opportunity to use the Force, but what Anakin did not tell him was the risks of what he wanted to do. Nor did he tell him he was to be his first test subject. What Anakin wanted to focus on were nanomachines, or more specifically, he had designed an implant and suit made specifically out of nanites. The idea is they would be connected to him, as if it were another arm or leg he could control at will. It would work in a similar way to the Space Marines armor from the 40K universe and the Crynet nanosuit. It would in every sense of the word be living, but it would be living through him, as in the suit would become a part of him. And this is why he required an implant, so he would be able to fully make a connection. Mechidaru would not be enough, and implanting the suit with the non-organic midichlorians is also not enough. The design of the suit would be extremely similar to the Crynet nanosuit with a lot of its capabilities, but would be much thinner and could retract in a similar way to the Blue Beetle. There would be a point that the nanomachines are kept within a storage area preferable, made out of a strong material like Beskar. I would very much like to make the suit out of Beskar as well, but I simply at this moment of time don't have the necessary materials. The nanosuit would be able to switch between one of 4 modes: armor, strength, speed, and cloak. Armor mode diverts the energy supply of the nanosuit into absorbing the kinetic energy of incoming projectiles and other damaging forces, such as hazardous levels of heat, radiation, and energy blasts, effectively making the user temporarily invulnerable to true physiological damage, and thus withstanding impacts which would normally be lethal. Strength mode enhances the user's physical strength to superhuman levels. Speed mode enhances the user's movement speed, allowing for a faster jogging speed or a superhuman sprint. When cloak mode is activated, the nanosuit would alter its outer surface through the use of a crystalline generation, capable of fully absorbing or bending incoming wave spectrums such as visible light, radio waves, infrared, and possibly microwaves or others, to render itself completely invisible to the human eye and most surveillance equipment. Quite the list of modes he wishes to include, so he would get another increase to his power. There are also secondary functions that are meant to make it easier for Anakin in a lot of situations where his normal human capabilities wouldn't allow, and if he was cut off from a Force. There are ways to dampen a Force-sensitive's abilities and senses after all. While Anakin was thinking to himself, he had received a call that went straight to his communication device. Answering the call, Anakin says, "Yes. The revolt on Geonosis has been unsuccessful. It seems that Poggle the Lesser has not been able to succeed Hattis as Archduke. Grievous is the one who had called him. Right? I knew this was coming, but why call me about it? Did something different happen? We were successful in gaining and setting up a trade agreement between us and them. We have also put a stop to Sidius and his plans to take over and continuously use them. Once Poggle the Lesser was in power for 2 years now, Darth Sidious's intentions became clear. He wanted control of the droid factories to supply B-1 series battle droids to the Trade Federation for an invasion of Naboo. Poggle, grateful for Sidious's help, gladly struck a deal with the Trade Federation. The fact that Poggle and Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray hated each other, but still worked together, was a great testament to the influence of the Sith Lord. Despite Poggle being unsuccessful in his succession, he had managed to gain enough control of the droid facilities on their planet. This would make Dooku go into Poggle the same, but the amount of droids that could be supplied has been cut in half. So the two, both Poggle and Hattis, had become co-rulers, co-archdukes over the droid factories. This limits Palpatine a lot more, and is much better for Anakin and most of the galaxy for the long run. Shortly after the Trade Federation was defeated at the Battle of Naboo, Poggle was approached by the rogue Jedi Count Dooku, revealing himself as Darth Tyrannus, the new apprentice of Darth Sidious. Dooku formed a partnership with Poggle. The co-archduke would ensure that Geonosis was among the founding worlds of the Confederacy of Independent Systems and would supply a large amount of the separatist droid army. In return, Poggle would be paid large sums of money for his trouble, and Geonosis would earn a place on the high order of the new Confederacy. This partnership was lucrative. Poggle even took the liberty to create a new B-2 super battle droid for the Confederacy. Sapping Sidious' power is greater for more in the long run. Right now, it may not stop him all too much, but it would allow me to further build up and may even delay his takeover. Secondary functions that Anakin would apply to the nanosuit were things that he himself would be incapable of accessing normally with his human physiology. The nanosuit incorporates its own communications equipment, allowing for hands-free voice and slash or video communications over a wide range of frequencies. The visor of the nanosuit is capable of heightening received light, acting as night vision goggles. The suit possesses a binoculars function integrated into the visor, allowing the operator of the suit to tag enemy units, ammunition, and vehicles for future reference and engagement. This information can also be relayed onto allied units. The binoculars also magnify distant sound, enabling the user able to hear the lightest of sounds from far away. The suit features an onboard supercomputer which allows it to remotely interface with and hack most electronic devices, either military and civilian, even alien. The suit incorporates a small internal oxygen supply for underwater activity. It automatically recharges when a user re-enters a breathable atmosphere. It also incorporates an array of hydrothrusters that allow increased speed during speed mode sprinting, as well as high maneuverability when submerged. This functionality also permits the nanosuit to move in a zero-gravity environment by utilizing atmospheric gases as reaction mass. Several magnetic holsters will be put on the suit for weapons storage and management. It incorporates data connectivity to a network of Anakin's choosing, allowing the suit to display critical information on its HUD. Computers can interface with the nanosuit in order to access this network. Additionally, information about the nanosuit, as well as the wearer's vital signs, can be accessed from a network by those he trusts to rescue him in a pinch. Capable of recording audiovisual and environmental data, allowing the user to document whatever circumstances they encounter. It will also maintain body temperature if it detects critically suboptimal temperatures in the surrounding environment and can keep the user alive even at minus 130 degrees Celsius minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. A special defrosting function is also introduced. If the suit does somehow get frozen, the user of the suit can initiate the defrosting device and the nanosuit will be fully capable of movement again. The suit's transceiver can be used to broadcast a signal that can disable communications and allows a person to send the signal through a wireless connection via the nanosuit. It is capable of deactivating the shields of a lot of things. The last secondary feature that Anakin intends to put most of his focus on is symbiosis, considering he wants the suit to be a part of him, an extension of his arm, if you will. Over time, the suit would also directly interface with the wearer's brain. This allows the wearer to use the suit's processors as like a part of their own brain, essentially making most of their thought processes happen outside of their own brain. The wearer's personality and memories would also be copied and stored in the suit's deep layers. Once fully merged, the wearer no longer appears to wear the suit, but has access to all the suit's functions. I will hold off on making the suit for now, as I want to make sure it is perfect because of the function symbiosis. after learning as much as he could as a youngling. In their training, he had already successfully completed everything, and the only reason he hasn't officially become a Padawan yet is again because of his age. Thankfully, even though the Jedi Order has seemingly refused to let him go on missions, he is still able to advance his studies within the Jedi. Kagan and Windu had been dutiful masters and had spared no efforts in helping him develop. It seems, though, that Windu had been very reluctant in giving Anakin the opportunity to learn his lightsaber form. Only recently had Anakin started to ask more about it, and Windu was obviously against it, but he could tell his initial resistance to teaching him has decreased. Slowly but surely I will learn this form of lightsaber technique. Anakin's appeal for this style links back to the idea it draws from the dark side of the Force, and it would be a step in the right direction to increase his understanding of it. The dark side of the Force has what some would consider unnatural abilities, like was said by Sidius, and it is true that a lot of the powers and abilities a lot would consider it as such. The Jedi certainly condemn powers like that. There would be no room for Anakin to learn of the dark side and its abilities then from another user of the dark side of the Force, which are not exactly in short supply, but is much less than the Jedi. The Night Sisters would not teach him. He knows this, and it would be too dangerous to risk the chance from learning under Palpatine, as Anakin could not ensure his own safety. What I can do, though, is look for holocrons based off of the Sith, which would help me learn some techniques and delve into their powers. Form 7, known by its two primary disciplines of Juyo and Vapad, and also known as the Ferocity form, was the seventh form of lightsaber combat. It was considered the most aggressive and unpredictable form. Both Mace Windu and Depa Billaba were the only known masters of the Vapad variant in the Jedi Order that hadn't fallen to the dark side of the Force. The sole Form 7 variant to have gained recognition by the Jedi Council, Vapad, was only created in the final decades of the Jedi Order. The key architect of Vapad was Jedi Master Mace Windu, who developed the form to address his weakness by controlling his inner darkness and channeling it into worthy ends. For this purpose, he refined advances from the preceding centuries and, in the minds of some, finally perfected Form 7 as a true lightsaber form in line with the tenets of the Jedi Code. Windu had liked to remind Anakin of the fact that his form that he created was extremely dangerous to those of an untrained mind, with enough willpower to overcome the dark side. It was true in a sense that giving into the nature of the dark side was dangerous, with a lot of examples to show for it, but Anakin believed that there had to be some form of balance one could achieve. Form 7 would be a part of his path to achieve this balance. Windu himself was wary of allowing others to study the form outside of his own Padawan pupil, well aware of the danger it posed. Practitioners of Vapad drew on their anger and passion, but never gave in to them. Compared with the other lightsaber forms, which directed warriors to master their emotions, Vapad's approach was dangerous. I have mastered the core powers of the Jedi, within control, sense, and alter, and it was surprisingly easy, or should I not be surprised with the ease in which I had basically learned everything I would need within a year. Force speed and force stealth from the control area. Force sight, far-seeing, force empathy, and telepathy, but Anakin had already really developed these abilities, so he did not benefit much from this. Telekinesis is last, and it is an ability that Anakin had also developed already, but had not been able to properly master himself. There are also multiple ways one could use telekinesis, whether that apply oneself or onto others. Force jump or leap and force push and pull. Datamir. Grievous did not have to go to any top-of-the-line medical facility or anything like that to start his procedure, as all the droids needed were capable of performing the task. Anakin had made sure they were. Grievous would be lying if he said he was not excited. These powers he would be able to access would help him in the future when in service to his master and his own goals. The first operation to take place would be the one that I dub as the implant. This will connect to the mechanical parts that has turned you into a cyborg. Anakin had told him, these parts will be reapplied after your recovery from the operation, and you'll have to go through standard medical checkups within the next month. Within a month's time, if everything is okay, then you should be able to finally equip your parts. Anakin continued explaining. Are there any risks to this procedure? Obviously, even if he has a certain level of trust and loyalty, Grievous still wants to live, and he would want to know of some side effects, if any. Anakin responded, "There are no known side effects, but what you will be going through mentally will be something else, as your mind will try to establish a proper connection to the implant where you would claim control of. This implant will act as the main interface and programming for the new body you are to be granted. A many number of things will be made available to you. If you have any more questions, please ask them now." Anakin was presiding over the operation through a screen and has directly taken control of one of the droids present. "No, I have no more. Right, I will start now. Fortunately, you can be and will be put to sleep with a tranquilizer." And with Anakin's final words, Grievous had blacked out. The next few days, Grievous had been in and out of consciousness because he was trying to establish his control over the chip implanted into him. The chip was created by Anakin to act as interference and to help establish the initial connection needed for someone to become one with the machinery to be connected to him. After the month had come to an end, Anakin had then explained to Grievous his current state of being. "I feel weird," Grievous had said. "Of course, your mind, now that it has fully acclimated to its new capabilities, allows for you some very minor Force-related abilities." Anakin said, "Your senses, even though not as advanced as they could have now, opened up your mind. Specifically, you now have a special talent when it comes to machines, similar to my talent, but you have more interface while my developed abilities are more instinctual." Anakin voices through the droid he habitually controlled to monitor Grievous' progress. "So, I can get my parts now. I can have a full functioning body along with abilities related to the Force." "Yes. It will take some time, as you will feel new sensations with your mechanic body parts than what you originally were able to feel." "Like what?" "It is the process your body and mind will be fully connecting to each other, and like my elite droids where their parts have become alive in a sense. You two will also have this." The synthesized voice of the droid said, "You won't feel pain in the traditional sense. It will be more of a mental backlash at losing a part of your new self. I will be able to feel again, not in the traditional sense. Again, a lot of what you are now and what you will become will be similar to the elite droids." "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's reapply my parts." What happened next was a sequence of events that had nearly drove Grievous to tears, as he was able to sense, but not physically sense with his newfound Force sensitivity. What I would classify as Force sensitive enough to perform feats at a similar level of normal Jedi or Sith is to have a midi-chlorian count as high as around 7,500. Anakin thought to himself. When conducting various tests, Anakin had to make sure the non-organic midi-chlorian count would try to dip to the original levels Grievous had before integration, otherwise it would have been all for naught. "Thank you. I can't thank you enough. I did not know I would be able to really sense anything." "Well, nearly anything for my subordinates." "No, you don't understand. I have been deprived of my senses, and now, through the Force, I can properly feel things again. Truly, I thank you. I accept your gratitude, but this is no time for this. I believe you should get used to your new self, as it will take a while to readjust." Back with Anakin, he had just cemented his own resolve to go through with his own operation. "Finally, with everything in place, I can integrate myself with my own special plan. The results from Grievous was within my own considerations, and I have finally collected all of the materials from the nanomachines to the metals required and the chemicals. I have also synthesized the fibers required to go through with my suit. Now I just need to go through with the creation and operation."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.